Welcome back, everybody, to Day 2 of Group B of the Mythic Dungeon International. I'm your host, Doe. With me are Zyronic, Makes, and Dratnos today. And the theme of the day, the theme of every Day 2 of a group is Don't Get Eliminated. That's, I don't think anyone's ever used that as a slogan for anything before, so we're going to take that now. That's ours. That's MDI's from this point on. But it's going to be an exciting day, isn't it, Zyronic? We're going to see some teams fighting for survival in the group, but we're going to start off with some pretty exciting upper bracket matches.
Yeah, we start off with these super high-octane upper bracket matches where every single team, I think, so far in this bracket, especially on the winning side, but even on the losing side, has looked really strong. I think it's actually been slightly stronger than our first weekend. So both of these two upper bracket matches should be incredibly fun to watch. And remember that both of these two teams, if they win this match, they're done for the day. They can just sit pretty, relax, sit and wait for their upper bracket final match tomorrow and watch the just absolute slaughter we have in the lower bracket. Remember, we're getting rid of 4 of our teams today.
That's right. Well, here's some recaps from yesterday. It was all 2-0s, but that doesn't mean the games were necessarily close, although Perplexed certainly looking the strongest, I would say, out of the group so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some crazy times coming out of Perplexed. They finished their Ruby life pool in under 11 minutes, which I think is just, wow, you have to respect that. But Direwolves also coming in pretty strong with their Halls of Valor and the Court of Stars, where they're currently holding the record. And both of those teams are going to play that Court of Stars one more time in the first game of the day. And with Perplexed history, I really want to see where they take this Court of Stars and how much quicker teams can actually be there.
Yeah, Court of Stars, it's a dungeon.
Go ahead.
It's a dungeon that we've seen only a few times over this and last weekend, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how it works out when we start having like 2 of our top teams battling up in there. We've also got some more temples today, which is pretty exciting because that was one of our, I would say, more high power maps for a lot of teams. A lot of teams have this early and often in their bracket, so they've been practicing these huge polls. And this was super cool as well, what we saw from Direwolves on Fenrir, just all of the wolves onto Fenrir with the little Ursul's Vortex down for a while, and then once that expires, you could just see their ranged having to run the whole time to avoid getting jumped on there. Very scary pull, but worked out so well for them.
I think this area is probably my favorite area of any of the dungeons we have this season, just because it seems like there's a couple different ways teams are approaching it. Still seems like there's been experimentation in what we're seeing. We saw EMPYREAN approach that a totally different way than other teams have in the past, so I like that spot. But here's some more Court of Stars action.
Yeah, I mean, we just spoke about that Court of Stars. I checked it before we went live today. There was 1 death in the run of Direwolves, and that was fixed immediately. They battle rest. They didn't lose any time, really. So their time of 17 minutes and 9 seconds in that Court of Stars is definitely something to look out for. But we also saw some crazy classes, looking at my German favorite team here, Cement Gaming, coming through. We even saw the Prat Paladin, we saw the Resto Druid, we saw a Havoc Demon Hunter. I think we're in for more treats today in terms of that. There was even a Warrior later on.
Yeah, we saw an Arms Warrior from Who Let Them Cook, which it did, the most damage of that group quite a bit, but it still seems like everything's kind of leaning back towards that Feral Druid, Unholy DK, Shadow Priest. There certainly seems like there's room for adaptation, but it feels like it's hard to unseat the big 3. What do you think, Zyronic?
Yeah, it's interesting that we talk about that, because Perplexed seemed like they were more heavily favoring Rogue in their comps this weekend so far. True. We've only seen them in 1 match, and we're going to see them first off at the start of today, but their times are pretty significantly faster than that of Donuts, who are the 2nd highest seeded team in the bracket. So, we're talking upwards of a minute in each of the dungeons they played that were similar time-wise. So, remains to be seen until they actually go head-to-head later on, because I'm assuming, being the 2 best teams in the bracket, they'll eventually clash at some point in the later matches. We'll have to see how that actually lines up, because, I mean, I've been a Shadow Priest believer ever since they got buffed 4 times, so I think that it's a class that's just ridiculously strong in most situations, and it's probably strong enough to knock off Rogue, which, has been pretty much featured in every single MDI since we started this event.
Yeah, and like you said, we're still seeing a decent amount of Rogue. It's just teams seem to be picking away from a little bit more often than we've seen in the past. But as I look at this bracket here, I mean, I really think we're in for one of the closest lower brackets we've had in a long time. I mean, if you look at like Cement Gaming, extremely close in their game 1 versus Donuts. If you look at Ducks Can Fly, extremely close in their first game versus Direwolves. Like the teams that are down the elimination bracket had competitive times in a big way to the teams that they lost to. So when you put everyone together now in elimination matches, I think we're going to end up seeing some extremely close times. Perhaps our closest day 2 of ever.
It's going to be very, very important to stay in the upper bracket as well for all of these. Like, we've got 4 teams that, you know, have hopes of making it out of this group really in that upper bracket, and then we've got the kind of 4 underdogs in the lower bracket. Perplexed and Donuts were very high seeded relative to Direwolves and EMPYREAN, but Direwolves and EMPYREAN have MDI history on their side, and they're teams that I would say have looked better than their seeding, better than their time trials in the maps we've seen so far. I've also been a little bit worried potentially, especially for Donuts, compared to their time trial times. Perplexed looked really good yesterday, so if Perplexed can look as good as they did yesterday, I think they should have the edge in this series against Direwolves, but Direwolves had some good tech too. Direwolves were definitely playing to win, so I don't know.
I do want to tack onto that and say that, you know, the comparison I want to draw this weekend to past weekend, over the bans here really quick. Not good offensive being banned, not too surprising. Shadow Moon Burial Grounds being banned as well. That is one of the higher keys, right?
We have. Yeah.
It's not too surprising. Yeah.
I mean, people talk about that, but then they say, but it is Shadow Moon. So is anyone a little bit surprised to see that one?
I mean, I think what's really interesting about the dungeons that we are going to see is Court of Stars and Halls of Valor are the 2 dungeons that we already saw Direwolves in, right? We have timers for this team, and it's going to be the first time where we see Perplexed in them also. And currently the record in these 2 dungeons is being held by Direwolves. Perplexed could upset that if they are faster. So really interesting to see that they chose to get these 2. Of course, the Court of Stars couldn't be avoided, but they could have let open that Knockhood or run that Shadow Moon, I think.
Well, it's an interesting thought, too, that maybe they expected the Knockhood ban from Direwolves, and so they said, all right, well, let's ban Shadow Moon, and then we get to go to dungeons where we've seen, you know, Direwolves play on already this weekend. You know, that's not to say that everything's going to be identical, but there is a little bit more of a known...
Definitely means that they think they have the edge in that Halls of Valor, because they do know the Direwolves time. The Direwolves time was a little bit marred by a little Scovald incident, if I remember correctly what happened in that one. So, but, you know, they can look at that and they can be like, okay, that was minus, 25, 30 seconds. And if we still like our time against that Direwolves time, then let's not ban Halls of Valor. On the other hand, if we're worried about that, we could ban it and try our luck in that Shadow Moon instead. So, given that they banned the Shadow Moon, I think that means they're feeling good about the Halls of Valor. But of course, like you said, Court of Stars not bannable, so we don't know if either team feels like they have an edge here. We'll have to see once we actually get into the game.
Yeah, it's going to be cool, at least. I mean, Direwolves put on a good show in Court of Stars, so we know, they have it in them. It's kind of up to Perplexed to sort of match that. But we've got a neat situation, too, where we've got Direwolves from playing from Oceania. Perplexed, obviously, one of our more well-known teams, too. In case you didn't know, too, Direwolves used to be Ethical, I believe it was, last time we saw them. Yeah, so that... right, and Obey Alliance long before that, right. Now recently picked up by the Direwolves Esports organization, so playing for that new team name, and so far so good, but we're just kind of waiting for the players to zone in and get ready, and then we'll get our first map underway here. It is going to be Court of Stars, as you can see, Perplexed versus Direwolves, and don't worry, we talked with the boat captains. I'm confident that they're going to do their job perfectly today. I can guarantee you that.
I hope so. Yeah. A little bit of running late. I heard maybe one of the canals was blocked by something. I think there was a Twitter post about that. But yeah, hopefully everything is ready and running for these teams going into this dungeon here. We know what Direwolves played yesterday, just as a reminder, in the Court of Stars. We actually saw a Vengeance Demon Hunter, Resto Druid Healer, then Shadow Priest, Feral, and Unholy Decay. Now, I think they're going to run exactly the same comp. Really liking that Vengeance Demon Hunter. Are we going to see something comparable by Perplexed?
I don't think that it's super likely that they're going to play. Yeah, it looks like
go.
they are on
Here
much
we
more
go.
of their kind of standard game plan. So this is sort of what Perplexed look to be posturing to play in most dungeons, with Ryson switching between Evoker and Shaman, depending on the situation, and a Shine on that Rogue instead of where Echo would play a Shadow Priest or something, partially, I think, due to the map pool, partially just due to a Shine being a Rogue main, and also, I think, partially because it's just a nice, safe class to play. I think it increases the consistency of a lot of these runs, but we are underway. Both teams have a way to skip past this Dusk Watch guard, Duck Watch, with the Zap and the Imprison.
Yeah, a very nice little tech. You don't need to play that one if you don't necessarily want to. Now, the big question here is, what way do you actually choose to path? We saw that Direwolves had a pretty good setup where they pulled a lot into one of the constructs. Gonna see them skip over the waterfall here, then just around that construct on the right side all the way back to the bridge. It's exactly the same thing we saw them do yesterday. And on the side of Perplexed, it seems like we're seeing exactly the same thing. Risen here next to that beacon, making sure that the sentries don't get their alarm off. Really nice little tech with that in-cap totem, and then making sure he's able to click it. But both of the teams need to be a little bit careful because we haven't talked about it too much just yet. It is Sanguine, and that can always mean that there's a second healer, and for Perplexed, that's happening right now. The Sanguine Ichor is shooting up on that healing done.
Direwolves also getting some Sanguine healing, but they are going straight into boss. They already have boss engaged here. A lot of debuffs are out on their team. Look at all those debuffs you can see on the raid frames for Direwolves. That is from from those Mana Sabers, still alive in this pool, jumping around. Very dangerous and very likely to live for a long time with Sanguine as well. So they've done a good job of focusing them down. Once you're down to just these guards, it's a little bit less dangerous because the guards, you don't have to worry about quite as much as long as you're looking out for those frontals. Jack has popped Last Resort, however, on this pull, so they are going to be missing that defensive going forward from here.
I mean, at some point you want to proc it too, right? That's why you're running it. So maybe it was planned that he procs it here just to be a little bit safer, allowing Hull to actually do more DPS. Although that's not entirely translating to that details right now, but they are able to nearly finish off all of the guards. We can see them drop that left and right, make sure these explosions don't go off, and both teams are pretty neck and neck when it comes to the boss percentage. Of course, Direwolves a little bit ahead in the trash count. There's even more going into this pull here. They need to really be careful with these segments because the captain, he doesn't move as much. There's a lot of casts he does, and if they're a little bit uncareful with where they kill off these guards and Duskwatches, it could actually be really, really terrible. So very, very careful with those Sanguine patches and the Duskwatches. We're seeing one nearly die in the boss for Perplexed here, but they're going to be able to move him out as he's not casting right now, I hope. And yeah, both teams very close to each other.
Yeah, this is looking quite good here. We have 36% for Direwolves, 39% for Perplex. So Direwolves have gained the edge on boss damage and on count on this first exchange. However, I was a little bit worried yesterday from Direwolves. It seemed like their route was a little bit slower towards the end of the dungeon than it was at the start. But they have got that boss now drinking, and 4 members of their team, not including their druid, are now going to run to the docks. For Perplexed, it's going to be the shaman instead, their healer, that's going to be doing the skip, using that earth elemental and just running past that construct. Whereas for Direwolves, they're sending one of their DPS players. So this is a difference, right? In theory, this is more efficient for Perplexed because they have all 3 of their DPS players, but it's safer for Direwolves because they have their healer with them, right? And their healer can help them with the pull that they're setting up. Now, we know that Direwolves don't actually go docks necessarily right away. They're just standing here waiting for that RP to finish, and they're going to move into the rest of the dungeon. Looks like Perplexed have Mana Saber debuffs on themselves, so I'm not sure what their rest of team was up to. It looks like Ryson now is
doing trash at the same time, and like you said, that's going to be so much of a difference when your team can finish off this pack here while someone is running off. Direwolves on the other side were, like you said, mostly just standing there, but big pull coming in for the Direwolves.
Yeah, so Direwolves weren't doing anything during the skip. They were just waiting for the skip to be finished. Whereas Perplexed were having their 4 non-healer players doing the docks. Direwolves still have the docks trash available for them later, but they were waiting for their healer to finish, die, and then rejoin them so that they could set up this massive pull, including that bridge pack, which... The bridge pack is not something I recommend anybody ever pull on live, but it's very it's doable when you have that shaman kick.
It's not Dratnos approved.
No, I do not recommend. You need so many kicks for that, but when you have a resto shaman, you have enough kicks. That's the secret of the resto shaman. You actually get so many extra kicks out of it. You kind of get 2 bonus kicks against the construct because 12 seconds is such a better timer than 15 against that mob.
Yeah, we're going to see a similar poll now on the side of Perplexed. There's some imps in there. Fortunately, these don't pull any sanguine puddles, so it's going to be a little bit safer now. The Ice Storm needs to be interrupted. Stun is coming in here, making sure no unnecessary damage is going out to the team. Asamakacha is also being DPS down. That is the first of the mini-bosses. And if you look at her HP, she's down to like 1/5 now, whereas the direwolves still have half of her HP to go, so that's definitely a little bit of an advantage they have right now. Looking at the trash count, they're also ahead there, so what looked like a lead by the direwolves at the first boss has been turned around, I think, with the harbor scene we saw or didn't see from Perplexed while both of the members were running to open that door, and I think that's definitely something direwolves could improve on. We're going to see how this one plays out further. They're still so close, so it could go anybody's way at any time. Now, niche little technique that we're seeing from these teams here that everybody can do at home as well. These enforcers, they do a spell that's really mean. It's called Fell Detonation. You can see it go off right now. SLT being deployed by Risen because he knows that one is going to hurt. They don't have any corner to line of sight it, which is what you usually want to do with these. They are just so mean, and if it's avoidable damage, then you try to avoid it, which is the team doing right now, making sure that that's not going to be something they're putting their healer into, allowing him to do much more DPS.
Yeah, here come Direwolves with this big docks pull coming into the second mini-boss here. One hidden advantage that Direwolves have relative to Perplexed as well, Direwolves haven't clicked on that Wounded Nightborn yet, whereas Perplexed have used that, so Perplexed need to kill another Enforcer, I believe, whereas Direwolves are not going to have to do that. And that's going to be potentially something that saves Direwolves a little bit more time. You might see Hollow leaving this pull towards the end after the last impending doom is dealt with here so that he can go and activate that Wounded Nightborn. I think that's probably what's going on right now. You can see there's no Shaman to be seen on Direwolf's side because he's over activating that last mob to summon the final mini-boss, and now at 90%. I actually think Direwolves have got a little bit of a lead here because Perplexed needs to summon and kill that mini-boss, and that's going to mean running around and probably killing another Enforcer, and it looks like they've gotten a fairly far-away spawn. Yeah, you can see Divine having to go all the way across this area to go and grab that final Enforcer.
Yeah, that's definitely not ideal if your team is running all across the area to get that one. Well, Direwolves, like you said, they're already on Yasharu and dealing DPS here. Now, looking at their damage count, I think they should be fine after this pack. I know your math, Nos, could you give us some intel? Is that going to be enough for them to actually go to Talixay?
Oh, well, they've lost a player here. They used their battle res. The math says that's not particularly good, but it's okay. We got another one in 45 seconds, so just minus 5 seconds. Not a big deal. Everybody's making sure to not bait this jump here. And at 94%, they are good. Yeah, they are ready to go to the end of the dungeon, so they just have boss, mini-boss, boss in their future, whereas Perplexed have the exact same combination of enemies, but they have 50% more health on their mini-boss here. Direwolves are faster right now. Direwolves are in the lead, and there's not much dungeon left here. This would be a huge upset, right? Direwolves 10th seed? Something like that? Perplexed 2nd seed. This would be an unbelievable... The 2nd seed or 3rd seed? Might be 3rd seed. Either way, though, it's...
Third seed for Perplexed, 10 seed for Direwolves. But like you can see, we're even going to pull a little bit more into the boss for the Direwolves.
This cannot be
here.
good.
Not sure that was intended as the
That's very
DPS
bad.
goes on to the tank.
Okay.
He's fallen down. They do have a battle rest, but are they going to be able to recover it? Doesn't seem like it. Holo has Ankh. Can he come back, or is he in a puddle? It seems to be a full team wipe for the Direwolves with that additional trash there. I'm not sure how that one got added. Maybe it was the explosive just too close to it. Very, very unfortunate for them. Perplexed have pulled ahead as they started to, like, say, on their side without any additional trash, and so far looking very good. But there is something else in the favor of Direwolves, so fret not. There's still some hope. They have Jack on that Vengeance Demon Hunter, which is going to allow them to find the spy really, really quickly as soon as they have all of the 5 clues. But, of course, to get there, they need to DPS this boss first, and it's a long respawn timer on that boss here. Very, very unfortunate for the Wolves.
Tragedy. I mean, Direwolves were going to win this game, and now they're certainly behind. They are 50% of a boss's health and 30 seconds of death timer behind. It's not insurmountable if they get a really quick spy, but the problem is you still need to get all 5 clues before your Demon Hunter can Spectral Sight and see, right? So...
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, the other team also needs to find all of the clues and then still find the spy. And sometimes, just sometimes, that takes a little bit longer. So I don't think it's going to be worth half of a boss HP, but I think it might be worth something to not lose hope here. Very, very unfortunate, like you said, for the Wolves, but they're making the most out of trying to claw back. I really liked how they looked prior to that team wipe, and hopefully that's not getting to them. We can see the Perplexed team finishing off Flamewrath now on their way to the Blues Clues game as they're looking for the spy here. Now, I think someone is going to trigger a wrong spy, making sure that they're going to get a shorter role play here. Usually it's Ryzen, right?
Well, we already saw the first boss summon dads, right? If there are Vigilant Duskwatch that get summoned by the first boss, you don't need to actually guess incorrectly. Oh. But yeah, what you're talking about is the long RP, right? So if you perfectly do the first boss and you disable all 5 beacons and then you guess the spy without any wrong guesses, then you get this really long RP before the last boss. You get an achievement for it, but it's not good. You actually want to avoid getting that achievement at all costs whenever you're doing your M+ runs. So, but in these routes, because there's a beacon or 2 that go undisabled on the first boss, you have those ads coming in, you don't actually need to make a wrong guess on the spies, which Perplexed have not made any wrong guesses. They're just going straight into this mini-boss. And the window of opportunity here for Direwolves is closing.
Oh, yeah.
Very, very sad.
That's so
unfortunate. I was so impressed with their pathing. I mean, being ahead of Perplexed onto that third boss and then wiping to that patrol getting pulled it's just heartbreaking. I don't know how that happened, but that is the worst feeling. Like, you've executed all of these nuclear difficulty pulls, and then you accidentally pull trash onto a boss, and it's over.
Yeah, I'm sure Zyra will have some intel on how that happened. I think there was an explosive next to the pack, and that somehow got it in fight, just from what I saw. But it was so quick, of course, I'm not entirely sure, so we're going to hear from our analyst for sure. But Perplexed finishing off gear, and they're now on their way to the final boss. And with that being a 22 Tyrannical, it's not going to be a terribly hard challenge, but it is going to be somewhat of a challenge. Advisor Melantra's waiting here for them. We do have no one. I mean, Risen could bait stuff outside, but we saw teams disregard this before, so I'm curious if they're just going to play it natty or if they're actually going to try and play it clean. And from what it looks like, Risen is not in the melee camp, so he is baiting them to the outside, trying to get it a little bit more stacked here to make sure that none of these storms give them any trouble. Of course, Swag will be able, you can see it right here, AMS has been popped. He is able to soak all of these stun areas, so the team has enough room to actually dodge, not get any trouble. IBF will work here as well for the DK friends. Direwolves now also on their way to the Advisor, but of course, it seems like everything is too little too late after that devastating team wipe.
Yeah, with the comps here, it's a little bit more important for Direwolves that they do something good with this baiting. Ideally, you want your healer baiting, and that way your ranged DPS can kind of stand under boss and free cast. Perplexed don't have any ranged DPS, so it kind of doesn't matter whether they bait or how they do it, because Ryson's the person that's going to have to move either way. But for Direwolves, if Hollow does that responsibility, then Chaz there will get to be able to just keep on doing Shadowpriest things and being pretty happy about that, so a little bit of a difference in team comp whenever you do have a ranged DPS around. You can see Direwolves actually pumping a lot of damage onto this boss. I mean, there is 30 seconds of death timer, so I don't think there's enough for them to kill the boss first by 30 seconds. But they're actually closing the gap here a little bit. They were 50% of a boss behind, and now they're only 20%, 25%. 30% of a boss behind. I guess their lust has expired and their damage cooldowns are ending, and Perplexed are still accelerating here, so it is going to end up going to Perplexed off of just that one wipe from Direwolves. If it weren't for that wipe, Direwolves would have had this map, and wow, this is really impressive out of them. That's got to be so heartbreaking if you're a Direwolves fan.
Absolutely,
Really
and
was
Direwolves
close.
still being on point for their time there. Like, without that team wipe, they would have been a minute faster than the 17 minutes we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah, that was a great map. I mean, both teams played it really well, and you know, when it comes down to one mistake, you know, you just kind of have to like shrug sometimes and be like, well, that's MDI. You know, both of these teams are playing at that level where all it takes is that one little thing. You know, pull a little bit extra of a trash onto a boss, and suddenly you lose the dungeon. But that's not to say they don't have a chance in the next one. Their hauls looked very good yesterday, but for now it is a Perplexity 1-0. Well, let's look at some moments from that last dungeon.
Yeah, let's take a look at what Direwolves threw together for this dungeon, because this route is absolutely insane. Perplexed did something pretty similar, but I think Direwolves' execution through, you know, minus the one mistake we'll cover later, was just great. And I want to cover kind of what this team has been known for throughout the years, because they've always been up there in terms of one of the best teams in the world. But you know, they've always fallen just a little bit short. Their routing and execution has always been really on point, but they excel whenever they do these weird things that no one else does. And one of the things that set them ahead of Perplexed in this dungeon was just pulling things together, right? They had Imakutya like 60% HP, and they're like, you know what, let's go pull an Enforcer and a 2-pack on top of this. And then, of course, they have also the presence of mind to be like, okay, wait, Eyeball's coming. We need to pull Imakutya away, otherwise it'll get a double HP buff. But let's take a look at what happens here. Jack pulls the boss at the absolute apex of where that patrol is. And for those of you who don't know how this works, that patrol has a very, very tight timing window where it will social pull with the boss if you tag the boss. That wasn't a Throwglaive bounce or anything. He just taunted the boss. But because the patrol was so close to the boss, they also took aggro. It's just, it's like a half-second timing window where that can happen. And you just have to know it. It has to happen to you for you to know how that works. And it's just so unfortunate that that happened to them. They would have had this dungeon in the bag if they didn't pull at that exact moment. 1 second earlier, 1 second later, they would have won this dungeon. Really unfortunate that they take a map loss like that, but, you know, potentially maybe we get to see a Game 3 out of this series, because Direwolves is a team that could definitely come back from that loss.
Yeah, I mean, it was like we were mentioning earlier. We're going to Halls of Valor next. That's a dungeon that looked really good for them yesterday, except for that one kind of surprise, you know, wipe on Skovald with just having the Ragnarok tick happen just after they killed the boss. But that's unlikely, I feel like, to see happen today. So if they can run it cleanly, they'll be fine. They still did win that map, by the way, yesterday. But we'll see what happens. Here's a graph of our damage and healing, powered by Warcraft logs, as you can see. Pretty even spikes, but then a couple little changes at the end as some of the wipes came in.
Yeah, you can see Direwolves, they got their bigger first pull, right? They got a little bit of an advantage on that first boss with how much more count they were able to pull, pulling the boss earlier as well, pulling the boss with all of their AoE CDs as well. But then you can see they get their next big spike, right? The next time they approach that 1 million mark, it's almost a minute before Perplexed, because they don't bother doing the dock there, and then they get to do the dock later, and they get another big spike, and they get to do it with their healer, which means they get to combine it with a mini-boss that they're doing effective damage to. And so, yeah, I think there's just a genius coming out of Direwolves here on their strategy, and if it weren't for that wipe, that would be them taking a huge upset game over Perplexed.
Yeah, well, Perplexed either way does get the 1-0. They got the chance to close it out. I don't think, yeah, we haven't seen their Halls of Valor yet. They did not play it yesterday. They did Ruby Life Pools and Temple yesterday. You'd imagine their halls is very clean because they've generally been playing that way all weekend anyway. But maybe Direwolves can tie it up. I would not mind seeing a third dungeon in this series.
I think that's actually something that could happen. Now, I was really hoping on that Court of Stars to come through for the Wolves. I love both teams before chat comes for me, but that Court of Stars looked so good from the Wolves yesterday that I felt like if there was going to be a map where they're really like one-upping a team like Perplexed, it was going to be Court. Now, we saw their Halls of Valor as well, but so did Perplexed. And they didn't choose to ban that Halls of Valor, like you said earlier, Dratnos. That was not an option for them. So they must feel like they can be quicker than the Wolves here, which makes me wonder what exactly we're going to see out of Perplexed in the Halls of Valor. But yeah, maybe this is going to go to 2-0. I would prefer if it went to that third map. I feel like these teams are so close.
Well, as we get started with Halls of Valor, it'll be interesting too, because if we do end up going to that Dungeon 3, if we do end up going to Temple, Perplexed was the team that had the fastest time in it yesterday out of the 3 times we saw that dungeon. So, we know they're good in that one too. Direwolves a little bit more of an unknown quantity here. But the question is, I want to throw this out to you, Dratnos. How likely do you think it'll be to see the Ragnarok repeated from yesterday? That's a pretty unlikely thing to have happen, isn't it?
Yes, I think Direwolves in particular will be a little bit more aggressive with a stop DPS call earlier. The challenge is when you're like looking at the cast and it's like 5 seconds away and the boss is like 5% health or whatever, and you're like, okay, push damage, right? Let's beat this cast, and then you don't, and it's like too late to stop, and the dots are already there, the shadow crashes in the air, right? Like, what are you gonna do? So they've got to just make the right call about whether you push or whether you stop, and yeah, I think they'll be a lot more thinking about it if they get to that point on that boss, although we'll have to see as we get underway. Same comps out of both teams. Perplexed do make the swap away from Rogue in this dungeon to play that Shadow Priest instead, but it's not going to be a Shine on it. A Shine is swapping onto the Feral, and they're putting Wolf Disco onto the Shadow Priest instead. Both teams getting the boss pulled pretty quickly here. It's actually Direwolves getting onto the boss a hair before Perplexed.
Yeah, Bloodlust has been popped for Direwolves first as well, but now both teams are in it to win it. And Wolf Disco going down right away at the start of this massive pull. That's super unfortunate, but hopefully they can recover. Battle Rest has been used, will not be available for the next 10 minutes for Perplexed, but hopefully they're not going to need it as the pull slowly but surely dies down. Now, keep in mind, there is a drag, and it's getting bigger and bigger for both teams. That Storm Drake is something you need to look out for in this key here.
Yeah, bolstering is one of the affixes on this key, which means that Storm Drake for 20 seconds after all those mobs die is going to be super dangerous, especially to the tank with that Lightning Breath. Both tanks use their spell block ability against that most bolstered moment on the Storm Drake, and by doing that they were able to pretty much mitigate all the damage of that breath. Spellblock, very powerful tool in the warrior kit against that exact sort of thing, like a bolstered caster. You can wait out the bolstering in your spellblock and live fairly easily. Perplexed now about 10% behind on their boss health compared to Direwolves, potentially as a result of Wolf Disco's death. If you look at the damage meters, you can see Wolf Disco did get pretty griefed on the setup there, doing a little bit less damage than the tank. Whereas on the side of Direwolves, Shadow Priest in third, but not behind by much, the DK and the Feral. Especially given that it's volcanic, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what it comes down to is just that the CDs were, of course, used as soon as the Bloodlust was popped, and then dying, you just lose all of that ramp that you did prior. You're not going to get the use out of the cooldowns you press, which is really unfortunate for Perplex. But of course, they're not going to let that stop them. They're going to move on. And now I'm curious how we're going to see these pulls executed. From the Direwolves, we saw this yesterday as well. They pulled both of the stairs and everything that's on top of these stairs here. So we could see on both sides someone running up and pulling everything. On the side of Perplexed, it seems like they're more in the business of actually skipping that. So far they're not in fight. Divine Field is now going to pull these tables here, both of them actually, and maybe they're even pulling something from the back. I'm not sure if there's going to be something running towards him, but doesn't seem like it so far. Seems like they're just clearing out that hallway here.
Yeah, it's about 3 packs of enemies for both teams on these pulls, but a slightly different combination of enemies. Direwolves getting... I mean, the thing is that positionally now, Direwolves still have more ahead of them, whereas Perplexed are going to be able to get to the boss first, but Direwolves have... Okay, yeah. They've pulled and melded that Sentinel. Maybe that's actually intentional. So
I think
maybe they want to do
was.
that to make sure that it's not at the end of this hallway when they actually are going to go past the end of the hallway here, because maybe they know if it's in that exact spot, it's going to social pull with these mobs when they walk past. Maybe that's actually a really important contingency plan that they have for that area. Meanwhile, Perplexed walking through and once again doing some skipping of these mobs. Now, I think they are going to come in. They're actually coming in right now. We're going to have 2 mini-bosses, 2 Shield Maidens, and an Aspirant all involved in this pull shortly here for Perplexed.
Yeah, and as soon as the Eye of the Storm is triggered, of course, we're going to include Almir here in this poll, trying to make sure we DPS these bosses down at the very same time, but they need to be so careful with the Shield Maidens on top of that. Sanctify is going to come out. They need to dodge this, of course, replicating the boss's abilities here, but the interrupts are on point. They have everything available to them. There's going to be another advance coming down onto Risen. He baits this outside and then gets into the Eye of the Storm. Really nicely done by him. And Direwolves now also on their way here to do exactly the same thing. Of course, took them a little bit longer because they played more trash, but that doesn't mean that they're currently behind. I'd still say they're very much neck and neck, both of the teams, and we're going to see the exact same pull happening by Direwolves now, also including Almir, and dealing with these Aspirants and Shield Maidens on top of both of these mini-bosses.
Yeah, this is quite scary for Direwolves. Perplexed have roughly finished this pull off, and the nice thing for Perplexed here is they're going to be able to actually take the rest of this trash into boss, which is a really efficient thing to do on bolstering. Direwolves, on the other hand, we have some bolstered mobs here, but luckily they've done a really good job of making sure that the mobs that do avoidable damage are the ones that get bolstered, right? You can dodge all these Sanctifies, you can dodge the frontals from the Aspirant, so the only thing you have to worry about is that leap from the other one. Perplexed onto boss now. Oh, okay, first storm. They're healing it up nicely. You can see they're using Nature's Vigil and Vampiric Embrace there to get through that very first storm. It means they're going to be a little bit light on those cooldowns on the second storm, but hopefully all the other mobs are dead by then.
I mean, they also have SLT still available to them from Ryzen, so I don't think... I think they will kill everything before the third storm comes, and that shouldn't give them too much problems. But the same thing happening on the side of Direwolves. We see the SLT being deployed instantly as Vampiric Embrace is not available to them right now. So they're going to just turn around these healing cooldowns that we just saw from Perplexed. And both teams are finishing off these Adsters, Shield Maiden, and I believe another Purifier in there. For Direwolves and Perplexed have finished off all of them. No Bloodlust available for another 5 minutes for any of these teams. So at the point where they finish, we should be able to draw a comparison. 6% in trash count between both of the teams. Actually 7.5. Now that everything has died for the Direwolves as they move into the second Eye of the Storm phase on the right side and into the third Sanctify for Perplexed.
Yeah, 21 Tyrannical. This boss does live for quite a long time, especially if you're pulling trash into it and potentially losing some boss damage, especially if you're playing with melee that are losing some uptime during Sanctify. But both teams are doing a good job here of still doing a lot of DPS, focusing on that boss damage where they can as well. And of course, dodging those Sanctify orbs, very important as well. Perplexed are going to get the boss killed first. And yeah, like you said, we'll be able to see how much time those 6% are worth, those 7.5%. I think Direwolves, I mean, I liked the way that Direwolves did the Fenrir area as well. I feel like that's got to be their strong point in the dungeon, so unless Perplexed have an even faster way to handle that part of the dungeon, I think Direwolves are still in this one.
Yeah, we're gonna see. They're finishing it off. 2% to go. Chazo's already moving towards the barrier here. You can see Jack has made his way there as well, trying to reduce the walking time that they have to as much as they can, as they now also make way for the area that Perplexed is already in. And I still feel like they're really, really, really close to each other, two of those teams here. Curious how Perplexed is going to approach the Fenrir area, like you just said. Direwolves, we saw that yesterday. They pulled all of the wolves on top of Fenrir, there, just to remind everybody that wasn't watching that series or forgot that. So I think that's a very crazy and dangerous strategy that they executed perfectly. But are Perplexed going to pull on par and do the exact same thing, or do they have another approach to it, is going to be the big question here as they finish off the Valhalla here and make way for the portal. Direwolves still have a little bit of HP to chew through, but that shouldn't give them any trouble here.
Yeah, it's 21 seconds. 21 seconds at the end of that Herja boss is the advantage that Perplexed have. It'd be 26, but there's a 5-second death penalty. And they were down count, right? They were down 7.5% of count. So which side of that would you rather be? I think I'd maybe rather have been Direwolves at that point. Direwolves also doing a good job here of speeding up and maybe even gaining a couple of seconds on that trash pull. But it's going to be Fenrir for Perplexed. Fenrir with 4 Valor Jar. These guys are nasty. 2 trappers in here. Throwing those bear traps will be lethal if anybody steps on them. So everybody's got to really watch their feet.
That's the exact same thing that Direwolves did yesterday too, though. I'm very certain Jack is going to do... Yeah, there he goes. He's also going to pull the Valhalla into Fenrir, and we actually saw what that could mean yesterday for the Wolves as well. I believe it was 40 who fell into one of those bear traps. Holo stepping very close to one of those, but making sure he doesn't... Oh, he's just going to place a totem in there, vanish them even more. But yeah, need to make sure you don't step into these. Of course, the DK is coming in a little bit clutch here. They're able to pull in these marksmen with their death grips every time they jump out. Is going to make sure you have them in cleaving range at least, as Perplexed is pushing this boss into the second phase. Have finished off all of the Valhalla, 4% more to go. Direwolves now finishing off the marksman. 2 trappers still in there, and you can see Holo's just in the middle of these bear traps. That's really scary on top with Volcanic.
Yeah, it looks like they've been doing a good job, though, of making sure those are baited away from the middle of the boss, not having them be invisible under the boss. So it is Perplexed that'll be moving to the wolf area now. Divine getting in combat here with some wargs, and it looks like they are going to be pulling onto boss. How many? How many packs of wargs? I see 3 coming in.
Yeah, I think it's 2 packs, right?
Could just be 2. I thought I saw a weapon being thrown over at one of the far ones. But yeah, it might just be 2 packs of wargs. This could be an opportunity for Direwolves here, because we know they pull more than just that onto Fenrir. Perplexed maybe have a safer plan. Maybe they're going to chain in some wargs during the first fixate from the boss as well. You can see the fixate here is coming out on Wolf Disco. And this could be an opportunity to grab some more wargs. Yeah.
Jack is on the run. 1 pack, 2 pack. 3rd pack now coming in as they move into the boss area. That's not even enough. There's a 4th pack coming in for the Wolves, making honor to their name here. They said, how much do you want to pull? Yes, everything is now in fight with Fenrir. Bloodlust being used as well for the Direwolves as they try and survive this. Vampiric Embrace coming out of Chazo. They need to be so careful here.
We had a meld go wrong there for Direwolves. Meld tried to use on the boss. Didn't quite work out, though. So you can see there's actually some bleed stacks on their team, including 2 on Chompy. Now, Chompy does have Nature's Vigil rolling here, and they have gotten through the boss, so they should be able to survive this. Here comes that Spirit Link Totem, and they are all under boss. And Direwolves now 80% trash count to Perplexed's 66. Perplexed need to use this time advantage to get 14 count. Or 14% count? That's a lot of enemies they need to kill, whereas Direwolves are already almost done with the dungeon.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to look for 84 to actually skip everything in front of the Kings, which is another 4 for the Wolves as well, unless they're pulling the Sentinels in. Now, Sentinels is something we saw yesterday from them, I believe, so they should be on their merry way now, but we don't know if Perplexed is doing the same thing. It seems like they're going big just right now. Grizzlies and Bulls, everything going in together for Divine Field as he's grouping up that pull. You need to be so careful with these. The AoEs from the Bulls makes it incredibly hard for a Shine, for Swag, to actually do the DPS that they need them to do. So all of the AoE CCs are being supplied. You could see the blinding sheet coming out there just now out of Swag. We saw some of the others being deployed before that, and now it's time to actually kite. And there's still so much HP on these. While the direwolves are running towards their goal, they're making way to the kings, picking up the mugs of mead on their way there, of course, to actually pull several of them at the same time. But here we go. Through the middle we go. Mind Soothe being used as well, and on the bridge and upwards.
Yeah, Hollow's going to stay behind because they're going to grab those 2 Sentinels and bring them into the 4 Kings. That's going to be the last count they need. Perplexed, on the other hand, don't need to do the 2 Sentinels. At 83.7, they are good. They can just go straight up to the end of the dungeon and skip these Sentinels. So Direwolves a little bit ahead in positioning, but they have to do those extra 2 Sentinels. Those 2 Sentinels have a lot of health, and they will make the Kings interrupt immune, which is important because one of them has that Unruly Yell cast. That Unruly Yell cast is not a one-shot, but it does do like half of everybody's health and damage, and so they really need to make sure that they are ready for it as they get into that very, very nasty pull. Even though it's not fortified, it's still a very, very scary pull.
Yeah, and there's one happy Woofy boy on the way to his friends. Holo has picked up the Sentinels and is on the way to bring them into this pull. Like you just said, we saw the damage from that Unruly Yell be healable yesterday, so we know it's not going to be too much of an issue, but the dagger cast can come on top of that, and that's when you need those defensives. You can see that some of them are being deployed by Chompy right now already. IBF being popped by 40 on top of that as they're DPSing down these kings. Perplexed now also rounding up the kings with the mucks of mead. No, okay, there we go. For a second I thought Bjorn was not going to come into this one, but they have all of them in fight here as well. One more Unruly Yell for Direwolves. You can see the damage go out. It's about 40% on these HP bars, and nearly all of them have died. It is only one Sentinel that has a lot of HP left. Of course, it's going to bolster up a little bit, so that's going to keep them in fight for a second there. But I think this is looking really good for the Wolves.
Yeah, let's not forget as well, the Direwolves do have 5 extra seconds of death timer in their favor this time, and this dungeon is looking really close. It might well come down to those 5 seconds. Direwolves are still ahead, though. They're ahead, and they have the 5 seconds. They have 100% count, and they are now waiting on the Scovald RP. So Perplexed needs to find a lot of damage here. It looks like Perplexed, when you factor in those 5 seconds, are probably 15 seconds behind here.
But Perplexed still have their Bloodlust. We know the Wolves used their Bloodlust on that Wolf pull. That was so crazy. I don't think they could have done it without it. And Perplexed have their Bloodlust still to them. And in combination with the rune buff on Odin, that can cause you to melt the boss insanely fast. So I wouldn't count them out just yet. So far, the timer is definitely looking in favor of the Wolves, and I'm loving the route that they have pulled out here. But it's not over just yet. They need to keep blasting Scovald and then Odin to make sure they're going to out DPS the value that Perplex is going to get from that Bloodlust.
Yeah, it's going to be all just a DPS race here between these two teams. If Perplexed can pull Odin within about 10 seconds of Direwolves, maybe 5 seconds, then I think that Bloodlust might be able to overcome that timer and the 5 seconds of death gap, but it is going to be so close, and it's all going to come down to how well these players play individually here, and how much they're able to focus on just maximizing boss damage, maximizing uptime, ignoring these Flames of Woe, just using them for funnel where possible, and ignoring all mechanics that can be healed with Health Stone, with Health Potion. I guess Health Stones aren't available, but with Health Potion,
Yeah.
with Nature's Vigil, with Vampiric Embrace, right? Let those things carry you through the healing, and just cast all of your damage global. As you can see, Ryson doing as much damage as possible here, nearly 50k on that Resto Shaman, just an insane amount of pump from that class, but so are the Direwolves, 10% ahead in boss damage, but the Lust has been popped by Perplexed on this boss rather than on Odin. So they really need to actually kill this boss first now, and you can see they are nuking it really quickly. They're actually almost caught up here.
Okay, but that's really interesting. They didn't have Army, for example, which is one of the bigger damage spikes for them in combination with the PI. So using that Bloodlust here is actually super curious to me. I think maybe they're thinking it's not going to come up in time just generally, so they'd rather just send it now. But if you look at the boss HP, you can see that it's not enough. They still have that 5 seconds from the death they had earlier. That's also up against them, and the Direwolves finish Scoville first, even though they're so close. There's like 2 seconds between these two teams right now. But add those 5 seconds from the death, that makes it 7, and that could be enough for the Wolves to win this one. But of course, it's going to come down to how much damage can these teams actually dish out against Odin. How quickly can they deal these 20% of its HP without running too much, without losing too much uptime? There's a lot in this boss fight where you actually are not in range, which isn't great for a Feral, isn't great for the Unholy DK. So we're going to see how this one plays out.
Yeah, if I had to guess, I'd say the thought process behind the lust for Perplexed is probably that they don't think that they will have full value out of it if they press it on Odin during the runes. They think, oh yeah, the lust is just going to expire without being fully used because it's just going to be overkill there. But a quick survey of cooldowns here. We are going to have every single cooldown in the game available for both teams on that runic brand. You can see Army is coming up very soon for both of them. And Incarn almost available for a Shine as well. So that's going to be something that all the teams are going to be hoping to do, right? They're both going to be saving everything for the runic brand, multiplying their damage with all of those cooldowns, and just trying to eliminate Odin here. But this is going to come right down to the wire here. 96% on Odin for both teams as they just focus on boss damage. And yes, 7 seconds or so is the advantage that Direwolves have right now. That could easily disappear with a couple of better globals out of Perplexed.
Runic brand for the Wolves, they need to find those runes instantly, and you can see nearly everybody has, but Chompy goes down here. He was stunned. I'm not sure. I think he was hit by one of the orbs. Goes down here. They need to get him back up, but the battle res is not being casted. I'm not sure what's going on. They have 40. They should have a battle res. He has their runic power up, but Chompy is not with them. They're playing without 1 DPS, and even though all of the cooldowns have been popped, the Perplexed team is pulling ahead here. Chompy still on the floor as Perplexed get this boss done.
No.
80% have been hit, and those 5 seconds will not be enough for the Wolves to win this one here. It's a 2-0 for Perplexed.
Wow, there you have it. Perplexed takes the series, but it came down to the absolute wire. I am perplexed in a different way that Chompy is still on the ground there, but Direwolves put together an insane run. It just was not quite enough because of that death at the end, and Perplex moves on to the semifinals in the upper bracket here in Group B, but that is rough if you're Direwolves. But that said, Direwolves will be a massive threat in the lower bracket.
Man, Direwolves is so good. And it was kind of a question of whether or not they were going to be this good again. You never really know when you go from expansion to expansion. Like I said before, this team has been at the top of their game for like 2 years now. You know, as ethical as Obey Alliance, and now as Direwolves as well. You know, doing pulls that nobody else thinks of doing. You know, pulling all of these wargs with Fenrir. Yes, they commit their lust to this pull, but they gain so much trash from this, and they catapult themselves in so much of a lead that they could have easily taken this dungeon if it wasn't for just that one thing that happened at the end. And I hate to say it, but, you know, Direwolves is playing with the 4th affix at all times. They're playing with Australian internet. What can you do?
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, when it comes down to it, that's rough to see, but that's the technological world we live in. But at any rate, like we said earlier, Direwolves will be the team to beat in the lower bracket at this point. They were on track to win dungeon number 1 before a wipe on the second boss. They were on track to win dungeon number 2 before that unfortunate death on Odin. So we will see what they can do in the lower bracket. Either way, Perplexed, you know, the team that a lot of us were kind of thinking of as the top team in this group anyway, they will be moving on. And I just hope we get that, honestly, like, no shade on any of the other teams in the group, but if we got a rematch of this one in our finals for Group B tomorrow, I would not be too sad about that.
Yeah, me too. I think we definitely still have a lot to look forward to with the Wolves. I think coming in as 10th seed And giving a game or a team like Perplexed such a game and such a series definitely has to be something that you need to respect, you need to shout out. And if you're still a little bit sad, like me, I brought a cat for you to look at, and maybe that's going to make you feel better.
Maybe. That's what if we don't have a cat though? What do we do?
Well, you can look at mine. That's why I brought it.
A cup of coffee, I guess. That's my solace. There you go. Well, I mean, what can you say? Like, that was a great series regardless. I mean, even though the ending was not what anyone would really want, the teams played very quickly, and Group B continues to be, I think, one of the most fun groups I've seen in a while in MDI. Yeah.
Yeah, Direwolves are going to be such a menace to every team that runs into them in the lower bracket. I feel like it's going to be like the vibes in some of those tournaments when, like, whenever Echo got sent to the lower bracket, happened like once or twice in history. That was always it felt unfair if you were in the lower bracket, you'd bump into them, right? I feel like it's going to be a similar vibe here when you run into this enraged Direwolves team. It's like, what? What are these guys doing here? I thought you were supposed to lose to get down here.
It's you just use the old movie tagline, they're back, and this time it's personal.
Yeah, it is going to be a revenge tour, I think, for them in the lower bracket. And, you know, if you're Donuts or Empyrean and you want one of the other tickets out of this group, I think you got to start thinking, like, okay, there's a good chance we're going to have to claw it from Direwolves down there in the lower finals if we can't take Perplexed out tomorrow in that upper finals.
Yeah. Well, we are looking ahead now to Donuts versus Empyrean, which is going to be our second upper bracket match. And then later in the day, we have 6 matches today. It's going to be a ton of World of Warcraft after our Donuts versus Empyrean. Then we go into that lower bracket where we get to see Boar's Money Crew versus Ducks Can Fly, and then Cement Gaming versus Who Let Them Cook. And yeah, I think a lot of us are going to be looking forward to seeing the Direwolves again tomorrow. I think that's going to be, or later today rather, that's going to be a good one.
If you're Cement Gaming or Who Let Them Cook, then seeing the wolves waiting for you in that lower bracket has to be scary. Like, you imagine you played a series and you actually like win maybe a 2-0, maybe a 2-1, and you just walk towards this wolf with like a wide grin, and it's like, oh yeah, I guess that's what's happening now.
I mean, the thing is like, even if Perplexed had been sent down to the lower bracket, which could have easily happened here, that you're still terrified. So it's a scary lower bracket either way. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, our second series of the day, it's going to be Donuts versus Empyrean. Don't go anywhere. MDI returns in just a few. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International, everyone. Your host, Owie, here, along with Tettles, Zyronic, and Mr. X this weekend as we move ahead to our second series of the day. It's going to be Donuts versus EMPYREAN. This is going to be our second upper bracket match, and then we get down into the elimination bracket for the real drama. We did have some drama at the end of that last one, though. That was a rough ending to that last series.
My heart.
I hope we get a series that close. Maybe
yeah, it was great.
Different end, but yeah, it was wild.
Exactly. Well, like we said, Direwolf's going to be back with a vengeance in the lower bracket later today. For now, though, we look ahead to Donuts versus EMPYREAN. Now, both of these teams again played pretty close with their opponents in the upper bracket yesterday. So I think, on paper, a lot of people would say Donuts is a little bit favored here, but EMPYREAN had some neat pulls, some neat tech. They had some interesting approaches to certain spots. That Halls of Valor pull with the boss and the bears was very unique. So I think we're in for an interesting one here. Let's look at our dungeons. It was Azure Vault banned by EMPYREAN, and then Donuts banned Court of Stars. So that leaves us with Temple, which you can't ban, obviously, then Halls and Nakud. So looking at this one, what are you thinking we're going to see, Tettles?
I mean, so right off the bat, the Temple of the Jade Serpent, we saw both the EMPYREAN and Donuts play it yesterday. There was a pretty steep time differential between the two teams. Donuts ended up putting up a 13:20 in Temple of the Jade Serpent, where EMPYREAN had a 16:09. Now, we do know that EMPYREAN was playing a little bit slower with their strategy, specifically in like the courtyard area, than kind of what we expect. But it was something that we were a little bit critical of yesterday. Is like, I feel like yesterday was the time that you're playing against Who Let Them Cook. Like, you should probably be looking to play your more aggressive strategy and like go all out just to make sure that everything is going to be fine. Make sure you don't need to revisit anything. I do still think that this Temple of the Jade Serpent is going to be Donuts favored, even after seeing kind of what we saw from EMPYREAN, especially in like the first couple of boss splits. But the later dungeons, it's really going to be up in the air. Halls of Valor and Knockout Offensive. Halls of Valor specifically is so volatile that I think it could go either way.
Yeah, we've certainly seen that. It was a 22, according to my data, 22-23 for Halls for EMPYREAN yesterday, which is definitely a time that is beatable by other teams, but it's still pretty quick.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid time. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think like how Tettles said, like yesterday we were talking about that Temple of the Jade Serpent. I wonder if it kind of comes full circle today in this first map. With them not going all out. But EMPYREAN did have the really interesting poll we talked about on Halls of Valor yesterday. That's when they actually took Fenrir over to the Bears. I believe they actually did it that route. They kind of like used the Fenrir leap. The Feral Druid went really far, used the Night Elf racial, and then they just kind of tanked it over there and did it. So they do have some interesting strategies there. I just wonder how they're going to shave time off this Temple of the Jade Serpent.
Right. I mean, nobody wants to start, one dungeon down, but, then, because then obviously that puts even more pressure on you, and we might get to no-coup defensive then for our first time this weekend if EMPYREAN comes back and wins Halls, if they win Temple, like we're kind of leaning towards thinking might happen. And Nakud's an interesting one too, because it is one of the longer dungeons, and just with the way the different areas are laid out, the general thought seems to be from all of you that there's a little bit less variation in terms of creativity you can bring in with pulls. Is that still kind of the case here in week 2?
The affixes don't really change that too much, to be honest.
Okay.
Like, there's really not a whole lot extra you can do, but we'll talk about that if we get there. I feel like it's game 3. We shouldn't linger on that too much. We should focus more on, I think, the Temple and the Halls right now. And between these two teams, right? It's the 4 and the 9 seed. Technically, this should be closer than the last one we had between the 3 and the 10 seed. But that was already so close that I don't really think there's any distinction you can make here. It almost feels to me like Donuts should be ranked higher than they are, because they are pretty much the best North American team we have.
I think the biggest things to watch in Temple of the Jade Serpent is going to be first pull. It is always going to be super volatile, especially with like the water speakers. You have those elementals as well that you have to really be watching out for. In addition to that, we know that I don't think either of these teams are going to be doing full courtyard pulls. So I don't think the courtyard is going to be as dangerous, but it is going to be something to watch out for, because those Mistweavers are still incredibly scary, especially with like the lesser Shaws when those are exploding. And then the final trash pull of the dungeon, the one right before the final boss, that's the last like major roadblock that you could see teams potentially wipe on. And these are all points where like one minor mistake could cause a full team wipe. And so this is like, okay, we have to really be aware of like those polls specifically.
I mean, we saw it on the first poll yesterday, right? I mean, the first poll, if it goes sideways, you get in lots of trouble here.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like there's a lot of kicks in a temple where if you don't hit it, if you don't get the displacement at the right time, somebody's going to die if something goes off. So it tends to be a little bit more punishing. Not to mention, we haven't even mentioned Wise Mari. You know, do we need to? Everyone.
Well, we had the ceremonial wipe yesterday. We got that one off the weekend. All right, we don't have to have it anymore.
So terrible yesterday. I feel horrible, but no.
But we were due for one, okay?
You got to do it. There's no alternative. We're waiting for the players to finish getting spawned into the dungeons and get all their stuff just right. Excuse me. Wow. Before we get started here, but looking ahead to later in the day, let's talk about the implications of one of these teams going down to the lower bracket, right? Because they would go down to face the winner of Boar's Money Crew and Ducks Can Fly a little bit later. So whoever wins that one will end up against the loser of this series here. So depending on what team goes down, I mean, let's talk about EMPYREAN first, because that's on paper the more likely scenario. As we get started here, we'll take a look at the bracket. Who has a better chance against EMPYREAN of moving on? Boar's Money Crew or Ducks Can Fly? Ducks looked pretty good against Direwolves yesterday, I thought.
I thought that Direwolves... Okay, Direwolves were kind of trolling in their series yesterday, though. It was like kind of my thoughts on it, too. They looked so much better today. I think that Boar's Money Crew should be on paper a little bit more favored than the series over Ducks Can Fly. But ultimately it comes down to like how much practice both these teams have put into these dungeons.
I don't even look at that matchup really, Doa. I look at like whoever loses this is going to have to beat a Dire Wolves team that is really strong down there.
Yeah,
in the round after
to
get through.
Yeah.
Like with the way Dire Wolves played, I would not want to be down there to play against them. At least give yourselves 2 shots and like making it to a semis and then losing and then getting back.
Also, in a strange way. Okay, give it.
I've got to take here. Boar's Money
Right.
Crew had Hopeful streaming their keys yesterday, right? Who our players can co-stream. Very few are taking that opportunity to, but Hopeful was streaming for Boar's Money Crew, and he was using the Relo like dungeon timer tool that had your boss splits and your best splits on it. And their second boss split in their TJS yesterday was an 850 or around that point, right? Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah, it was like a 750. And then I looked at Hopeful's timer, and that was 2 minutes and 50 seconds faster than anything that they had done in practice. So that's their first map in the lower bracket tomorrow, or today rather.
Interesting.
If those are their practice times for TJS, I think Ducks Can Fly should be favored in that map, and probably for the entire series.
Perplexed looks strangely mortal though in the upper bracket too. I think that's something that like I don't think that it's like a super clear that Perplex is going to sweep through this weekend, especially after how close Direwolves were playing them. They definitely look like they could lose a series in some capacity. I think that the top 4 from this weekend from Cup B should almost certainly be the closest top 4 that we have during these weekends.
Interesting stat. Ducks Can Fly and Direwolves both having the exact same number of deaths in total in their series yesterday.
How many?
So there you go. There's some numbers for you.
How many was that?
Can I get a number?
Well,
Yeah, you got to give us a number. I mean,
oh, sure, it was 7. Yeah.
Oh,
7.
okay. It's
Yeah.
just
Well,
like,
that's
a
actually
number.
reasonable. Okay. I thought it was going to be some
That's pretty
ridiculous
good.
number.
Well, here we go.
We're
Let's
into
see
TJS.
who takes this first one.
Yeah, let's get into it. Both teams right away going for this massive pull. Remember, this is the second and third highest seeded teams in the tournament, so we expect to see some extremely fast times from them. And right off the bat, everything being pulled before the first boss. Bloodlust pops for both teams. Every cooldown across the board being used just to keep the team alive. And it's going well so far. They've got those corrupted droplets ticking in from the back. Those are going to start splashing on the entire group and continue to do damage to the entire group.
Yeah, Donut's able to hold on to their Spirit Link for just a little bit longer, get some extra value out of that, as they're actually going to be all the way pulling to Wisemaria ready. So both teams getting off to a way better start than what we saw in the last Temple of the Jade Serpent last night, executing that first pull cleanly.
Yeah, Empyrean right behind too, literally a couple of seconds later. Knowing that all the mobs that they had left were spiteful shades and not real mobs. That debuff hurts on a 22 Tyrannical. Need to make sure you have personal available. Didn't use the Disperse that time around, though, so you'll have that available next time he gets the debuff, which he probably will, because this is 22 Tyrannical. This boss is going to last probably a couple minutes, so they'll have to deal with quite a few of those debuffs throughout this fight.
God, you just see so much damage being taken on the side of Donuts. Don't know if like a casket up there or something, but gonna have a shield here. This will be keeping Stovey alive here, so that's good to see. Is that it just chunks players down, especially at this high of a level of key. Is both teams Donuts a little bit ahead, but I believe they got to the boss a little bit first, so not too surprising there.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's holding on to that Disperse for so long. He opted to go for the self-shield plus Fade combo there instead of just using Disperse. Also, their positioning on these debuffs is like really not ideal. That debuff that they placed, that puddle right in melee there, prevents them from running across.
Yeah, like great. On the inner ring, right? Like the wash away ends up going like the opposite way. Like they are in a really tough spot as and now they back out the range a little bit, as it looks like, it's going to go onto the DK there, Cryptics on the side of Donut, so they'll get that one out. But yeah, this is going to be difficult with like this one pool that's... I mean, they got the one pool here on the right, Zero, the Priest, and then they have the one on the left, which is also kind of like hovering over that inner circle as well.
Yeah, they're just going to have to run through it. Now, the scary thing will be if they get the wash away, forcing them to run through that puddle, in addition to the quaking at the same time, which they do have, so they're going to have to eat a lot of free damage here, and they might even have to sit in that pool for a little while. Fortunately, it looks like it's not that big of a deal for Timbermaw to heal through, and he's got plenty of mana to spare, so looks like they're not too worried about it. But still, 80% of the way through the boss here. They've been in combat for 3 minutes, and these teams are still neck and neck, only a few percent, really putting the teams apart from each other.
Oh yeah, as on this first boss, Empyrean's actually caught up quite a bit. Like they were behind by like almost like 10% at one point, and gonna get within about 6% here of finishing the boss off as Donuts. They'll actually get further ahead. They'll actually make their way towards this second boss as they round the corner. As Empyrean looks like they should be okay here on Wisemaria. So one of the harder parts of the dungeon, both teams playing it really clean.
Dude, Wisemaria is the hardest dungeon boss in the game, and you cannot convince me otherwise. Also, check out Empyrean here. They're vibing. They've got the cool toys on. What is Heart right there? Is he like a a little green earth elemental?
Yeah,
and they've got an arcane elemental too.
I am not a toy expert, Zyro.
Neither am I.
So
Neither am
I couldn't tell you, but which ones it is. But Donuts, they're going to grab 2 packs here on the left Spirit Link, and they get the Quaking like right on top of it. But nice job not to stack them on top of each other. It'll be interesting how they both decide to do this. Yesterday we saw groups that had like the Warlock. They used the gate to go down to the other side and pull it quick. I imagine what we'll see is probably both Shamans jump up on the railing there and actually end up targeting the book down low, being able to start that sooner rather than later.
And we did see yesterday Timbermaw was opting to use the Desperate Invokers in that Codex, the trinket from Razageth, just to help him with bursting down that Codex as quickly as possible. We also see that Tien, the healer on Empyreans, opted to use that as well today. I'm not sure if he was using it yesterday. I have to go back and check, but yeah, both healers using that for pure single target damage in this dungeon. And you might not think that that's that big of a deal, but 200k damage on use is pretty significant, especially for bursting down bosses, and this is a tyrannical key, so you want to get as much boss damage as possible here. Empyrean didn't kill the scroll over the edge, they killed it just now, but
I feel
not that big of a deal. They're going to get down and do RP instantly.
Yeah, I mean, Donuts is already on the boss. I know about 20% down on Stripe, so without like getting that RP, because these teams are about at the same point, right? I know when they were jumping down the stairs, Donuts just had triggered that a little bit earlier, as Empyrean doesn't, as Empyrean still hasn't even started the second boss. Now it's going to pop. But I mean, look at that. It's giving Donuts like almost like 50% on Strife and like 30% on Peril.
I mean, it really is just slight optimizations giving Donuts that edge here in this dungeon so far. And something else to keep an eye on, EMPYREAN still had that beetle alive by the time the boss was pulled. You had to keep an eye out for those golden barriers. Every time one of those goes off, it does a pretty significant amount of AoE damage to the group. They did finally just kill it off before it got another barrier off, so that's pretty nice for them. But I mean, dude, look at the gap that Donuts has opened up here. They've been on the boss for a solid 30 seconds longer here. They're almost halfway through the boss faster than EMPYREAN here. They're just on a tear.
I think this is how you can see that, like, with the time trials, right? Donuts was, like, almost, like, 3 minutes faster on this dungeon than EMPYREAN, and it's things like this that you do 2-3 times in a dungeon that shave off, 20-30 seconds here and there, and you can end up making up a ton of time, as right now it's going to be EMPYREAN about 50% way through these bosses, but Donuts is going to be able to finish this off. I do wonder if we see a little bit of bigger courtyard pulls than yesterday. EMPYREAN did it in like 2 different pulls, but they were so far ahead. I wonder if we see one of these teams get a little bit more aggressive here.
I would expect them to rise to the level of competition. They're a team that definitely can do that. They were playing, early round matches yesterday. They didn't have to go, all out to beat the team that they were playing against. I would expect them to go for it here, though. Donuts, though, already ramping up for that pull there. They've skipped past the first Shambling Infestor. They're going to be probably pulling these 2 mobs and then just going to everything in the courtyard. See how they get it together here. Yep's pulling those first 2 mobs together, and then they're off to the races.
If I remember correctly as well, yesterday in EMPYREAN, they ended up not pulling like a significant amount here, is because they didn't actually get the skip on this first pack coming around this corner. So they ended up, they had I don't remember exactly how it happened, but the warrior went out, pulled this to the side, and then jumped out and used the Night Elf racial. But I actually think the healer ended up getting aggro in some way, because it ended up just targeting the shaman and coming around the corner. But this time they look to be executing it perfectly.
They do execute it perfectly. Speaking of perfect execution so far, Donuts on their side is already more than halfway through that courtyard pull, pulling everything in together, except for that one Hexed Mistweaver they left on the patrol behind them here. Already healed through most of those Minions of Doubt, exploding on the group here, but a new set has spawned, and more AoE damage going to come out as they use the Mana Grief Torches to do as much damage as possible. Got to keep an eye on this kiting here, too. Those Spiteful Shades will easily one-shot anybody they get a hold of. But again, another massive pull, perfect execution for Donuts. As EMPYREAN starts ramping up for that pull of their own, let's look at the explosion damage for them. The Spirit Link not able to keep everyone alive as 2 of their DPS players go down. That's the Shadow Priest and the Feral Druid, and that's a lot of their group healing as well. No Nature's Vigil, no VE for them, and that's going to be a full team wipe.
Yeah, that is brutal, Zyro. And EMPYREAN actually at the start of that pull, they ended up losing their Unholy DK, which you can see how much damage on the side of Donuts Cryptix is putting out for Unholy. Unholy is sick in that courtyard, and to lose it and not being able to kind of get all that extra damage. I didn't get a check to see like if the PI and some of the abilities actually went off like onto Heartbeat there at the start, but they end up losing him right away, and that is such a brutal hit there for EMPYREAN.
That is unfortunate, but we need to turn our attention back to Donuts here, because the only way EMPYREAN's going to get back into this dungeon is if something significantly wrong happens to Donuts here. And with the size of pulls that they try to pull off in this dungeon, that could still happen. We both know that the next pull that they would go for, if they're going for their fastest time, is to just pull literally every single trash mob after they deal with Lou Flameheart here. And, if they go for that pull, there's a lot that can go wrong there. A lot of minions exploding on the group, a lot of casts, a lot of dispels that have to go out on the group too. Curse dispels are really important. But,
it's going to be a lot of tank damage coming here too.
Exactly, yeah. You're just going to have to kite around a ton.
Yeah, this boss is really scary, especially for tanks, as you see him take such a large chunk there. And that's going to be the Nature's Vigil and the Vampiric Embrace there, just for that healing absorb. Is you still have you have a healing stream totem, it looks like, for Timbermaw, but it is really difficult. Some of the other, obviously, Prot Warrior cooldowns available too. This is such a scary boss to get through, as EMPYREAN now back to the courtyard, but they're really hoping on something to go wrong on the Donut side at this point.
Yeah, I think they dealt with a lot of the trash. Actually, they might not have killed any of the trash mobs, to be honest. They might have killed just the minions, and that's it. But here we go, Donuts now. They've got Yulon, they've got Lou Flameheart into that final phase where the dragon comes out. Timbermaw's gonna keep on over, snag this patrol, get a couple interrupts into spells. And they'll cleave these down with the boss just to get that last extra bit of trash count before they move on to the final boss area.
Yes, he's going to get a grip back there. Beautifully executed there by Donuts. They're going to have that perfect percent as Empyrean, they're still going to have another 2 pulls here as Donuts really showing just how talented they are. No wipes this far, executing the first part of the dungeon perfectly, and then coming in here doing a big pull in the courtyard. Fantastic stuff out of Donuts.
And they are just cruising through this dungeon. Still 0 deaths on the board. That means that they have both of their battle reses available for any mishaps coming up in what is probably the hardest pull of the dungeon. It's actually kind of wild the way this dungeon was kind of iterated on throughout beta. All of this trash, minus these very first 3 mobs, were added. These were just added to the dungeon. And they are brutal packs to deal with. So many casters, so much tank damage. And Donuts doesn't care. They're going to pull it all together at the same time. Here we go. They have the Bloodlust available. Are they going to pop it on this trash pack? Once again, everything stacked together. Yes, there is the Bloodlust, Nature's Vigil, VE, Power Infusion. Every cooldown in the book popped. And they have a little bit of time where they can stack and do damage, but you're going to see Yips get out of there very, very quickly and start to kite around just with the tank damage coming out on him.
Yeah, if you're going to pull that much, you absolutely have to invest the Bloodlust. You see every other cooldown pretty much thrown into it as well. Man, the extra healing you get out of the Nature's Vigil and the Vampiric Embrace just helps a little bit more in situations like this. Allows the rest of the Shaman to do a bit more damage, to take a little bit easier, as it's like they're going to execute this, man, as they're going to have just a few of these shades to get down here, a few of the more little ones, and then they're going to be able to go right into that final boss.
That's it. I mean, that's pretty much the dungeon completed for Donuts. The only thing between them and a free 1-0 lead in the series is just one final boss on 22 Tyrannical. They are an entire boss, plus like 30% trash ahead of Empyrean right now, just opening up that gap. The only thing they're competing with is their time from yesterday, which I'm not quite sure if they'll be able to defeat. Let's take a look. Their time in TJS yesterday was a 14... Sorry, that's Perplexed. It was a 15-21, so let's see if they're going to be able to defeat that here as they move onwards. Fortunately for them, they've got the Shadow Priest that helps them deal with the debuffs, which are kind of the major damage source on this fight. They can mass dispel those debuffs every time they come out. Other than that, it's just the pulsing AoE damage the boss does.
Yeah, I was going to say that as soon as those debuffs came out, it was the Mass Dispel right away. Another Mass Dispel. It's, well, you love bringing the Shadow Priest to this dungeon, and once you bring the Shadow Priest, you throw the Unholy DK in there, and some of these big pulls become a little less scary, as already 76% down here for Donuts on this boss. Is Empyrean, just to keep up with their side, is they're still working on this third boss. It looks like they're going to get through that scary phase, though, so... no, outside of that courtyard, this is pretty competitive, right? No, the courtyard, and then I think they lost a little bit of time not, getting the book damage and starting that a little bit earlier and having that beetle down there. Outside of that and the wipe, I think this would have been pretty competitive, down to the wire, maybe.
I mean, I really would have loved to see what could have been, because they definitely had something cooking, right? They had a good dungeon run going together, but, Heart going down at the beginning of that courtyard pull really kind of sealed the deal for them. Looking at Donuts, though, I mean, their main competition this weekend, coming into the weekend, very clearly seemed to be Perplexed, right? They were the top 2 seeded teams in the bracket, so we kind of want to try to compare the teams as much as possible. And I know that Perplexed in this dungeon has a very slightly faster strategy when it comes to this last boss room area. Their overall dungeon time was about 45 seconds faster. Perplexed actually doesn't use the Bloodlust on that mass AoE pull. They save it for pure boss damage here. They pop it right about now where Donuts is, and that helps them beat the next intermission phase. So I want to actually keep an eye on Donuts here. I want to see if they're able to beat that third intermission phase, because that's what they need to do to beat Perplexed in this dungeon.
Yeah, I remember watching Perplexed, I think it was the other day when that situation arose, and they actually popped the Bloodlust like right after that second intermission where those shades come out, and they were able to get like 30-40% of the boss damage, total boss damage done during that. It's just a large window, because you also have some of the other cooldowns lining up there as well, where it looks like you're going to get one more here for Donuts, so at 14%, so you're not able to push that and skip this part, which I think maybe that's something that they look at. It's like, hey, can we execute that big boss room pull without the Bloodlust, and then maybe have it for here? Because that could be the difference between them and Perplex's time.
Exactly. But the difference between them and Empyrean is very, very clear here. Super clean run from
Cool.
Donuts. You know, when you're talking about what ifs, like what you could do to be better than the best team in the weekend, you're in a pretty good spot. That's going to be a 1-0 lead for Donuts, and they're going to give themselves a nice advantage in this series. Heading into the next map, which I believe that Halls of Valor, right? No.
Yeah,
You are
Halls
correct.
Of Valor coming up.
Halls of Valor, I'm right. Let's go.
That's right, man. Yep, Zyronic is correct. So is Matt Misrex. He was a little bit slower than Zyronic on confirming the halls, but you were
What?
both right. You were both right. It's not an MDI between
He
confirming
confirmed,
what
he
dungeon is next. Don't worry. But yeah, it was a pretty quick finish for Perplexed here, or for Donuts rather, here in Temple, and let's take a look at some of the moments from that one.
Yeah, like Zyro was saying, I felt like we were on a really close run between these two teams up until that courtyard run. I did think that Donuts had, like a slight edge, maybe somewhere in the order of like 20 to 30 seconds. And a lot of that actually came down to this Strife and Peril setup with how Donuts set this up, where they were able to kill the book off way earlier, and then they were pulling trash on top of the boss at like 80% HP. Whereas on the other side, we saw from Empyrean, they end up like group killing the book, and then they have to wait for the RP, and so that just ended up being really time inefficient with how they were setting this up. And I thought that this was going to potentially lose them the match, just off the back of. I think that this cost them 20 to 30 seconds over just Donuts by itself, especially whenever Donuts is able to execute this pull cleanly. I was a bit worried about this, but they were able to just make sure that the link was in a good spot, and they were able to execute probably one of the harder pulls just in the MDI this season, not dying to the Lesser Shaws exploding, making sure that everything is getting grouped up cleanly, making sure that nobody's getting meleeed to death whenever the pack is getting grouped up. That's something that you have to factor in as well. You want to be doing damage as fast as possible, but getting meleeed to death and dying is also not a valid solution. And here you see the link is kind of off-center from where all the players are, as those Lesser Shaws are exploding, and then you do have Empyrean basically having a full wipe to that costing them their run. And like once you wipe in Temple of the Jade Serpent, it's as good as over. They end up having to run back, and Donuts are able to secure it with a pretty clean final pull of the dungeon. They are a bit slower on the final boss, which if they have to play Perplexed in this dungeon, I think that's going to end up costing them somewhere in the order of like 30 seconds just on that boss by not being able to skip that push. Now, how important is that going to be relative to utilizing Lust in a different area or playing safer? It's going to be very difficult to say, but I think that Donuts, especially whenever you look at it through the lens of competing versus Empyrean, I thought their Temple of the Jade Serpent strategy was fairly solid, and they were looking pretty good going into HOV.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, looking at just the exact timings for Donuts on this dungeon, they were 15:21 yesterday, they're 15:16 today. Comparing it to Perplexed was 14:34 on their one temple that we've seen from them this weekend. So still about 45 seconds faster or so. So Donuts still has some room to, make things a bit more efficient either way, but they're close. They're definitely within striking range at least.
I think like how Zyro mentioned, I think it's probably because Perplexed is able to save that Bloodlust on that pull right before the boss, and then use the Bloodlust to skip kind of that third, I guess, when you get like those ghosts there on the final boss. That's probably where that time exists. It's just that pull's probably pretty scary to do without the Bloodlust if you're not confident in it.
Yeah. And if you're not 100% confident in it, you're going to do it because you're going to be afraid of like wiping, and like we just saw, if you do have a wipe on that pull, or really any pull in there, then that's pretty much a dungeon loss against most of the other teams in the MDIs. So you can see why it's hard to sort of like get over that barrier and get yourself to be like, all right, we're going to just power through this. We're not committing the lust, So we'll see if they adapt that. If they do end up playing against Perplex tomorrow, which they're on track. They've got the 1-0 lead over Empyrean. We are moving to Halls of Valor next.
Something interesting too about that Temple of the Jade Serpent, and like just in general, is Swag I think has been running a little bit of a different build from other Death Knights. He's playing like a gargoyle centric build, which gives him a little bit more boss damage, a little bit less AoE. Which I mean, that could be a difference in just like that as well. But I think the biggest piece is obviously the lust on the final boss. There's a lot that goes on with being able to push that boss.
Sure enough. So looking forward to Halls now. I have a question, and the big question with Halls is, excuse me, wow. We saw Empyrean do that interesting pull on Fenrir. We've been talking about it a lot. They pulled it into the Bears. It's dangerous for the tank. Is that something that they want to change? Is that something that maybe other teams want to adopt themselves? How do we look at that pull?
Man, I mean, I didn't see the pull yesterday when they went for it, but just thinking about how ridiculous the setup is for that, having your, one player, probably a Feral Druid, run far and then Shadow Meld the boss off into a mass AoE pull.
Well, we're going. All right.
I wouldn't want to try it, especially in MDI, but we're going to find out if it works for them here. I mean, we already know right off the bat, big pulls coming in for both teams, Donuts and Empyrean, both kind of setting up in similar ways. Donuts look like they're going very, very fast. This is wild.
Yeah, and
the difference already.
One thing to call out as well is we've seen actually teams like yesterday run the Resto Shaman here on this dungeon, but Donuts actually they'll bring in the Preservation of Evoker here. Keep DPS the same and same for the tanks, but bringing in the Preservation of Evoker is interesting. Probably a little bit more damage than the Resto Shaman, like a lot of extra damage, which may end up paying off in some of these big pulls like this one at the start.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. I mean, this is a question that's been asked a lot over the past couple of weekends, is why teams tend to favor the Resto Shaman over the Evoker in certain situations. And a lot of the times the answer has been from the team specifically when we ask them. Resto Shaman is more single target damage. Resto Shaman has, a decurse, which shouldn't be an issue. The only major difference that I can see between the two classes is that Resto Shaman has a faster kick cooldown. It's that 12-second wind shear versus a typical range DPS kick timer. So that's the only real difference between the two classes that I can think of, because in every scenario, it seems like Evoker just does more damage. I mean, look at the damage meters across the board from both teams. Timber's doing 20k more DPS, and yeah, a lot of that is AoE damage, but still, the trash needs to die here. Your DPS are going to be focusing the boss more than you will.
Yeah, especially with such a huge pull at the start, right? Bringing those 2 packs plus the dragon into Himdall at the start is that'll be about 15% ahead on boss damage there for Donuts. And in terms of boss damage, right, it's 20k, but earlier there was a spike from Timber where it was massive. Oh, they're going to lose their Shadow Priest here. They do have the B-Res, but that's something you just have to keep an eye out on, right? Because you're not going to have one for a little bit more, so they have to be super careful the rest of the way.
And the other thing as well is, right, Evokers have access to that super secret Giga Rare item, the staff from, I forget the name of it. But it gives them access to that Light of Creation spell, which is a ton of damage on a 3-minute cooldown. Just a lot of single target damage pumped into bosses, so it's kind of nice, right? I feel like the difference between damage between Resto Shaman and an Evoker is kind of overstated. I think they're very, very similar in what they output. I think Evoker just kind of has more utility for the group, right? The healing cooldowns seem like they're better on the Evoker, and an Evoker has just seemed better in head-to-head matchups. I think it's very particular dungeon-based things where Resto Shaman is going to be better.
Yeah, and I mean, you do have some spots here in the dungeon where, the Resto Shaman, where you're going to be grouped up, right? You think on Fenrir and the second boss here, where you can actually get good value out of Spirit Link. But it's not like Evoker's now pumping out just crazy HPS while also being able to do significant damage, where Donuts, they do that large pull here on the left side, and they execute that pretty flawlessly as Empyrean. They're just going to get that pulled now, where I think on this next boss, it'll be interesting to see, how Donuts approaches this.
Yeah, I actually really like the strategy that we saw from teams in our last matchup for Halls of Valor, where they end up pulling the trash into this mini-boss. Let's see if Donuts end up opting for that strategy here. They look like they're pulling the Aspirant in, which I would expect, but are they also going to tag Solston on the left there, too? Okay, they're just now getting it in. They were waiting for the Blast of Light to come out. So yeah, there we go. They're just now pulling it in. They're going for that strategy here. Empyrean having issues with their trash pack on the right side, though. His heart has gone down once again, and they're just so significantly far behind now. Even though both teams have had that death and have used that battle res, look at the trash counts here. Trash counts are even across the board right now. Donuts is almost halfway through this pull, though. The lead is insane
one death
already.
Separating the teams, right? It's not a significant amount in terms of deaths, right? Separating the two. It's really just Donuts playing at another level, just going so fast as Empyrean now is going to get to this pull and just start to get everything grouped up together. But like you mentioned, Donuts already, more than halfway through here. Is this will be a scary part in terms of healing, but able to keep everybody alive. That'll be, I know, some of the preservation of Evoker cooldowns, but also the Nature's Vigil there from Smack.
Yeah. Looks like it's business as usual for Donuts. That pull wasn't too tough for them at all. Solston down. Olmir at 1%. That's down as well. They'll start the Herja RP. And they've finished off all the trash as well. We've got this trash rooted in the back, though. They're going to be go ahead and pulling that on top of the boss for a little bit of extra cleave damage, a little bit of funnel for that Feral Druid. Even though it might be fake funnel, it's still funnel. You can't get me, Twitter. But yeah, here we go. Shield Maiden's in on top of the boss. Just extra tank damage coming out here. Gonna have to keep an eye on those breach armors, of course, and the Hues as well. Don't want to get hit by those frontals as melee classes. You're going to see they're going to steer very, very clear of the tank here and make sure they don't get hit by any of those cleaves.
Yeah, as this will probably be scariest for the tank, like you mentioned, in terms of damage, right? The Mortal Hues coming out, you're going to get knocked back with a beam to the other side, but it'll be a Vampiric Embrace here, so you'll have that. You have pretty much coming into the fight, you had all of the Prot Warrior cooldowns available, so doing a great job in terms of timing this here from Donuts, making sure they have everything available to get through this, and you see I know a lot of those Shield Maidens already going down, as they have I think it's 2 more left, or maybe 3, as they're still all extremely low. Did they actually, did they bait it to the opposite side? Yeah, it looks like they actually got the bait there, so I believe we saw Echo do that last weekend, right? That time they actually ended up getting it.
Wait, I'm confused.
It looks like they're on the light side, right? And they ended up getting the Storm.
I don't see any beam going to the boss right now. I don't see the boss getting charged by anything.
Yeah.
What's going on Donuts? They're supposed to be. So, you look at Empyrean, right? They've got that lightning beam,
they have the beam
going to Solston. Donuts doesn't have either of those. That's kind of what I haven't seen that done.
Looking at it, it looked like they were actually over towards kind of the non-storm side. And when they ended up shooting it back the other way, they got the storm here on the light side. Where obviously you would have the gold beam channeling into the boss. They got the storm again, but then there was no beam channeling in. So that's quite interesting. I would love to know how to do that. That looks something pretty awesome to me.
We knew about that as a bug back in Legion, but that was 6 years ago. I don't think anybody ever found a way to do that on purpose. But yeah, you're right. They started the pull by going to the left and just starting on the storm side, like you would do on any normal boss pull. And then when they went back to the right, they just did you see the Sanctify Orbs even come out? I don't think I even saw the Sanctify Orbs come out. I think they just kind of got shot back to the other side, and it was another storm with no channel in. So that's quite interesting. Empyrean's still working on the boss, so that is a huge time save there for Donuts. You're gonna have this larger pull here as we go in towards Fenrir. Hopefully Tettles can give us some more insight as to what happened on Herja there. But yeah, we've got more dungeon to cover here as Donuts is very quickly heading towards Fenrir. Massive pull coming out from them. That's a double pull in the corner here. And it looks like they're doing... I mean, they just picked up from where they were off last dungeon, right? No issues whatsoever. Just that one tiny mishap on the first boss, but they won't have to worry about that in a couple minutes when they have that battle res come back up. Yeah, I mean, it's business as usual for them again.
Yeah, that is a Donuts moving on towards that Fenrir. We'll see how they opt to handle this, right? What kind of pulls they do here. Do they pull all of the wolves on top of that pillar? Do they pull some of the bears after? Just what do you decide to do here? If you're Donuts, says Empyrean, you got to figure out a way to make up some time, right? I know you're only one death behind, but in terms of where you are in the actual dungeon, significantly behind now.
Yeah, it's going to be a large hill for Empyrean to climb. Again, they're going to need some mistakes from Donuts to appear here, but this is a good pull for it to happen on. These trappers are very, very scary. Those traps that they throw on the ground, any player gets hit by that, that's a massive bleed that's applied to their character. Very, very difficult to heal through. Of course, Timber is an evoker, and Cauterizing Flame those off if he really needs to. He'll be kind of mad at his team for doing that. He might even mauled. One could say.
It'll be Stoves using the Vampiric Embrace, the first one. This one, not as scary. You still have some of those trappers in there, and you've just got to be so careful for these bear traps that come out. Now no need to like kind of let's see if somebody kind of tries to get far here, maybe skip this. Is nope, the leap all the way through. It's so much easier on like a rogue, especially sub, if you're gonna have the double vanish to be able to do something like that. But when you're just going off of the Night Elf racial, a little hard to get somebody that far away and get that in time. Is now EMPYREAN, they'll actually make their way towards the Fenrir section of the dungeon. Donuts, they get down all those trappers.
This isn't on purpose, right? They pulled the Storm Drake. Is he going to just die in Ankh? Yeah, they did. They just ninja pulled the Storm Drake. Are they in combat with it too? Okay, no, it reset. Tien did Ankh. Will he be able to? He should be able to get by now too. I think he has to wait for that Crackling Storm to go away, or maybe heal himself up. This is just more time loss for EMPYREAN. It's an extra 5 seconds and death timers. They're gonna have to wait for him to skip past the dragon. They just gotta go. They gotta pull the boss here. They can't wait for him to get here.
Yeah, as Donuts are going to actually just take the wolves right into the boss, so they'll pop Bloodlust here as well. Just every kind of cooldown sent on into this as Yip gets pretty low, but he's going to get healed back up as Stoves too. Just so much damage coming out from the wolves, the bleed as well. But they kind of get all these wolves down, so kind of get through the scary part if you're Donuts.
Yeah, they even committed the time dilate to make sure Stove stayed alive there. That was a good heads-up play from Timbermaw there. Keep an eye on the mana from Timber. It's pretty low here, but the damage output should be relatively low outside of these cleaves onto the group here. And yeah, Donut's just moving on ahead here, pulling even more wargs with the boss. Going for actually, a very similar strat to what we saw from Dire Wolves here, popping the Lust here and cleaving down wargs. Do they have a way to cancel this leap? They do not, so that's going to be a bleed stack applied to the entire group. Stove actually taking 2 stacks of the bleed here. Dwarf ratio is committed by pretty much everyone to get those stacks off. I think Cauterizing Flame came out from Timbermaw as well, just to keep the healing as low as possible. But look at his mana. He is completely tapped out on mana. They need to finish this boss off quickly.
Yeah, and just 3% left. So you'd imagine unless something absolutely catastrophic goes wrong, they're going to be able to do so as Donuts making fast time here through Fenrir. 66%. They're going to have to pull like a large amount of bears here. Some extra trash to get up to that 80% or so. So you see, it looks like Timbermaw just going to get a little bit of mana as they send the tank forward. Going to route all these bears. And on the other side, EMPYREAN, they're going to do what we saw the other day. Look at all these wolves.
Do the damage on the tank here as well, setting up that trash pack. He almost went down, but he was able to just barely eke it out, stay alive here. And of course, they're going to have their range sitting up on top of that post, just making sure that they can line of sight any potential warg leaps. So all they have to do is worry about just melee damage on the tank. Should be a nice and easy pull for them now that they've got it all set up. Go ahead and kite it out too. Even the little fadeaway Grief Torch from the tank too, just to finish it off. And nice easy pull for count from them.
Yeah, and now let's see if they... Yeah, well, so look, they're going to send it. Looks like the Feral Druid going to go far. Try and get... Once this leap comes out, you'll see whoever has that Night Elf racial, whoever get the furthest can actually just... Like, once it starts to go off, you can actually just... Night Elf racial, a lot of, like, how you would with, like, a Vanish. Oh, they actually don't get it.
It didn't go on the Druid. Yeah, this first one doesn't go on everybody. It can only pick 4 people, so... They just took a bleed stack from everyone there. They had to commit so much just to get rid of those 2. Yeah, little unfortunate start, but looks like they're safe going into this pull here. No Bloodlust available. They used that earlier on, and they're just going to have to AoE these bears down. Got to keep an eye on the tank. There's going to be a lot of tank damage every time it gets charged. And honestly, like, it looks like they wanted to play it safe. They didn't pull all of the bears on top of the boss here.
Yeah, I think this is so risky, especially with the amount of tank damage that goes down. And yeah, it looks like they were just banking on maybe the Feral Druid getting one of those leaps, because the leap will actually charge the farthest target first. So if you just send him all the way down, you're good to go. But it looks like maybe he wasn't targeted, and they couldn't get anybody further away in time, so they all ended up getting it. So EMPYREAN still looks like they're going to be okay with this. Maybe it looks like they're going to try and pull... They're going to try and pull some more bears here? Yeah, they're going to rim more bears in as soon as they get some of these other ones down. But still, Donuts making their way up to the Kings already.
Yep, already up at the top here, going to be starting the RP here, throwing their Baroos at the Kings, making them all angry. You can see those HP bars go from green to orange, which means they are no longer friendly and talkable. And of course, got to drag that one King around to all of them, get them in combat, and then they'll become clickable once they drop that Brew debuff. That's how you deal with all 4 of them at the same time. Of course, Timbermaw is off screen, is going to be pulling up those 2 Sentinels for the rest of the count that Donuts needs. And I wonder if they're going to go for the safe strat, knowing they're this far ahead, or they just kind of pull them in later so they don't have to worry about the AoE damage from the Unruly Yells, or if they're just going to be pulling them now. It looks like they're pulling them now. I think I saw Timbermaw. Yep, he's with the group, so that means those 2 Sentinels are here, so we've got to keep an eye on the AoE group damage. Every time that Unruly Yell goes off, it's uninterruptible because the Sentinels are here. So it's just a lot of damage they're going to have to heal through.
Yeah, and look, if this is the way they practice it, you probably just want to keep things going the same exact way, even though you are pretty significantly ahead. I also think that, like, they're pretty far ahead in the sense that, like, even if they did have a scenario where they, like, had a wipe here, you probably would still be okay, especially with, you know, Lust coming back for that final boss with the amount of damage that Donuts just overall has been able to output. I know in their series yesterday and then in their first map today is looks like getting a bunch of them down, doing a nice job of kind of getting all the kings down at about the same time here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looks like it's very clean here. Wicked Daggers coming out, doing a lot of damage to the group. That plus a Yell could very easily one-shot somebody. And remember, this is bolstering as well, so these 2 Sentinels are bolstered up like crazy. I think it's 4 stacks on each one of them, so they're doing a massive amount of increased damage to the tank. And they're also, you know, they have a lot of extra HP, but of course they're at 10%, so they'll be finished off very, very shortly. And that's all the trash count needed for Donuts here. They're good to go, and they're already onto the RP. Okay, yep, God King Skovald is already here too, so yeah, they're good to go. And I mean, this is as EMPYREAN is just now starting the 4 Kings, so I think you very well might be right. They could literally wipe to this boss and probably still win the dungeon with how fast they're going through this key. Like, Donuts is putting on an absolute clinic here.
Yeah, I feel like for EMPYREAN, you're like almost you need like a dream fail scenario on the other side, like a Ragnarok goes off or something like that, and maybe they take a ton of damage and then they're not able to have you know, like B-res or something for, you know, Odin. They lose a player there, but otherwise, I mean, Donuts just seems to be smooth sailing through this. I know 16:30 for Donuts, a really fast time it seems, is gonna have some abilities up here in a second, so you're gonna have the PI, but it doesn't look like you're pretty far away from Army. Abomination Limb maybe you still use on the DK anyway, just off cooldown. So you're gonna have a no incarn, I believe, for the Feral Druid. Yeah, so still Donuts 62% here. Looking on the EMPYREAN side, looks like they're just getting the kings down now.
Yeah, and again, you know, the same thing we did at the end of that Temple of the Jade Serpent. We want to try to compare Donuts to Perplexed here and see where those times are going to match up here. You know, in order to beat Perplexed in this key, they'd need to get a 1945 or better, which is honestly pretty crazy to think of. I don't think Donuts is on pace to beat that time. Yeah, they're already going to be coming up very quickly on the time for this boss split. The God King Kovald split for Perplexed was 17:33, so Donuts is pretty significantly behind. And you know, Donuts was the second highest seeded team in this bracket coming into the weekend. But, you know, with how well Direwolves played against Perplexed, I don't know if I'm confident in saying that Donuts is the second best team this weekend so far, because Direwolves looked like they were the best team against Perplexed. They just had those 2 really unfortunate events occur.
I mean, Direwolves is like 2 plays away, right, for you know, maybe winning the series or at least getting to a 3rd game. So Direwolves and Donuts look to be really evenly matched right now, as Donuts getting God King Skovald to 13%, just as EMPYREAN is starting to pull the boss now. So for Donuts, it's really about finishing off Skovald, you know, getting down Odin safely, securing this series, making their way to the upper final.
Absolutely. Here's the God King Skovald split coming out for them. 1824, I believe, was kind of the exact split. That's pretty fast, but it's 50 seconds behind Perplexed and probably about a minute behind the potential of Direwolves. So, you know, this Donuts team, they look good in this matchup, but they're going to have to pull out some stops to compete with Perplexed and Direwolves.
What did you say Perplexed time was on this map?
On this map, their overall time was 1945. Donuts is not going to come anywhere clear that. They're going to be like 20-30 at their best.
And think about how good this run has been from Donuts, especially on the second boss, right? Able to just kind of, you know, pump so much damage out there where, yeah, it just kind of puts into perspective just how good Perplexed is in terms of being able to just fly through this dungeon. As Odin will get his RP out of the way here shortly. Yeah, so you'll be able to engage the boss in 2 minutes on Lust. So things look like they're going to be lining up for Donuts quite nicely once they get to that Valkyr phase.
I actually don't think they're going to have the Bloodlust available.
They
1
might-
minute on Bloodlust, that the first Runic Brand is like 40 seconds into the fight, so that Bloodlust is not going to come up to the end of the Runic Brand, so yeah, their split on this boss is not going to be nearly as fast as it could be too, so just
They've
minor
done it too
optimizations
fast.
need to be made here. Yeah, they're
I
doing
mean-
the dungeon too fast.
Looks like they're gonna get that ad out. So yeah, let's see. So it should be coming up like in just a few seconds. It's still 30 seconds. Yeah. So well, you're not gonna have Bloodlust. You're gonna have all your other major DPS cooldowns though. So see if everybody can kind of get to their rune in a timely fashion, which they do. I do wonder, maybe they ended up deciding to use saw how far ahead they were, and maybe ended up using the lust a little bit earlier to not have it here. But yeah, I mean, they're gonna need 9%. They're gonna have the lust coming up, so they're about 15 seconds off of having the lust right when this starts, pretty much. So they do have the bloodlust up now, but
The death at the
already,
end.
yeah, already 80% here. So. That'll be Donuts finishing it off. Odin taking this series.
Yeah, a little celebration death at the end there. Timber Mom being like, all right, yeah, we got it. These things happen,
Yeah.
right? But Donuts taking the series 2-0, and that just makes the teamer, the next team underestimate them by 5 seconds, right? See, it's all part of the long game for Donuts as they look ahead to their match against Perplexed tomorrow. That'll be a good one, but for now, yeah, it seemed a pretty smooth 2-0 for Donuts. They seem to have everything in hand pretty much all series long.
Really good team. I saw a lot of stuff that I
Yeah.
actually really liked in this series, including the setup for this poll. I thought that this was so smart for them. So they landslid these shield maidens, and I was trying to figure out what they were doing here, because Cryptix then, you see, grips them off to the side into the stack, and they mass root these shield maidens right there. Then they play the Aspirant, the Purifier, Olimir, and Solstin all in one singular pull. This reduces the amount of bolstering that you're going to be getting. In addition to that, we've seen teams kind of change up their sequencing for how they're pulling Olimir and Solstin across this whole entire weekend. It's just Donut's take on this. Then they pull Herja, and for some reason, whenever they jumped back over to this side, Olimir just doesn't connect to that lightning to him. Like, if you see
Wake
on
up,
screen,
Olimir.
typically Olimir should have a beam
Olimir?
on Herja.
Almir?
For whatever
Olimir
reason,
AFK?
he doesn't. Yeah, he's AFKing. And so, since that's not happening, they're not getting Sanctify casts. All they're going to be getting here is, Arc Lightning occasionally, and then in addition to that, Yips is going to get shielded every so often. That ends up saving Donuts, I don't want to say a considerable amount of time, but that probably ends up saving them somewhere in the order of 10 to 15 seconds. But the match was really Donuts favored anyways. Just the way that they were routing through this dungeon, some of the pulls that they were doing, all of these Grizzlies with some of these Wargs, it's quite dangerous, but Yips is able to kite this pack out. We call this a payphoner. It's the pack that you're able to turn on payphone and DPS while your tank is the only person who's doing anything on this pull. And I think that overall, Donut's route looked superb. They kind of outplayed Empyrean in a couple of ways. It didn't help that Empyrean did have a death on the first boss that cost them some time. But I did think that Donuts looked really, really good. And then they're doing double Sentinel into 4 Kings, which is so dangerous as well.
They handle it, though. And, overall, looking pretty strong. But the question is against Perplex, looking at the last 2 dungeons now from Donuts, and I suppose including yesterday, too. How do we feel that they're going to stack up against Perplexed?
Ooh, that's a really good one.
It's tough to
That is
say.
the question.
Yeah.
Right now, it looks like all of Donut's times are slower. And I mean, the scary thing as well is that Direwolves was just faster than Perplexed in every dungeon they played. Now, of course, the other thing is that we have a very small sample size of dungeons to look at, right? The dungeons we see them play on broadcast pale in comparison to the amount of practice dungeons they've done, so they could definitely have faster strats. They could have also just been more prepared for the dungeons that we're going to be seeing in the later matches, because of course, our matches tomorrow have a lot more representation from the higher level dungeons, so the Algathar Academies, the Shadowman Burial Grounds this weekend. So maybe they're just more prepared on those. But right now, it seems pretty scary to be Donuts in this situation, because right now you're the 3rd fastest team this weekend we've seen so far, and of course only the 2 top teams get to go to Global Finals, just auto-seeded in, so hopefully they have some more to pull out of the bag for us, otherwise they might not make it to Global Finals. They might have to go through Last Stand.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's you've got a little bit of time to retool things, a little bit of time to practice and become more efficient before tomorrow. At least for them, their day is over, right? They get the rest of the day now to practice and prepare for their match against Perplexed tomorrow. But definitely some things to think about. At least you can go back, watch the VODs, figure out what you could have done a little bit quicker, maybe, pull a pull or two from a different team that you liked what they did. So, we'll see. We'll see what they bring in for tomorrow. But looking at our bracket, now we move down to the elimination bracket. We're starting off with Boar's Money Crew taking on Ducks Can Fly, and then Cement Gaming versus Who Let Them Cook. And now we're getting into the matches where I think things are going to get really tight, right? Where all the teams that got knocked down from the upper bracket yesterday looked competitive at different points in each dungeon. So, how are they going to stack up against each other? I think that's going to be an interesting one. I think the big one is, who's the unlucky team to go on and face Direwolves later.
Yeah, I think when you were kind of asking about the Donuts versus Perplexed, I think if you're Donuts, right, with how good Perplexed has been, a lot of pressure on that series because how good Direwolves has been down there at the bottom, where I think kind of like how everybody else was talking, with the way that Direwolves played today or earlier, with how impressive they were, coming so close to Perplexed. That's a team I don't think anyone wants to play against, and also really could make a strong argument is they've had the strongest weekend.
Right. Well, we'll see. I mean, it's been strong, but there's always been these little things, right? If they can kind of break that curse, Direwolves have a good chance of getting on through the elimination bracket and maybe even getting out of the group in second place or maybe even first place. Who knows? But it's going to be a tight weekend either way. But I think it's time now to take a bit of a break, which is great because that means we're just minutes away from Boar's Money Crew versus Ducks Can Fly here on the Mythic Dungeon International. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few. we have returned here, the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host over here with Tettles and Zyronic and our wonderful logo. And we're about to move into the lower bracket. That's right, it's Boar's Money Crew versus Ducks Can Fly. And, we've said a lot, I've said a lot, that I think this is going to be one of the closest elimination brackets that we've had yet. We will see if that's the case. The first map, getting right into it for this one, is Temple of the Jade Serpent. Now, this is one that Boar's Money Crew did struggle on a little bit yesterday, and we haven't seen Ducks Can Fly yet on it. So give me your takes. We'll start with you, Tettles, on this first dungeon that we're going to see.
I think that one of the teams will wipe and the other team will win the map, but I don't know which one it will be. Here's the deal with both of these teams. They both look. Temple of the Jade Serpent is very volatile, is what I will say about it. The first pull of the dungeon is incredibly scary with all the droplets. In addition to that, you have the Tidal Surge cast that can also kill people off. There's room for wiping on the first pull. In addition to that, we've seen teams that are even really high-seeded wipe to the lesser Shaws exploding all at once and stuff like that. It absolutely can happen, and that's why we saw EMPYREAN wipe in Temple of the Jade Serpent in the last series. I think that there is a chance that one of the teams will have a catastrophic wipe in this dungeon, and then one of the teams will be a little bit more successful because, again, the dungeon is just very volatile.
But if we see both teams have a catastrophic wipe, then we get a really close one, possibly.
Yeah, I was going to respond to
There's multiple opportunities. Yeah.
Tettles' take is that one team will wipe and the other team will win. I think both teams will wipe and one of the teams will win.
I was going to say,
close.
yeah. I was going to say, I feel like, this is one of those situations where, maybe we have somebody wipe on the first pull, and then maybe somebody else wipes on the courtyard pull. Like, it's there's opportunities. Maybe somebody wipes on the pull right before Shaw at the end.
Dude,
there's so many chances.
I think that sometimes this is lost a little bit on viewers, but you have to look at the key level that they're doing. They're doing this dungeon on a 22, and they are trying to complete this dungeon in half of the timer. They are trying to get around the 15-minute mark on this timer. And now I think that these teams, maybe their time is going to be somewhere in the order of like 17 minutes or so, but like they are trying to 3-chest this dungeon on a 22, when in reality, it is very difficult to time this key on a 22 in a lot of situations, much less 3-chest it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that all of these teams that we're watching are still finishing these dungeons, even if they have like 15 deaths or something like that. They're still going to be finishing these dungeons way faster than anything you've seen on live.
Yeah. Well, taking a look at the bans here. Interesting bans from the teams. The shortest 2 dungeons that are bannable were banned out by Boar's Money Crew and Ducks Can Fly. So we're definitely going to see some carnage here. Halls of Valor, long dungeon. We already saw a ton of wipes there today already. And then if we do get to an Azure Vault, I think that will be our first time seeing it this weekend, no?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we haven't seen it yet this weekend.
It's not the 23 fortified we had last weekend, but it's definitely not any easier, right? Still 22 fortified, and we've just got Grievous Spiteful on there for fun. I mean, healers are going to have a tough time in that key if we get there.
Not as much room for maneuvering away from Spiteful, too, in that dungeon in some places.
I think that the routing in Azure Vault, if we do end up seeing that series, is going to be super interesting because there's so many different routes that people take on live as it currently stands, and there is no one clear-cut best route for that dungeon because we didn't see it that much last weekend either. So there's so much room for innovation in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, here we go.
Well,
Temple of the Jade Serpent. Teams are loading in.
And we also know a little bit about these two teams, right? They've got a couple different strategies in terms of how they put their team comp together. We know that Boar's Money Crew likes running that Fire Mage, like Hopeful. Mm-hmm. He's pretty much just a little prodigy on the Fire Mage, right? He's really, really, really good at that class. And it's definitely good enough to bring to pretty much every key, if you're not literally at the bleeding edge of MDI progression. So they're going to stick to that, and they probably run a Disc Priest with it too, because, we've even had Mode tell us, Fire Mage is really good, but you have to play Disc Priest with it. Otherwise, it's just not that insane. But that kind of narrows their potential comps down into a very small bracket, right? If you always have those two locked in, it means you're never playing the Preservation Evoker, it means you're never playing the Resto Shaman, which we all know is very, very good in this key. So, while it might be a good enough comp for them to get some wins in this early lower bracket round, I'm kind of concerned for them, especially when we see the teams that they have to go up against if they do make it to the next round of the lower bracket.
Well, time to find out. Ducks Can Fly versus Boar's Money Crew, getting things started in Temple of the Jade Serpent. We'll see who is able to stay alive.
I think that for this first hole, Ducks Can Fly should have a little bit safer of a time dealing with this hole. They're running a Devastation Invoker, though, which is a little bit surprising. This is the first time we've seen Dev.
Yo! I think that might be the first time we've seen it in the entire MDI. Let's see what this class can do. Already a mass AoE pull from both teams, going for the entire pull here. I think this is kind of one of the things we've been talking about. This entire weekend has seemed so much better than anything that we've seen so far. Everyone seems like they're going for these crazy pulls. Nothing's small coming out. That Devastation Evoker is incredibly low there. Luca's doing everything he can to keep him alive, and they still have some of those living waters alive. But Boar's Money Crew's already onto the boss.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. But I'm looking at this Devastation Evoker as Ducks Can Fly is currently having a couple of deaths. Boar's Money Crew killed their trash pack off already, and why is Mari's at 85% HP? Boar's Money Crew is absolutely owning. They blasted that first pack.
Well, that's the strength of the Fire Mage, right? And we want to talk about the Fire Mage because it's not something we see in every single key. Why are they playing the Fire Mage? What is the strength of it? It's really, really good at prioritizing high HP mobs. So, for instance, in that pull, the large water elementals, the corrupt living waters, and then just spreading Ignite to everything else, right? That was a good cutaway from Hopeful as he fell off the edge there trying to drop his debuff. Good job, observers. But yeah, it's really good at killing those particular dangerous mobs, and then the rest of your group can just do full-on AoE. And you saw for Ducks Can Fly, their last couple of mobs that they had alive at the end there were those living waters at like 20% HP. But for Boar's Money Crew, they died at the same time as everything else. That's the strength of Fire Mage. It's really good for exact pulls like that. That's why we see it. We've seen it in like Ruby Life pulls, time trials. That's why there's just a lot of prio mobs there. It's why it's not seen in a lot of other dungeons, though, because not every single dungeon has those prio mobs that you want to die first that have more HP than everything else.
I find it so... okay, so just going back to the Devastation Evoker a little bit, it's so interesting that we're seeing Devastation Evoker as well, because like there have been so many different variations and takes on the meta in regards to like DPS compositions. Some seasons, DPS compositions are fairly rigid in regards to like what you're going to see. Like last season, we know that Surf Hunter and Destro Lock were very good. This season, it's not always super clear as to what's the best, but it seems like we haven't seen much Devastation on live just in general, especially at like the higher end, because it does lack in a couple of areas. But one of the big strengths of Devastation is actually like the burst DPS that it provides, especially with their Mastery Giant Killer. The ability to be able to do bonus damage to mobs that are above a certain HP threshold, and just like their in general burst AoE is quite strong.
It seems like a class that's generally good at everything, but not particularly the best at any one thing. Like, for instance, if you go look at like raid rankings right now on Warcraft blocks, they're near the top across the board. They're actually like I think right below Shadow Priest. But I don't think they're the best at any one particular fight. And I'm not, I'm kind of confused as to like why that doesn't translate over into Mythic Plus so much. And I wonder if it might be like lesser representation of the class because it wasn't necessarily as good at the start of the expansion, but it definitely seems like it's pretty solid. I just don't really know why that's not translating over.
One of the big things too with Tournament Realm is they can have Bist gear, which is very difficult to get generally for Evoker players. They get that staff, the Broodkeeper staff, which is quite strong. In addition to that, they also get the Aeronog ring.
Yeah, exactly. Let's look at another one of these pulls here for Boar's Money Crew. This Fire Mage damage is going to very easily help them deal with the main mobs here. That Songbird Queen and the Talking Fish, as well as the two monks, Zhang and Zhang. Those are going to be the main targets here. Those should die a lot faster for them than you would see in other groups, right? I mean, look at them. Their HP bars are going down a little bit faster than you would otherwise expect. Of course, you can't do prio damage to all four of the high targets, so that Songbird Queen is going to stay alive for a little bit longer, but, pretty good prio damage. And he's doing as much damage as the Feral Druid, too, so not too bad.
There's actually a pretty big difference between the Disc Priest and the Arshaman there. So the Arshaman for Ducks Can Fly whenever those Lesser Shaws started to die, they just dropped the Link and they were totally safe. Whereas for Boar's Money Crew, they did have that barrier, but the barrier is not exactly the most potent defensive versus all of those Lesser Shaws blowing up, especially compared to that Link. Ooh, Ducks Can Fly having a death on the DK. On Moza, he ends up going down. I wonder if he's going to release. Okay, they beat Res.
So they ended up using bracers, yeah, okay.
It's unfortunate that he's their B-Reser.
Well, it looks also like that slowed their pull progression down a lot. The second he went down, they had to stop in their tracks. They were going to pull that Songbird Queen into this 3-pack here, but they had to stop and res him. They didn't want to pull into it without their DK, because your DK is a lot of stops on the Golden Barrier, right? He's got that Asphyxiate, he's got the Grims. I mean, there's a lot of ways that they can prevent that barrier. You don't want to pull into that Golden Beetle without your DK alive, so they had to really just sit back, and they lost a lot of time getting that res off on him. Somewhere in the realm of easily 20 seconds. And in that time, Boar's Money Crew already went downstairs, started the RP on the boss, and are almost 20% of the way through the boss here. And they're going to destroy this boss with their comp. That Fire Mage is so strong on this boss because it gets free Ignite Cleave. I mean, it's really, really strong, but it looks like it's backfired for them, because look at that.
Oh,
Strife has actually procced the debuff. That boss is taking 0 damage for 15 seconds. That is not the way you want to start this boss off.
Alright, it's fine. Oh, look at this. Dude, they passed the damage buff to Hopeful.
He's going to keep that for the entire boss.
Oh, are we holding on to that? Look at this. We got PI coming up. We have Combustion here in 15 seconds as well for Hopeful.
He should have his own personal lust up around this time, too.
Okay. We're going to pop off here? Is that what we're saying?
Oh, yeah. He should be popping off here.
Yeah, we got the Combust as well.
Yeah, everything is up here. And, I mean, the thing is he had an SKB coming into this Combust, too, so he's going to be in that Combust for a solid 15-20 seconds. And his damage number might actually go up here. Yeah, it is. It was 145k, and it's just going up now from 145k. You do so much damage on this boss as a Fire Mage with all those buffs on you, and they are absolutely destroying this boss. They were already ahead, and yeah, they had that shield go off on the boss, but they're just going to be pulling ahead with their boss damage here.
This is so smart too. Like once he was out of his CDs there, he just decided to pass the damage buff here away from himself to be able to get it onto somebody who's going to be doing consistently a little bit more damage. They end up passing it to Sky on that Feral Druid there. That way that they are able to, like, he only ended up getting up to 13 stacks, but Hopeful, once he's out of his CDs, is going to be doing significantly lower damage than Sky's Feral's like sustained.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, Devaboker's doing a lot of work on this boss, too, and he's not even the one holding that damage buff. It's on the Rogue right now, so, you know, that class definitely can pump out some damage, but it just doesn't seem like it's quite as strong as the comp coming in from Boar's Money Crew. Still running that Unholy DK Feral that we've seen be so prevalent over the past couple of weekends. So, yeah, it might be a little bit of a comp diff here, but all in all, the deaths have not been doing good for Ducks Can Fly as well. Those 2 deaths that they've had have been at very inopportune times and have cost them a lot of time. There is opportunity for Ducks here, though. Boar's Money Crew not going for the big courtyard pull. Ducks Can Fly can definitely make up ground.
Yeah, something that's also interesting, I've seen both of these tanks running the Storm Eater's Boon Trinket. How do you feel about that trinket on tanks? Because I think I've seen some tanks have pretty differing opinions as to whether or not they want to deal with that trinket versus just playing either something a little bit more single target focused. We've seen some Grief Torch play, or maybe even playing a defensive trinket. How do you like the Storm Eater's Boon on tanks?
I hate it.
I hate it too. But
I was
not trying to sway your opinion.
Oh no, I absolutely despise it. When my tank goes, I'm booting, and then they just stand still and they're like, oh no, I'm dead. It's like, what could you could have just not used that trinket.
It's good AoE, but like in general, I don't think it's that great. It especially also leaves you vulnerable to getting meleeed from behind since you're not able to like move, and that would put you in quite a bad position as a prot warrior if you're just starting to get meleeed from melee without your shield up. It's not good.
Dude, look at this for Ducks Can Fly. Another random death on their team here, and this is going to just add into more lost time for them. They can't battle res him. They've got to finish off the Spiteful Shades to get themselves out of combat before they can even get a res off. And, okay, fortunately for them, Quaking just went off, so they're not going to get a res cast canceled. Man, this is just really unfortunate. I mean, they could save a little bit of time here by using the group res and then having their group just go in and start pulling right away, but this is just unfortunate. These random single deaths are just so costly for them.
Deaths like that, especially on Quaking, cost you somewhere in the order of 25 to 30 seconds normally, because you have the death penalty, you have the amount of damage that they ended up losing as well. On top of that, you have the time that it takes to resin. Ooh, something that actually is really good for the Devastation Evoker. He has Zephyr for his group there on top of that link.
Oh,
I like
true.
that. The damage reduction from that Zephyr with in conjunction with that link is quite powerful. Ooh, Goat goes down on the side of Duck's Money Crew, but he was in the APT and he takes it instant.
Oh man.
Is that what?
That is some
Did I
tech,
see that?
man.
Did I actually see that right? Am I making
Did
stuff up? Hold on.
he definitely did die. We had an extra death go off on the timer, right? So there was a +5 there. That had to be
Shaman,
an APT because they didn't.
Luca Dwarf
They didn't use
is
the
playing
balance.
APT. He is playing APT as well. Holy moly!
Wow. I mean, that's another good defensive, right? It's an HP buff on the entire group, so it's not a bad thing to drop down there just in case. And it saved their life there. That was insane. I mean, they've got their trash count now. They do have to get these 2 mobs. Fortunately, they're a very nice apex of the patrol where they can just pull them in on the pole here. They're going to want to kill these before they get into phase 2. But speaking of phase... Oh no, Goatface! He did go down to the debuff. I saw him drop low from that kick. But I didn't think it was going to be the worst because it's in phase 1. It doesn't do that much in phase 1. It doesn't apply that healing absorb. But it did end up killing him. He didn't get topped by his healer. That's going to be a full wipe for the group. Oh, the most unfortunate of scenarios for them. And it's even worse because they were already behind. Boar's Money Crew was already halfway through phase 2 on this boss. Oh, man.
Yeah. Well, I think that, assuming that Boar's Money Crew, if they don't have a wipe here at the very end on the last trash pull in front of the Shaw, I think this should be the map for Boar's Money Crew, Zyro. Oh my gosh!
I mean, it definitely should be.
Dropped so low there.
I mean, every single one of these Jade Serpent kicks will take him down to 10% HP, and then there's also the absorb on top of that. So it's very, very scary. There it is. Look at it again. Oh, heal him! Now he's dead. Okay, they phased though. They phased. They can easily get a res.
I've never seen anybody wipe on Yu'lon. It's never happened in the history of World of
Warcraft.
Warcraft. Nobody has ever wiped to Yu'lon. It is impossible.
There is no way they could wipe. Oh.
Nobody's ever gotten their healer breath and then died, getting melee to death.
Never. Nobody's ever stood in the void zone on the ground. Nobody's ever gotten hit with breath.
Dude, that's tough. I mean, healing. I feel like healing the tank there. Okay, so they have probably the worst tank spec at being able to deal with the second boss of Liu Flameheart, and then on top of that, they have a Disc Priest, which isn't necessarily known for being able to absolutely chunk massive heals into Prot Warrior. It's an unfortunate situation for Boar's Money Crew, but they only have 1 death, and I feel like they got out of that kind of unscathed. And now,
yeah,
probably the last hard part of the dungeon awaits them.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. They've got the Bloodlust available, and I'd imagine you'd want to use it here. Now, there is the potential for them to look at the stream. There is a 2-minute delay, obviously, but they can look at the stream and they can be like, okay, Ducks Can Fly has had 2 full wipes now. They've got 10 deaths on the board. We can play it very, very safe here. It looks like that's what they're doing. They're going to deal with this first 3-pack, and then I imagine once this 3-pack is dead, then they will move on and deal with the rest of the trash, probably with Bloodlust. They just really want to make sure no issues are had on this last pull. Dealing with one of these Mistweavers, one of these Water Speakers definitely helps.
We're getting the Let's Play route here, the whole W. 1 pack at a time,
smart,
baby.
Though. It's smart.
Okay, yeah. So sometimes we talk about it in the sense of like, oh yeah, you should practice your best run for later on in the series, just to make sure that you have experience. I think for Boar's Money Crew here, they're in a position where their matchup versus Ducks Can Fly is fairly competitive, in the sense of like they need to win this map, and if they wiped here, it would be fairly catastrophic for them. And so I think that, like you said, playing it slow does make sense, I think, in this situation.
Just secure the dub, right? You don't want to have anything horribly go wrong here. But speaking of horrible things, Hopeful instantly popped his Cauterize 10 seconds into this pull here. Fortunately has that cheat death in order to keep himself alive here. Hopeful again dropping incredibly low here from that debuff, but his healer's able to keep him alive. Cousin doing absolute work here, making sure nobody goes down. That Nature's Vigil also putting in work as well, helping a lot too. And it looks like it's going to be a clean pull here, using that Bloodlust to make sure everything is dead. And here we go, on to the boss here. And, yeah,
with
just a 22
shades
tyrannical shoved out. Yep, just run from the shades,
those.
they can't hurt you. Just don't get meleeed.
Alright.
There is some tech on this boss with Fire Mage, though. I want to say before we get into this boss too quickly, if you can bust the boss and do a bunch of damage right before the intermission phase, you can actually spread that ignite to the ads. So you're going to see, hopefully, pops the combust going into the intermission. He's gonna fire blast off the boss, spread ignite to the ads, and then he'll start doing damage to the ads too. And it actually does a ton of damage to them too if you time it properly. Something like 40k a tick if you have it properly ramped. Pretty nice for this phase, but it's hard to line it up every single time.
Are they gonna get these ads killed off in time? Oh my gosh, that was that felt like that was quite close. One of the advantages of the Disc Priest in this composition. So we were talking about one of the weaknesses, which was like that last boss, especially whenever it's coupled with the Prot Warrior. But one of the advantages is that you actually have that Mass Dispel during this phase to be able to get multiple stacks of that circle off of players at once. It's very powerful, especially whenever you play Mass Dispel as a priest. You also can and normally do talent into short MD, and that allows you to be able to. I think you were able to Mass Dispel twice per phase here, and so the one of them you have to have like. Just strong defenses or like let it time out.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a huge like save on the healer here, and that's something that they need really badly because I'm gonna say I don't want to jinx it, but Pedals, take a look at that blue bar underneath Cousin's HP bar. He's running on empty.
That guy
does not have a lot available to him. We go into the intermission phase again. They didn't have the combusted ignite here, so it's just going to be raw AoE damage. The mage is pretty much doing nothing right now, so it's all on the Feral Druid and then Unholy DK to take them down. And the group damage in these intermission phases is extremely high. It can't be understated. Those pulses coming out from the Shaw of Doubt do a lot of damage, and it's very, very taxing on the healer to deal with them. Vigil does help with that a little bit, but it's still very dangerous.
And Feral does have Innervate talented, but it's just one of the major rules of playing Feral Druid. You're not allowed to press Innervate because it takes you out of cat form. So I don't know the rules. He's actually just not allowed to press it. So it may look like he has it talented, but in reality, that's not his. That's just a point for him to be able to get to Nature's Vigil.
I'm just passing through. I'm not actually going to keybind you.
Yeah, Dux can fly a full chopped out, but if 55 seconds of death differential and 70% of a boss difference, 80%, like a pretty large chunk of the boss HP, separate the two as well. So this is one of the situations that unless Boar's Money Crew wipe here, I think this one's pretty much over.
You have to, compare a little bit to some of the best teams to see. Boar's Money Crew, yes, they're not anywhere near like the 15-minute times that we're seeing from the top-end teams. But you have to remember, they didn't really play this with their fastest strategy. They took it easy. They pulled a 3-pack before their Lust Pull. They could probably go at a pretty solid like 16x minute pace if they really went for their best run. And that's definitely good enough to capitalize on like a scuffed run from one of the top teams. If Perplexed or Direwolves has a wipe in their runs, Boar's Money Crew could potentially take this map with a clean run with their fastest run. And as I'm saying that, the HP bars are so low that Nature's Vigil even popped just now just to try to do something to top them off. They cannot get another intermission phase. This boss needs to die. Go down Shaw of Doubt, and there it is, an 18-minute time from Boar's Money Crew. It's going to secure them a very, very stressful 1-0 lead in the series.
See, you were worried about Cousin's mana, but it turns out he had the perfect amount. He did exactly enough. There you go. So they did get the win. Slower than everyone else on that temple, but they do, or slower than everyone else but EMPYREAN rather on that temple. But they do get it done. They go from 15 deaths to 1 death. That's an improvement as well. So, yeah, overall, solid run from Boar's Money Crew. But do you feel like it's the comp that's causing it to take a little bit more time? Or what do you think the reason is that we're seeing a few more minutes on the timer for this team than other ones in this dungeon? As we look at the replay here.
Well, Boar's Money Crew did the courtyard in how many pulls?
They did it in 2 pulls.
In 2 pulls? Okay. I thought it was 3, but yeah. I think that's a pretty big time loss, just in general. I thought that their first boss split was fairly solid. I also think that their Strife and Peril, the way that they're pulling it for both sides, could be a bit more aggressive. And I think that that plus the courtyard are the 2 big pieces where it's like, okay, this is where they're a little bit of that time loss is incurred.
Yeah, we did see
Yeah.
a little bit. The one death for them in this dungeon came when Chuckles here fell during Loot Flameheart, but they got him back up pretty quick. Got back into it. That ended up being the only
Cowabunga,
death, so
dude.
not too bad. Yeah. Cowabunga.
Surfs up. He rode the wave.
Tubular.
If you think about it, right, they added 2 extra pulls throughout the dungeon, which is easily like a minute's worth of time on its own. It's probably even longer
Yeah.
considering they added an entire extra pull in Courtyard. A lot of and a lot of it also comes down to just pure repetitions. I really doubt that this team has put in as much time and practice as the extreme top end teams. And actually, as a matter of fact, I know that's true because Hopeful had to sub in for this team, right? They couldn't play with one of their original 5 players, so I'd imagine their synergy's not all quite there compared to the top end teams just because of that substitution. And, it can't be overstated how important that is. The teams that have been playing together for the longest are some of the best teams in the tournament. So synergy has a lot to do with it.
No,
Well,
I
yeah,
think that's
I mean,
a
we
really
talk
good point, actually. If you play with the same group for long enough, you kind of just get used to, like, who jumps in and covers what at what time, right? And, like, if there's a point where things go sideways, you kind of know what people tend to do. So, yeah, you throw a new person into the mix right before MDI, that's going to make it a little bit tricky.
Well, yeah, not even just that. Let's just look at in context of the top 4 teams from this weekend. So we have Perplexed. They've played together for 4 years,
3, 4 years,
maybe
3, 4
even
years,
longer at this
something like
point. Something like that. Yeah, maybe 3 years, but at minimum, it's been a very long time. Multiple expansions. We have Donuts, who have played together for a year and a half about at this point, and have a lot of experience with one another. We have Empyrean, which we know have played for a year together, and then we have Direwolves, which have also played together for like nearly 2 years at this point. All of these teams have just had. It's not even just about like, oh yeah, they have experience playing together just for this season. No, it's like these teams have experience together for multiple MDIs, TGPs, live keys they push together. They've played with each other for years at this point at like a very high level, and so I think that is something that's like. You got to start somewhere, right? And we've seen teams like Sloth, like Levels. You have to start somewhere, and they end up getting better with time. Where we ended up seeing Sloth, they ended up qualifying for last MDI. They ended up qualifying for Global Finals for this MDI as well. It just takes time to improve. You're not going to pick it up overnight, but you have to begin somewhere. And I think that for Boar's Money Crew and Ducks to Fly, if the teams end up staying together, continuing to practice with one another, they do have the pieces to be able to get to that part. But it's not something that you just pick up overnight.
Yeah, it's like that with any sport, right? I mean, the chemistry between players is something that develops over years, right? If it's something that hits right away, that's the anomaly as opposed to the norm, right? But it's only
it's like Monka, right? Monka's an anomaly, right? They just came in last year and as their first MDI team, and they just kind of exploded. They played insanely well together. That is not normally. Check him PC.
Yeah, exactly. That is not check him PC.
That is not normal.
That's exactly. Well, we're going Halls of Valor next, so we'll see if who can be more normally do. I don't know where I'm going with that one. Anyway, it's gonna be Halls of Valor. Looking at the previous,
Do you expect to see the Dev Evoker again?
I don't know. That's a good question. We were talking about that a little bit while we were watching the dungeon. Makes brought up the fact that they ran it in time trials, so they do have experience running that one. It's going to be interesting because I suppose you've got the utility from it. The damage looked pretty good, but I don't know. I feel like there's higher damage specs that we've seen in MDI. As much as I love Evoker, what do you think?
I thought it was
tough,
actually pretty
'cause,
decent in
like-
the Temple of the Jade Serpent.
Yeah, it was
was,
pretty solid.
but
And I mean, it has
was
good
it
group
decent
utility
enough?
too, right?
Yeah. I mean, you have like a certain amount of, you have a plethora of like interrupts, knockbacks, stuns, things like that between different talents you can take on it. Obviously, like the devastation side of Evoker isn't what I've been playing as much, but it brings a lot.
I think the
It
biggest
just-
I mean,
problem
so
with
Zephyr, too.
Evoker, it's super
Yeah, Zephyr
unexplored.
is really nice. Yeah, being able to lower the
Not a
AoE
lot of
damage is always good.
Like, not a lot of people have put in work with Dev Evoker yet, right? It isn't something that has been
Yeah.
played by a ton of people. The nuances of it haven't been like completely figured out. So it's not really known how good it can potentially be for dungeons specifically. For raid,
It's a fair point.
you can kind of just go in and just throw things out, and it looks like it's pretty good. But for dungeons, like, do you have to pull around its cooldowns? I mean, all of the utilities there, right? Evoker has a ton of great utility. Things like Cauterizing Flame, things like Enraged Dispels, Zephyr is insane, knockbacks, knockups, Landslide. There's a lot of things that they can do that are great for dungeons. But if the damage profile isn't good with the group, then it's kind of just hard to make it work. And that's kind of one of the things we're seeing with the comps that we're seeing in this particular season. Classes that can do good damage all the time and aren't super cooldown reliant are just popping up all over the place. Things like the Shadow Priest, things like the Unholy Decay, things like the Feral Druid. Obviously they have cooldowns that, you know, can be used in certain situations for massive pulls, but they do good damage all the time, and that's the important thing.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the sort of like the essence burst aspect of Evoker just in general too, where it's like you're not relying on those procs, but it certainly is nice when you get more of them versus less of them. So there is a little bit of that, but most classes have that type of mechanic built into it at some level, you know. So I'm curious. I think your point earlier, where you were saying it's just a class that hasn't been fully explored yet, is probably the best thing to consider here, where it's just there probably aren't a lot of people playing a Devastation Evoker at the highest level. We don't see it in this dungeon.
Wait.
Will we see Ducks Can Fly tie it up though?
What? No
An
Dev
enhancement
Evoker?
Shaman.
What? Man.
Enhance is good, dude.
But he's not playing Dev Evoker, he's playing Shadow Priest. Man.
Yeah, well, we need...
Match.
Who are we PIing? Who do we PI in this comp? Enhance, I guess? Rogue doesn't want PI. It's not...
Rogue does not want PI. Yeah, it's got to be the Enhance.
What if we just
Well-
the rest of Shaman?
Here's the weird thing, right? Looking at the group comps, you would think that the group that has more funnel would be doing more boss damage here, and that would be the group that has the, you know, sub plus enhance rogue. Wait, sub rogue plus enhance. I don't know why I said it backwards, but I did. But Force Money Crew, 10% ahead on the boss already. This is wild how much boss damage they're doing.
Okay, Ducks Can Fly had a death on the Enhancement Shaman, but he's
did.
got APT. If you see that icon that's next to his Ankh, that's the icon for APT.
true.
When are we taking this? Surely it will be soon.
Whenever there's literally zero chance for that weapon to accidentally go over his body. And now he can't take it because the Drake is there. Oh, this is unfortunate.
Yes.
You can take it after the
Surely-
Drake. You can take it now. The weapon's
Surely we'll
gone.
take it soon. Maybe he's DC'd.
No, don't say that. No.
What?
Say it ain't so.
Dude, you're just gonna sit here for 30 seconds?
No, I'm gonna wait until he takes it. Take it. Take it now.
Log in. Log in.
Oh. I think his
But
body's
his corpse
gone.
isn't there anymore. His
Yeah, I
body's
think
gone
he
now.
fully DC'd.
Oh
Man.
no, man, he's
That
gone.
is unfortunate.
I
Right at the start of the
wanted to see-
dungeon too.
I wanted to see the enhancement Shaman. Enhance is so good at like doing funnel damage. I bet he was like absolutely owning him, doll. And that's one of the things I was going to talk about. I was like, I think that Boar's Money Crew is going to get the trash killed off a little bit before Ducks Can Fly, but I thought that Ducks Can Fly was going to be able to kill the boss off a decent bit faster. But we gotta come back, bro. I believe we can come back from this still.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely can. Remember, this is a long dungeon. These are the, you know, more unpracticed teams, so wipes are definitely higher potential here. Now, we say that, but also this is, you know, the scenario. Oh, he's back! He's back! Wait,
Oh,
did
Rogers.
he take APT, then die, then off again? I think he did, because we have 2 deaths. That's not ideal. Moving past that.
I unfortunately
Listen.
didn't see that, but that's
Listen,
the
he's
Rage
back.
APT into the Rage Ankh. That's unforeseen hidden tech to not use your battle
I
res.
think he APT'd into Horn, into Death, into Ankh. But he's back. That's the important thing. They're one full pull behind off of that death. So, unfortunate. But, that is the way things are going to be for them. They've got to do the best with what they have and try to come back into this dungeon. Mind Soothing past this 3-pack up to the top of the stairs. About to deal with the pull that Boar's Money Crew just dealt with. No, actually, they're going further. They're going for the more typical high-end MDI strat that we see from the top-end teams. Here we go, pulling past this Mystic. Probably into the next pack, and if they are going for that big pull, they'll pull the next 2 Shield Maidens too. They
Ooh, I
don't
like the
do
grip.
that. They're not going for the full pack, but they do have the grip in on the Mystic here. And here we go.
Okay.
To the corner, pulling all
So
these mobs. Oh, look at Boar's Money Crew. They're not doing the normal strat either.
Yeah.
Pulling
I
outside.
like the grip. Something that's interesting is Boar's Money Crew. So they've been running a Disc Priest in a lot of these dungeons, and sometimes we've been a little bit critical of just like, oh, is the Disc Priest plus Fire Mage even the best comp? More often than not, it's not going to be. But I actually feel like they use it pretty well in a decent amount of these situations with how they're getting their grip set up. I think that like whenever you're playing that Disc Priest, pairing it up with that Fire Mage and just like having a good target to power infuse, I think it does make a decent amount of sense with how they've been utilizing this composition that they've been playing this weekend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this particular dungeon is like a really rough dungeon for Fire Mage in general because you really don't have any super great targets to do your combust on. Everything has similar amounts of HP, so you're always going to be killing something faster than everything else, which is not ideal, especially on bolstering. So there's only a couple spots in the dungeon where Fire Mage really gets to shine. One of them is going to be on this next pull, where they can kill off the Aspirant, because that has way more HP than everything else. They can also do it on the mini-bosses here, if they choose to pull this into the mini-bosses. If they pull trash on top of any of the other bosses, specifically like Fenrir, that's someplace that they could shine. But other than that, it's just a very solid overall DPS class, right? It's not going to do anything super special here. Yeah, this is one of the great pulls for Fire Mage right here. He has his own personal Bloodlust. You can see he already popped it here. He's going to be burning down Solstin. Solstin will die very, very fast here.
This is actually a very scary pull. It is a 21 Tyrannical, and especially at like this player's gear level at the level these players play at, they probably should only get one Eye of the Storm. Just looking at Solstin's HP as well, but they need to make sure that they're dodging out of the way of Sanctify. If they accidentally get cleaved by Sanctify, that's going to be an insta-death for that player. They just have to make sure that they are playing this clean. As the Eye of the Storm almost gets the second cast off, but they kill it right before it. We're chilling.
Yeah, that's what we expected with the group comp that they have. And that makes sense.
Oh god. Shield Light, good dodge out of the way of the Aspirant.
They're good.
Something that you also have to worry about here is the that Valjar Aspirant, whenever it's starting to get bolstered, that leap becomes incredibly deadly. Now, it is only a 21, but at the same point, like, with 3 stacks of bolstering, I'm pretty sure that's just going to one-shot somebody if they don't meld it off or if they don't line of sight it. But that Aspirant also dies before that, before Boar's Money Crew is even in a position to where they should be scared. As you do see Chuckles on the side of Boar's Money Crew, grouping up the mobs, and they are about to pull this pack into Herja.
Exactly. Another big pull coming out for them here. Dragonflight making good dude. How does it always? How do I call a team name out and a player dies instantly, Tettles? What is wrong with me?
Wait, we got Ankh back.
I say a team name, and he dies.
We didn't.
There's no way that
we didn't rage APT into Rage Ankh. We rage APT'd into B-Res. I see.
Into Rage Res. Okay.
Rage Res.
Well, I'm
yes,
sorry.
Of course.
I cursed them again. The curse of Zero. What can I do? I don't even play
Is he gonna
Warlock.
Ankh? Are we saving Ankh?
He has to save it till after the Sanctify, probably.
There's no way he's DC'd again,
Yeah,
right?
there you go.
Okay, he's back.
No,
We're
no,
back. For the viewers at home, by the way, we don't do remakes based off of internet or disconnects or anything like that. It's just unfortunate. But the players are responsible for their own internet, their own connectivity, stuff like that.
Yeah, essentially, once the key starts, the only way that a key will ever be remade is if the dungeon's completely
Oh my god, Chuckles got
uncompletable.
shielded and died!
Oh my god, Chuckle died to the shield. They have a battle res, but this is awful. The shield maidens are going crazy. Oh, there's going to be a full team wipe for Boar's Money Crew. And Ducks Can Fly catapults back into the lead here. They're still on the boss. Did they actually rage res Chuckles there? He took the res? No shot, he took the res. It was a wipe.
I don't think it was a rage res. The rage res is exclusive to the shaman class.
But you got to decline that. How do you ever accept that?
I don't know.
Oh no.
Nade was getting meleeed by all of those shield maidens. I think if it was only the boss left alive, it makes sense to like, oh, okay, we could probably get the tank res in time. But since the shield maidens are still up, that's why it's just so dangerous. Because Chuckles wasn't topped whenever that shield was going off. Because he no longer had CDs to cycle through. Didn't have like a PS on him or something. Once he got shielded, you just died. And now this is a good point for Ducks Can Fly. They, assuming that they don't wipe to Herja here, they should be somewhere in the order of 2 minutes ahead, maybe?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe even more. I mean, it depends on on raw damage and strategy throughout the rest of the key. There's still a ton of key left. This dungeon's very far from over. Death timers are definitely going to be a factor, right? They do have the 10-second advantage there. But this has been rough for them so far. They've just been kind of sprinkling deaths here and there in a lot of different places. However, Boar's Money Crew still has to deal with a lot of this trash. They were able to deal with the Purifier plus one of the Shield Maidens. They still have 3 of them left alive, though, which is still going to be a lot of tank damage on Chuckles. And he did end up going down to the shields before, so we're going to have to keep an eye on him.
It's actually good value that we didn't kill off these shield mans. We need those for funnel.
True.
It would be so sad if they had died. That's,
you want to know
gosh.
something interesting? Here, I know I've been talking about mages a lot, and honestly, we do have to talk about mage. Whenever we see classes that we have a lot of knowledge about that we don't see that often, we do need to talk about them when they pop up. Of course, yeah, Moza did go down once again. This has not been a great dungeon for them, unfortunately. But I'm trying to draw as little attention to it as possible. Mage actually does gain single target damage from having extra targets to cleave Ignite to.
How?
There's a talent called Fervent Flickering. Every time your Ignite ticks for damage, it has a chance to give you like 2 seconds of a Fire Blast charge back.
Okay.
And while the Mage Propaganda Machine would like me to tell you that it's like 5% damage per target, it's actually like 1% damage per target, but it's something. It's there. Look at the overlap of the barrier and the Eye of the Storm here. Oh no, Sky goes down. Their battle res just came back up. They are 10 minutes into the dungeon here. But he died again to the bolt after the Eye of the Storm. Oh no, they have to do 35% of the boss here with one of their DPS gone. I mean, I guess they could pop the Bloodlust here if they really wanted to, but that would be a really not great use of it, no?
I think that we don't lust this. I think we lust where we planned, right? I don't think we lost it through Hershey. Alright, on the right side of our screen we have Ducks Can Fly here. They're doing this like pretty... I think this is a pretty standard pull, the champions and the rune carvers with this marksman. They grabbed that rune carver that was off to the left side as well, that patrol. That's going to get them a little bit more count going into this Fenrir area. I think that the Fenrir area is the one that I thought was going to be more consistent coming into the MDI, but it's honestly been the most diverse in regards to what people are pulling. We see teams play, the trappers and the marksmen into Fenrir. Additionally, sometimes players play the dragon. More often than not, they've been skipping the dragon. But are they going to be pulling the bulls? Are they going to be pulling the bears into the boss? Are they going to be pulling the wolves into the boss potentially? And I think that it's super interesting to see every team's different take on just how this Fenrir area is going to be going, as Ducks Can Fly now are about to be pulling Fenrir. Boar's Money Crew still has a little bit more count than Ducks Can Fly, though, Zyro. Can they come back?
Yeah, they do. They've pulled a significantly, not significant, but an extra few percent. They definitely could still come back. And there is sort of a little bit of an X factor on Boar's Money Crew that I think people aren't too aware of. Hopeful's actually I wouldn't say he's a league pro, but he's a collegiate league player.
Yeah.
And he was I think he was on the path to pro. Like, the dude actually has insane mental, so he could definitely be a factor in helping his team, come back into this key. And, hopefully they can. I mean, this has been a great team to watch so far. I like seeing my class represented, so hopefully we get to see more.
This guy's a collegiate esports
They're definitely
director,
not that far behind.
Yeah.
What's
this
that?
guy's a collegiate esports director, so he'll be able to coach his team to success.
Wait, true?
Yeah, that's actual real lore.
Damn, they got a couple X factors then. So their mental must be the most solid mental of any team in the tournament. Let's go.
Okay.
Oh, another death on Ducks Can Fly. Man.
I was not gonna say it, but it's okay. Fenrir is at 60% HP here. We're gonna get Moza rest back up. Somebody hop on a repair mount for this guy.
So there's actually a very real important lesson here for people that are looking at comps that are played in the MDI and think that because the people in MDI play them, you can too. There are a lot of strengths and weaknesses to all the classes that players are picking up. Enhanced Shaman is definitely one of the more squishy classes in the game. Unless your whole team knows specifically how to play around an Enhanced Shaman, it is very difficult to stay alive on that class. You essentially have 2 defensives, right? You have your Astral Shift, which is a great defensive in its own right, but it's very short duration and a relatively long cooldown. And like once you pop that, you are naked until it comes back up again. You have your Earth Elemental, which is like a small HP increase, but it doesn't it doesn't lower any damage coming into you. So your team really needs to know when you need to have help to live through mechanics. And if you aren't like perfectly practiced on playing a comp with that, this is what can happen. I seriously doubt there's anything wrong that Moze is doing. It's probably more of a team play issue.
It's tough, yeah. In addition to that, they can they can pre-Ghost Wolf stuff and get a little bit of DR as well from that. But you don't really want to be doing that. It's like in a lot of compositions that you see on live, you'll see the squishy member of the group getting they'll cycle externals onto them, whether it be time dilation, whether it be pain suppression, whether it be iron bark or whatever, just to try to let them live. And that actually, the enhancement shaman, like you were saying, is typically going to be the recipient of that. Boar's Money Crew, by the way, doing an impressively large pull into Fenrir. They weren't just doing these trappers and marksmen, but they also, on top of that, did a couple of bulls, which, just with the bolstering here, the bolstered snapshots on the marksman, Chuckles' HP he has to be incredibly scared whenever those marksmen are going to be shooting him in just a couple of seconds. But Boar's Money Crew going to be able to get Fenrir to 60%. They're still a little bit ahead on trash count. Ducks Can Fly
and they're
already
closing,
have Fenrir pulled, though. Yeah.
They're closing the gap on the actual dungeon progression, too. When you're ahead on trash count and you are close to where the team is on the boss, you know you're coming up, right? Like, this is actually wild how much faster they are coming back through the dungeon here. Even just the boss damage is better for them throughout the dungeon. And here they are, they're already on to Fenrir here. Let's see what they can do to close the gap here. When they pulled the boss at 60%, Ducks Can Fly had their boss at 37%, I believe. So a 23% gap. Let's see how much that gap they're making up here. Fade for Cousin here. They didn't actually have any way to cancel that jump, so everybody has bleed stacks on them. They don't have any great ways to get rid of them. They do have dwarf racials, but it looks like they're holding on to them for something else.
Mm-hmm. I think that's just like the downside of it. That first, so Sky on that sub rogue is actually playing double vanish talent, which is good, especially for Fenrir. But like, if he doesn't get targeted with that first vanish, I guess the only thing that they really should have used is like greater invis, or like potentially we could have invised off of Fenrir, if we wanted to with those bleeds. It's just kind of difficult, and so now you do see the group is kind of spreading, and Cousin has that meld available, and it makes sense that we're using the meld as the tool here as opposed to the vanish.
Yeah, so not too much ground being made up there on the boss, but you can see that they definitely held it steady there, right? They didn't really pop anything major there. Okay, I believe they used their Bloodlust earlier on when they pulled trash on top of Phase 1 Fenrir. But again, this is going to be very, very close. Pure execution could definitely decide the rest of this key here. Ducks Can Fly have to play absolutely perfectly to hold off Boar's Money Crew. And it's going to start with this big pull here. Every single one of the bears, plus a couple of bulls coming in here. Got to keep an eye on Goatface here. He could go down very, very easily if the kiting isn't absolutely perfect from him.
Dude, did you see that Moza died at the end of Fenrir? If I was him, dude, my mental would be shot. My mental would be like -8. It's
Same.
This is tough. Like, you got to be able to shake it off, though. I mean, Ducks Can Fly are still in a position where they're in the lead here. They were able to get Fenrir killed off a little bit ahead of Boar's Money Crew, and Boar's Money Crew, they have the opportunity to be able to catch up, but they need to get this bear pull dealt with fast. Ducks Can Fly already finishing off their bear pull, and then they're going to be making their way towards the last little area. They only needed 83.7% count, so we know they're over the threshold to be able to just run up and do that 4 king pull. Now it's kind of on that as going to be one of the big differentiators for time.
Yeah, and I mean, Boar's Money Crew is doing a good job of dealing with this pull. They didn't have Combust for the start of this pull, so Hopeful was kind of just doing tank damage, but I mean, for a Fire Mage, not having Combust and doing that much damage is pretty much the best you can get. Does end up popping it to finish off the pull here, so that helps out a little bit. And, I think they made up a little bit of time here, but they definitely didn't lose any time. Ducks Can Fly, they're having a little bit of trouble getting all the brews together here and getting the Shroud Skip through. That definitely wasn't the cleanest movement. So there's a little bit of leeway for Boar's Money Crew to get back into this. This is actually just getting closer and closer by the second.
Yeah, I mean, I think it comes down to if Ducks Can Fly can execute this 4 king thing. So the strategy with the 4 kings revolves around like throwing brews onto the kings and then getting them activated by dragging one of the active kings on top of the beard ones. It's like the achievement event for Halls of Valor, is having all 4 kings active at once. it's not the easiest thing to actually pull off, and we've seen teams mess it up a couple of times where either one of the kings doesn't get activated in time or the beer gets disrupted in some form or fashion. Now, looking at the right side of the screen, this is super important. Does Haldor needs to start meleeing Ranoff, and now you see Goat doing a great job of leaping across and trying to activate Bjorn to where Bjorn starts meleeing Ranoff, and then they're going to move those mobs onto Tor. Once the beer expires, we need to make sure that we're clicking as fast as possible to get all 4 of those activated, and Ducks Can Fly do it seamlessly. They have no problems, and I think that this is really good for them, and this is really bad for Boar's Money Crew, as they're 30 seconds behind, I think?
You can look at the boss 4 timers here. It looks like it's about 46 seconds that Ducks Can Fly finished that 4th boss off before Boar's Money Crew. Boar's Money Crew might have made up a little bit of time on the trash pack, so yeah, 30 seconds definitely is feasible.
Yeah.
But it's going to be really, really rough now that Ducks Can Fly have kind of pulled off this pull for Boar's Money Crew to somehow make their way back into this dungeon. I don't know if you can make up 30 seconds worth of time on just 2 bosses.
I mean, we're tied up at 8 deaths. It's so the death differential isn't going to be a thing here. All right, looking at Ducks Can Fly, they end up getting all 4 kings killed off at 20 minutes and 25 seconds. So let's see how far behind Boar's Money Crew is truly once they're getting all of these mobs killed off.
Let's see. Let's
it
just
looks
kind
like
of
they
time it
actually
based
didn't
off
get
of boss spawn timer.
Yo, I don't think they got the 4th
What?
king activated. I think they only got 3 here, which is why Tor is so high. And so they had to kill one of the kings off, and then they're going to be doing the other 3 kings together. That's really bad for them. They're going to lose. We've seen teams lose a minute off of messing it up and going from 3 kings to 4 kings.
Yeah. All right. Well, so Ducks Can Fly pulled the boss at about 21 minutes flat. Let's see where Boar's Money Crew ends up pulling the boss at. I mean, fortunately, one of the kings being higher isn't too big of a deal for the group. That can just be the prio target for the mage and the rogue. But still, I mean, obviously pulling it late, you lose a lot of potential cleave damage, and Ducks Can Fly is going to take that advantage and run with it. Hopefully they can just shake off all the mental, just finish off this dungeon, because they've played it as clean as they possibly could given the circumstances, and they've still got that lead.
Okay, so they were 1 minute behind. Now, I think that Ducks Can Fly would need something catastrophic. And now we do know that there are some potential landmines that you have to watch out for if your Ducks Can Fly. I think the biggest one is the Ragnarok cast. And so on Scovald specifically, if you kill him while his Ragnarok is going off, the shield drops and then you have 4 deaths almost immediately because everybody gets hit by the Ragnarok. And so that is something that Ducks Can Fly needs to be super aware of whenever they are killing God King Scovald. But beyond that, that's like one of the only major points I think from here that Boar's Money Crew. That's one of the only things that like realistically could happen for a team like this to be able to let Boar's Money Crew come back.
Yeah, like you said, they pulled God King Scovald nearly an entire minute behind Ducks Can Fly.
Yeah.
This is just a rough dungeon. I mean, this goes back to that Herja wipe, right? Like, just one mistake, one tank death costs you the entire key. It's really unfortunate to see for them. You know, and it kind of shows you, even in the grand scheme of things, if one person is just not having a good time, if one person is tilted off the face of the earth, it's up to the rest of the team to try to kind of pull them back down, right? And Ducks Can Fly have definitely done a good job of doing that this dungeon. I mean, they've played well as a team. They shouldn't get it. Nah, it should die before it even starts casting.
Okay, we're good. We're
Get
good.
the blade off first. They're gonna be good.
Okay.
Yeah, Ducks Can Fly have definitely pulled themselves back up in this group, in this dungeon. And remember, this is a dungeon where they had their player like DC on the first boss for an entire minute. They've pulled themselves back into it. They've played it clean enough. They played it close to the chest. And if they play Odin safe here, they could be taking this to a game 3 very easily.
They also have Lust available for them on Odin. So this should be... I mean, this is pretty much as good as done, right? What's going to go on here is once Odin becomes activated, they just need to make sure that they're getting through the first runic brand without any hiccups. They pop Lust. We know that on like a 21 Tyrannical, especially at these players' gear level, with the skill that these players have, they should be able to absolutely just blast Odin to that 80% HP threshold. Oh my goodness, that the boss does die at.
Exactly. Man, I'm so sad that we didn't get to see Devaboker in this dungeon. Man, Dev Evoker
that's right.
on this boss particular, full uptime on Giant Killer, it's got to be great on this boss, right? But I mean, you can't play a class just for one boss. But I still want to see it. Oh, Boar's Money Crew got the Ragnarok problem!
They got Ragnarok.
Insult to injury. Fortunately, they only got one tick and didn't die, but man.
Dude, I've been there. That's why I call it out. You gotta be super careful. It happens to everybody. All right, Ducks can fly. Lust has been engaged. APT's down.
Oh no, Moza
way
DC'd!
we can wipe
Moza
from
DC'd!
here.
No, Moza DC'd! You can see him running into the middle of the room with that runic mark. They have one player down. This is not good.
There's no way they can wipe from here. Surely they'll kill the boss, right?
No! There's no way, but they're definitely going to have to do an entire extra brand phase. Nope. Not like this.
Do they have to do an extra brand phase? Okay, maybe
Well, their brands are about to run out. Their brands are about to run out. They're going to have to do 4% of the boss. I don't think they lose. I think they're good.
Deaths are even right now at 9 apiece. Boar's Money Crew, are they getting their first runic brand?
They killed the ad.
Oh, God.
They have all their cooldowns.
Okay, so
Ducks Can
Ducks Can
Fly
Fly
have
should get their
3% left
second
on the
runic brand
boss.
here. They should get their second runic brand here. Oh my God!
This is scary. There's a lot of orbs around. You cannot get stunned here. You have to make your way to your brand. Do not die. Every personal pop tier.
Okay.
Oh, can they finish the boss off? Okay, Moses back. The boss will die. Man, that is. Oh. My heart is racing. My heart is actually racing right now. Oh my God!
Then. All right. Well, as you know, as the preeminent enhancement shaman player of our merry band here at MDI, I want to say my heart goes out to Moza for bringing a great spec and then just getting his face beat in for the entire dungeon, DCing twice. But it doesn't matter because enhancement gaming means you get the win. And Ducks Can Fly ties up this series. And yeah, there you go. I mean, Win for Your Totem's the greatest thing you could bring to a dungeon. What more can I say?
Oh man, my heart.
Was he playing Win for Your Totem by chance?
Yeah, he does actually, which kind of surprises me a little bit because only the Rogue and Warrior benefit from it, and Subtly Rogue, how much do they really get? I don't know. I'd love to talk to him to learn more about the reasoning behind some of that stuff, but yes, he does.
They play Wind Fury on live normally. Well, it depends on the group, but like in general,
It depends on the group. A lot of shamans don't too.
Yeah, Pro War gets insane value from it though, just generally. So I guess it just kind of depends. And then at that point, like how much the sub rogue is going to be getting, like you're saying. I thought that like, jokes aside, I felt like both of these teams, if you kind of ignore the mistakes, their routing was pretty sufficient. There were some real shenanigans that happened in that dungeon, but like I did think that these teams, whenever we saw them yesterday, they both looked pretty good. We saw Ducks Can Fly yesterday was fairly solid. Even in the first series, in that Temple of the Jade Serpent, both of these teams were pretty good. I think that for both of them, we're gonna have to have a mental reset. That's like I gotta stand up and go get water kind of moment. I need to take a breather because I'm about to hit my desk. I bet that there was a couple of desk slams that dungeon. I don't know who it was from, but I bet there was on both sides maybe a couple of desk slams.
Always good to get that.
I would have definitely had some sad sighs after some of those deaths, because it's hard to live sometimes as an enhancement shaman. You know, you don't have the greatest cooldowns. Your health pool sometimes a little bit lower. You just fall over sometimes. You know, so. But you bring Win for Your Totem, so it's great. Trust me.
That is a key. I would almost say making your way through that key is way more like mentally taxing than just doing trying to do a clean key against the top end teams, because trying to recover from like mistakes like that is so difficult to do in a team. Your mental has to be like extremely strong to come back from those. And the fact that they were able to pull that out.
I think that this is a great lesson of why, whenever something happens wrong on the first pull of a dungeon, you don't leave, right? And you don't give up in practice, and you make sure that you are being diligent and practicing through some of the mistakes that you have, because not every run can be perfect, right? You have to be able to adapt and be able to. Sometimes you're going to run into mistakes, and you're going to have either deaths or DCs or whatever on the first pull of the dungeon, the second pull of the dungeon, that kind of thing. But you have to be able to come back from that. You have to be able to persevere, and now you have to be able to kind of like recover a little bit, come down from that high of either winning or losing that Halls of Valor, because we have an Azure Vault next. And Azure Vault is a dungeon that will, especially at the very beginning, you can get punished super hard if you don't layer your CC perfectly. If you don't have just like some of those chains set up, especially with like the lashers, things can go wrong in a hurry. Like, in addition to that, there's also those rock dudes who cast the piercing shards. You have to be super, super careful at the very beginning of Azure Vault. The first 5 to 7 minutes are probably going to be the hardest part of this instance. But like once we're kind of through that first 5 to 7 minutes, then we're a little bit coasting. We're going to go into a couple of bosses. There may be a frog pull, depending on what the teams have routed in here. But I think the routing in Azure Vault, just in general, is something that it's a dungeon that we don't see all too often, but the routing is very interesting.
Yeah, and we haven't gotten a chance to see Azure Vault too many times yet in MDI. We saw it a few times last weekend. This will be the first time we've seen it this weekend. And we have seen a couple different takes as far as when you jump down, what pulls you do, that kind of thing. So I'm curious.
I am still personal of the opinion that for any live key shenanigans in this key, you just go Rocks route. You pull every single rock in the dungeon. You put all the stress on your tank.
Sure.
And you just get all your trash that way.
So
but in the
you're not a frog gamer?
For the purposes of the MDI,
okay,
I think you Froggers it up. You pull literally every single frog in one pull, like we saw Echo do last week. Which sounds crazy, but you can just barely live through it, right? The biggest danger in that pull are those breaker casts, right? The shoulder slams plus the cry that they do that does just massive AoE group damage. If you can live through those, the pull is pretty easily doable. There's a lot of frogs to dodge. But, with the amount of, group cooldowns that they have, you can VE, Nature's Vigil heal through the cry damage. As long as you're not getting purely one-shot by anything, the pull's doable.
Okay. Look at these suckers below us. We're in one of the hardest rooms of this whole entire instance. I have lost a lot of Azure Vaults to this to this room.
Yeah, it is scary.
We should definitely call out as well that if you want to see a breakdown of how Echo ran this dungeon last weekend, we have a video on our YouTube channel.
Right.
Nagura broke down Echo's Azure Vault run, so you should give that a look if you want to see, how a team like Echo does this dungeon, because I'm sure we'll see definitely bits and pieces of that route in the route from these two teams. They probably will have studied that one up.
Yeah, it is a great breakdown, so you have a chance to go and check that out at some point later today, watching little chunks during a break maybe or something like that. But the pressure is on now for Boar's Money Crew and Ducks Can Fly. And I think this one is impossible to call. It really is, because we haven't seen them play this dungeon yet. We've seen both teams have unfortunate mistakes happen here. We've seen a couple DCs, of course, which is never great. Hopefully those are done for Moza. But I really have no idea. I mean, whoever goes on faces EMPYREAN.
His internet is not stable at its current at the current moment. That is not what you love to see.
It is a concern.
And let's see, I actually want to look through. It doesn't. It doesn't at all. That's it. The fact that they had a player DC twice and still won the dungeon just shows how good they are and what their mental fortitude is like. So something I want to draw a little bit of attention to. Before every weekend, we ask the players in every single team for a little bit of feedback on the dungeons, what they think of them, what they think they're good at, what they think they're bad at. Boar's Money Crew said that they think Azure Vault is one of the dungeons that's the easiest on the weekend, and a quote from Cousin saying, "We seem to do okay in Azure, but I'm not sure why." Do you think that's confidence? Okay. Do you think they're actually good at this dungeon?
When you're feeling it, you're feeling it.
True.
Sometimes you're just vibing, as we've heard from teams before.
Sometimes
in certain dungeons.
You just walk in and start blasting. It happens.
Yeah. That's right.
I started blasting.
I think that's actually pretty big for Boar's Money Crew then. If they believe that Azure Vault is one of their best dungeons, especially since what we saw from Temple of the Jade Serpent. Their Temple of the Jade Serpent was pretty good in the first map of the series. If they think that Azure Vault is one of their best dungeons on the weekend, then I expect that they're going to be able to win this versus Ducks Can Fly.
Well, their
on the
temple
other hand, Ducks
today
Can Fly,
versus their temple
Ducks Can
yesterday.
Fly also don't like it.
Oh.
They do or don't?
So yeah, they don't like this dungeon. So that could be a precursor for things to come. Interesting.
Sometimes, though, if you don't like a dungeon, then you practice it more to conquer your fears.
It's just so interesting because whenever we saw Ducks Can Fly yesterday, in the first series that they played across the whole entire weekend, I thought that whenever they were going into this matchup versus Boar's Money Crew, that they were going to win because they seemed like they were going to be a little bit more consistent. They seemed like the things were just going a little bit better for them in a lot of these situations. I think that if they're able to recover off of like what we just saw off of that Halls of Valor and that Temple of the Jade Serpent, then I think that there is a chance that they can outplay Boar's Money Crew a little bit. But with what Zyro said about, oh yeah, they don't feel super confident in this dungeon, and Boar's Money Crew does feel good about this dungeon, that's scary to me.
Also, one final thing to point out with this Azure Vault. This is probably the scariest thing out of all of them. Echo was so scared of Boar's Money Crew's Azure Vault yesterday in the very first round matchup that they banned it out. They didn't want any chance of going up. Sorry, not Echo, Perplexed. Perplexed was so scared against Boar's... I did say Echo. Perplexed was so scared of Boar's Money Crew's Azure Vault that they banned it out against them yesterday in the very first round. They didn't want to play against Boar's Money Crew's Azure Vault if it went to a third game. That's how good they are in this dungeon.
Bro,
Well, we'll find out if that proves true. Time to get started. See who takes the series.
Okay, so setup on this first pull is actually very dangerous. You want to be lining a lot of these Mystic Vapors casts that are coming in from the Lashers to make sure that's not going on your group. Now, if you do have a couple of those go off early, we do see Ducks Can Fly is running that Mass Dispel. So they're able to get a couple of stacks off of some of their members as they weren't in a perfect line. Boar's Money Crew, we saw Hopeful cauterize and have to ice block almost immediately, and some of the players on Boar's Money Crew are dropping quite low, and they lusted this first pull, Zyro. Oh, Cousin.
Oh, no. Cousin gets hit by a piercing shards, instantly goes down. Chuckles goes down as well. The trash is almost dead. They just have that one final Crystal Fury left that they have to finish off here. There's a lot of deaths on the board, but they do deal with their very first pull, but they committed so many cooldowns. Every single cooldown in the book, they lusted that very first pull, but that's 4 deaths right off the bat. That did not go well at all for them. So many mistakes, so many tiny little errors. They waited so long to dispel off those Lasher debuffs on the group that so many personals were used. Everyone was so low. They didn't mass dispel to the last second here. That's why the Cauterize went off for Hopeful. That's why everyone had to use the personals late. That was really, really rough for them. They did get a tiny bit more trash percentage, but at what cost?
I don't know, man. That's tough. And now Boar's Money Crew and Ducks Can Fly. Boar's Money Crew, they are only down, 20 seconds in death differential, but they don't have that lust anymore. That's likely going to make their Laymore split a little bit slower. Typically, lust is either better whenever it's either 1, enabling pulls, or 2, you just send it on single target on bosses. Because more often than not, the single target damage gain from the lust is going to speed up your dungeon a little bit more, assuming that you're not able to double or triple pull a pack over your opponent. But Boar's Money Crew, they're neck and neck with Ducks Can Fly, but they're down 20 seconds from deaths, and they're down that lust, which is that's not great right now. Wait,
I don't want it to sound like we're picking on one player, but that was another death from Moza there. I feel like the reason we have to call it out is the tilt has to be real at this point. It has to be affecting his play, maybe the team's play. I mean, it is so rough when this happens because nobody wants to draw attention to it, but sometimes you just have to acknowledge it. Somebody has to call it out and be like, yo, bro, I know it's tough right now, but we got this. There's got to be a little bit of camaraderie there to try to help. I mean, it's just such a rough spot to be in when one person is making mistakes. Sometimes it's out of your control, too.
Looking on the right side of our screen, Ducks Can Fly here. They've popped their lust. They are a little bit ahead on Laymore, but like you were calling out earlier, Zyro, there is a count differential between these two teams, somewhere in the order of 4% separating them. Now, this could make a difference later on, but more likely than not, whenever you see a 4% count differential, that's not going to be one full pack of trash. More often than not, that's just we merged a couple of extra mobs in a different manner than a different team.
Yeah, and again, if it is just internet issues, then there's not a whole lot that can be done about that. But so far, they're making good of it in this dungeon, 20% ahead on the boss. Saving that lust for the boss definitely seems like the more time-efficient play here. I think this is what we saw last weekend from the faster teams as well. It didn't need lust to deal with the trash packs, even though it was 23 fortified. They just really wanted to use it to burn through these massive chunks of HP that the bosses have on these higher key levels, especially since you really can't pull that much trash on these bosses, right? You want to be as efficient as possible, and you really can't in this particular boss. So yeah, I think lusting here definitely is the faster play here, and you can see that it's really working out for them. They're definitely ahead. War's Money Crew is making good use of their classes here. Like they're pulling ahead, pulling it back, not ahead. They're pulling back on the boss here. They were 20% behind when I started talking.
Yeah,
they are going to be killing this boss very, very shortly after Ducks Can Fly. Pretty impressive single target damage from them.
All right. Do you expect any of these alleys to be pulled here? Are we going to be rock gaming? So this is one of the ways that you can get a lot of count in this dungeon.
Yes.
You end up having to deal with like the piercing shards, and it's one of those situations that you have to be kind of scared. You need to make sure that your rotating CC's super clean. This is going to be utilizing things such as incapacitating roar. We're going to have to utilize shockwave in a good time. We have to drop our cap totem well to make sure our tank is not just going to get piercing sharded over and over again. Now, they do have a Death Knight, and Death Knight is one of the strongest classes because by themselves they can solo lock down one of those Crystal Furies, but more often than not it's going to need to be AoE stops, especially whenever they're pulling these elementals on top of this pack. Now you see the Shockwave coming out for Ducks Can Fly as they get this pack grouped up into the corner. And now you're going to see Goat, like, he can tank one or two of the piercing shards pretty reliably, especially if he knows it's coming, but he's going to like kite up the wall because that Thrasher circle is kind of annoying as well.
There's an important distinction to be made between the two group comps here. Bringing it back to the mage once again, these Crystal Furies cast an Arcane Fury buff that can be spell stolen. A 10-second buff for 50% increased damage. And it does stack. You can see the mana bar for Hopeful at 30% or so. He's probably spell stolen 3 times in this pack. And peeping the damage meter difference between the two teams, it seems to be working out pretty well for their team. Boar's Money Crew dealt with that pack so much faster. Any difference there was between their progression in the dungeon has been erased by that one pack alone. They are at the exact same point in the dungeon as Ducks Can Fly with a little bit of extra trash count, but you have to remember the death timers are going to come into play here. They have 15 seconds they have to make up.
Really interested in seeing what these teams are grabbing. So it looks like Boar's Money Crew, they're utilizing that Death Knight to try to grip some of these elementals and these keepers and get the packs grouped up. Generally in this ring area, and I think that this is a good job of like, the Death Knight is so valuable on these rings because a lot of these packs are so difficult to merge without either having that grippy hands or just single death grip on these mobs. And looking at this, Boar's Money Crew have 4 elementals and a keeper. So on top of this Curator, it's not like the most dangerous pull, but it's very difficult to get grouped up is what I will say about it. And now they're doing a good job of making sure they're getting interrupts on those elementals, not letting anybody get put to sleep, or fearing to make sure that the bolts aren't going to go off on their tank. As they get that pack dealt with, it looks like both of these teams are pretty neck and neck still, Zyro.
Yeah, pretty neck and neck. Look at this. The Arcane Elemental's dying as the last mob for both teams. Okay. With literally seconds difference between the two teams. Yeah, let's look to keep an eye. Difference in strategy now here at Boar's Money Crew. It looks like they studied the Echo route. Echo pulled those 2 trash packs, then it instantly dropped down. They're going to be heading to the second boss room, I believe, or maybe pulling a little bit of extra trash here, but this is what Echo did last week. They needed to pull trash here to get their extra count as they headed toward the frogs. Ducks Can Fly staying upstairs. They're going to be dealing with all of the trash packs. I like the studying from Boar's Money Crew. This is a massive pack here. 3 packs pulled together. 2 of the Arcane Conduit, Construct patrols on top of one of these ancient constructs. Gonna be a scary pull.
While you were practicing the dungeons, Boar's Money Crew studying the Echo route, forged by it, as they do pop all of their offensive cooldowns here. They need to be really careful of the frontals. That was what I was about to call out. Those Arcane Constructs, they do a Shield Bash cast, which it's very difficult to see where that frontal is going. And if you step up into the trash pack and you're trying to do a little bit more damage, there is the possibility of dying. We've also seen tanks get knocked off of these rings as well and like knocked into the middle because the Shield Bash does a little bit of a knockback. And so you just have to be super aware whenever you're playing melee on these pulls. But it looks like even with Nade's death, they're going to be able to get all these constructs in this pack killed off. I think that this triple pull, that seemed like that was very high value.
Yeah, that was definitely extremely high value. Now, I forget, you can't click the buff when you're in combat, right? You can't click the book, they have to deal with these Spiteful Shades off. Yeah, so it's a little bit of extra time that both of the teams are going to have to deal with, but not too big of an issue as they also slowly bleed themselves away too. That should be all of the extra count that they need in the dungeon, right? The rest of their count should come from clearing this third boss room. Clearing this boss room, and then just doing froggers.
So that 4% count that they had at the very beginning of the dungeon, it's actually coming back to be a super big benefit to them because the 4% count plus that triple pull, I mean, that's where this lead that we see for Boar's Money Crew is kind of starting to take effect. Boar's Money Crew, they made it into this area where they're in front of the Azure Blade trash. As you do see Chuckles going very low. These packs, again, are incredibly dangerous for the tank. Now, the tank can do a lot to mitigate some of the damage once they rotate through all of their offensive CDs. They can backstep the ice cutters and just kind of circle step around them to try to take as few of those ice cutters as possible. In addition to that, if they really wanted to, that lieutenant with his dragon breath, you could heroic leap away to make sure that you're no longer getting hit by that breath as well, assuming that you don't have any defensive CDs. Now, you look at this. Chuckles no longer has any CDs available for him, as you see underneath his bar, and he's
gone.
Hiding away. And yeah, we don't have paint stuff. We got nothing. All right, so we're going to walk away here. There's no point in taking any of these ice cutters. All of the damage, while it is very dangerous, it is avoidable, assuming that you're kiting out the pack. Now, I think that Boar's Money Crew does a great job of just kiting those packs out. On top of that, we haven't talked about this realistically too often, but look at Chuckles' racial. He's running, he's actually Belf for Arcane Torrent. And this is one of the biggest parts of the dungeon where that Arcane Torrent is valuable because the mobs in here put a 50% magic damage reduction on themselves every so often. And outside of Mass Dispel or spamming Purge or spamming Spell Steal or something like that, having the ability to be able to torrent those Keeper's shield is good. It's good value.
Yeah, it's going to be really useful. So another tech thing here for Fire Mage, since we keep covering it, they can also do the same thing that they did on Shaw of Doubt on this boss as well. You can see Hopeful's been combusting into the boss for the past 20 seconds, so he's going to have about a 50k ignite put up on the boss here. The second he goes into the intermission phase, he's going to spread that ignite. It's going to hit all four of the illusions. Look at the ticking damage on the illusions in the back.
Wait a second.
He's going to do about half of the damage to the illusion, half of the health to the illusions just from that ignite alone. There's a lot of really cool techie things you can do with Fire Mage just to do these intermissions faster. And of course, he doesn't really have any cooldowns here. He's got the Combust coming back up, but he probably wants to save that for the boss phase because they can probably phase the boss in the next main phase. But just doing that alone, it speeds up this phase so quickly, it makes it so the healer isn't as stressed. And you can see how stressful this phase is to deal for the healer on this Grievous Affix. Hopefully even blocking just to make sure they can stay alive. And they cannot get another intermission phase. They need to kill the boss here. That was so scary.
Side note, this thundering timing with their combustion, with their APOC, with their incarn. Oh, they have army. This is APOC.
Oh,
with
this
their
is
army,
so good.
with their
this boss
incarn.
is so dead.
This should be infinite. This should be infinite damage. Oh my god, dude! Azure Blade's already at 25.
They might have overused cooldowns here. They actually might have overused cooldowns. They might have wanted to save army for the next pull. But still, I mean, you love to see it. Committing to the burn here. Look how far ahead Boar's Money Crew has pulled. Taking that tiny little 4% trash advantage and just turning it into a massive 80% boss increase. Plus, they're pretty much equal on trash. So, yeah, they've definitely just careened ahead in this dungeon.
Zyro. Dude, I turn my head and look at my third monitor to look at chat. There are a lot of ducks and pigs in chat right now. Cheering for their Boar's Money Crew and Ducks Can Fly.
Yeah, choose your team. Are you with the Boars or are you with the Ducks? Spam it in chat.
Looks like Boar's Money Crew, though, they're even with their death differential, 15 seconds of death differential, they're really far ahead on Azure Blade. And now, look at this. They pulled that breaker, and a lot of times on live, whenever you're doing this area, most of the time, you're going to be, single targeting down the breakers. The frogs will get killed off by incidental cleave, and, the breakers are going to be the things that are limiting whether or not you're able to pull into the next pack or whatnot. Boar's Money Crew are going big right now, though. They're grabbing double breaker, which is not something that you typically do on live. Now they're pulling all of these mobs into this corner here. And you're going to utilize things such as Ursul's Vortex to try to keep the mobs stacked up as long as possible. That way, your Unholy Death Knight and your Feral Druid, your Prot Warrior are able to do as much damage as possible onto this pack. As you see Chuckles, he was in that boon, and he's currently in second place in DPS, but everybody's ramping.
massive DPS, and this is the kind of pull where a Fire Mage will pop off 20 mobs, all of them good HP, spread it to everything, just start popping off in damage. You don't even really need your cooldowns. SKB alone would be enough to start spreading that Ignite. The Combust is just extra icing on the cake, and most of that is going to start to die off here in the back as they start moving ahead and pulling everything else in too. This is just textbook from Boar's Money Crew. They were a little too scared to pull triple breaker, but once that first breaker died from the prio damage their group has, they're easily able to pull on and just start killing everything else off. This is great from them.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about funnel a lot in MDI with like utilizing small mobs as avenues for funnel. Fire Mage doesn't necessarily have. I mean, they have a little bit of funnel, but the prio damage is the big thing for the Fire Mage. Just look at Hopeful. He's using his SKB, or he's using his combustion straight into that breaker, and it's what we saw with the last breaker. That mob just dies so fast, and then you see those frogs ticking from that fat ignite that he has stacked up on top of them. That's how he's able to do so much damage. I think that the mage is quite valuable at speeding up this area, because more often than not, you don't want to like single target send a CD whenever there are these this many mobs here. You want to be utilizing your cooldowns on like AoE, but just with how the prio damage works for that Fire Mage, it just makes a lot of sense for him to be absolutely blasting those breakers.
To quote an old great raider from back in the day, you just got to focus your passive cleave. And that's what the Fire Mage is great at doing, focusing the passive
focus
cleave.
Your passive cleave. Can I get a citation on who said that?
It was a rogue player in Blood Legion back in the day. You might know him. His name was Adele. It's kind of a boomer thing to know who that guy is. That was said mid-progress at some point. Focus your passive cleave. Oh man, these boomers, dude. Anyways, yeah, that's what Mage is good at. It's so weird. It's like it's not funnel. It's like reverse funnel. You're doing pure target damage,
yeah,
and just getting free cleave from it. It's really, really good. Yeah, here we go. I mean, Boar's Money Crew on to the third boss here. All they have to do at this point is deal with two bosses, right? And it's not tyrannical. These bosses aren't that difficult for them to deal with. There aren't really any major disadvantages for them, too. Ducks Can Fly is later on the Lust. They still have to deal with the rest of their frogs. Boar's Money Crew's looking great here, Tettles.
I think that Ducks Can Fly lost a lot of time on that. They're sequencing for the ring trash. I think that was like one of the biggest time losses for them. If you look at like the difference between them and Boar's Money Crew, Boar's Money Crew did their ring trash in two separate pulls. They did one pull up top, they're like, no more of this, and then they triple pulled the bottom. Whereas Ducks Can Fly, they double pulled up top, then double pulled again because they were a little bit behind in terms of count, and then they did a pull downstairs. And I think that bonus pack that they did on top of Boar's Money Crew chaining the Azure Blade trash around is one of the biggest differentiators here. Ducks Can Fly, though, I mean, there's still an opportunity for them to be able to catch up if Boar's Money Crew has any, deaths or like a catastrophic wipe. Lord forbid, that would be very sad.
Yeah, but we're not trying to cast a curse at anybody here. We're just trying to see the teams play to the best of their ability here. A little bit of a scary moment for Boar's Money Crew coming out of that explosion. Everyone's still ticking with Grievous here. Cousin's got to top everyone else up for that Frost Bomb. Looks like it's a good job of dealing with it, and everyone's pretty safe. And here we go. Are they going to be able to beat the next intermission? I believe they should.
Yeah,
that mana bar at the bottom of Telash there. Once that fills up, it'll go back into the intermission and take 99% reduced damage. They should be able to beat it off here. And you can see that gap is massive here. Telash still 80% for Ducks Can Fly, but Boar's Money Crew are going to be heading on down to the final boss of the dungeon here, skipping the books here, going for max speed here on some of their players here. Going to be levitating at the last second so they don't take fall damage here, but they are going to be pulling the dragon.
It's pulling the boss.
So, gotta be ready for it. Wait, that doesn't pull the boss? What?
Nah, reviving, I guess. Dude,
I guess this boss
it's actually
doesn't proxy
it's actually
aggro.
so much slower to do to jump down or to take the book than it is to just jump down like that. It's somewhere in the order of 10 seconds. Maybe there would be a way to like catch people with slow fall, catch people with levitate as they jump down, because the people that we saw take that book were Nade and Chuckles. Now Chuckles does have heroic leap sometimes, but if it wasn't up, I mean it wasn't up. But I wonder if there's a way that you could just like catch people.
There is, but it's hard because it's a pretty long thing, right? They've got two classes in the group that can actually do it, right? They've got the slow fall on the mage and the levitate on the priest, but that's pretty much all they can do. But they're already on the boss, so we can cover that at a later date here. Boar's Money Crew already dealing with the first fracture on the boss here. Happens at every 25% of the boss have to deal with those crystals where they explode and put a pretty much raid wiping bleed on everybody in the group.
Yeah.
Set coming up
Their
here
crystal
soon.
stack was really good there. Basically, especially with their composition, they want the crystals to be like as close to the boss as possible. Oh my gosh, another pretty good crystal stack, all things considered. But there's that one detonating crystal. Typically, you'd have like your ranged soloing that one, and you do see Sky is also helping get that detonating crystal, and the hardened one. So we got 3 good ones. We got 2 bad crystals there. We really want the crystals to be a little bit closer. There is no, at least at this current time, no known way of getting them stacked up in a nice clump. But maybe at some future point there will be a way. But as it currently stands, you just kind of hope.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah. This has been, you know, a great dungeon for Boar's Money Crew. They've kind of shown off why they deserve to win this series, but you really have to feel bad for Ducks Can Fly. I mean, imagine what could have been if Moza wasn't having these internet issues. It's just so frustrating to deal with as a team. Not to mention how tough it must be as a single player to deal with. But it's not over yet. Boar's Money Crew does have to deal with this last set of detonating crystals. There's one in the center of the room that they really want to make sure they deal with. Chuckle's even leaping out to make sure it's dealt off with, and with that crystal gone, that's essentially going to be all she wrote. Boar's Money Crew now taking a victory lap of the last 10% of the boss. This Arcane Orb is trying its hardest to wipe them, but it's just not fast enough. And that's going to be the series going to Boar's Money Crew, taking it out in a very, very close 3-game series over Ducks Can Fly.
Yeah, that was about as close as you can get it, but you know, credit to Ducks Can Fly for kind of fighting through some unfortunate issues and still making it a really tight series, still winning the second dungeon. But Boar's Money Crew takes it 2-1. They will advance to face Empyrean a little bit later today, our second to last match of the day, I believe. But yeah, SAR versus Azure Vaults. What's your initial take on that? I'm curious. As we look at a couple replays from that dungeon.
Are you talking about just Azure Vault in general, Doa?
No, just the runs we just saw just now.
I thought that for Boar's Money Crew, I think that what they said in their pre-weekend interview was pretty on point. I thought that their Azure Vault it didn't look like it was insane or anything, but the pulls that they were able to pull off, but specifically this, I felt like they were pulling to their strengths a lot. And that was something that a lot of MDI teams will do this thing where they like to copy other teams' routes, even to their detriment. But I think that Boar's Money Crew, with how they were setting up a lot of their stuff, really pulled to their strengths. Specifically, that Fire Mage that we were harping on a little bit, with just how these Draconoid breakers were working, with how they were wheeling that Lieutenant around as well in like the Azure Blade area. I thought that like how Boar's Money Crew was pulling this section was fairly solid. Now for Ducks Can Fly, I think that they looked really good yesterday. I wondered like how much of what we saw from their Azure Vault was like, okay, this wasn't our best dungeon. Like they were maybe planning on even just 2-0ing. You know, they may have planned on 2-0ing Boar's Money Crew, which if you look at their runs yesterday, I kind of also would have expected. But Boar's Money Crew, again, able to play to their strengths, really utilizing that Fire Mage to its fullest potential. And look at how much damage he's doing, 163k DPS, just absolutely owning. And we talk about the Unholy DK as the main carry in a lot of MDI comps, but their main carry is the Mage.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a great dungeon for a lot of the strengths of Fire Mage. Like
Yes.
3 of the bosses, you can just cleave free damage onto the ads that spawn during the fight. It's just free cleave. It helps you deal with the mechanics of the encounters extremely cleanly. And honestly, like, that was a textbook execution of how it should be run. I mean, they're definitely better than their seeding would indicate otherwise. They're going to have a hard time against their next matchup, but if they play the way they played, they could definitely, you know, potentially take a game or maybe even have an upset.
Sometimes we kind of talk over these graphs and don't really talk about them too much. I think that's something that I really want to point out with these graphs is look at around that 8 to 12 minute mark. So Boar's Money Crew is in purple there, and they have like 2 major spikes, whereas Ducks Can Fly have like 3, you know, average sized spikes. That's the ring trash that I was talking about earlier, and that's, in my opinion, where Ducks Can Fly lost a lot of their time in the dungeon. Yeah. It was just like Boar's Money Crew just hit those 2 large pulls back to back and bounced out of that ring area. They were able to get into the Azure Vault stuff, which is that massive spike that we see both from Boar's Money Crew and Ducks Can Fly. It's just getting into that Azure Blade section. But like Ducks Can Fly, just taking it a little bit slower ended up costing them for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in the end, that means that, we do have Boar's Money Crew moving on with a 2-1 score. That is our first elimination match done. And that also means that we have our first team eliminated. Sadly, Ducks Can Fly are out of Group B, but they have a chance to come back in the Last Stand tournament. So there is always the opportunity to come back. And, hopefully some of the little things like some of the internet issues, some of the efficiency things are solved at that point. It's still a strong-looking team. Still, I think, a threat for that one. And there you go. Yeah, still Last Stand signups still going for a couple days. So you've got a chance to do that and earn that beautiful banner.
I earned mine this
There you
season.
go. Yeah, I haven't gotten
yours?
one yet. I need to do that. I got the
We
ones
didn't
back
do
in
a caster
Shadowlands. I
group.
need to. Yeah, I need to do that again.
I got mine though with some friends, some different friends.
Tettles has a new set of friends. I
I'm
guess.
flexing, yes.
Oh well,
Makes
it's been fun.
too.
Doa, chat already knows who's
Yeah.
next. They're spamming the truck already. The
true.
truck has
You
been
know it.
spammed.
Yep,
We've
that's
got a
right.
name for this
Spam
next
that truck
series
to get
coming up.
unstuck. That doesn't. But
It's-
Cement Gaming versus Who Let Them Cook in our next series of the day.
No.
And the PERPLEXED, rather the German supergroup from Germany, Cement Gaming, going up against Who Let Them Cook, the cooking anti-supergroup in terms of quality and food, but quality and WoW, completely different story. Great team. We're going to get to see them face off after this short break, so don't go anywhere. The MDI continues in just a bit. We're back here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host over here along with Dratnos, and mixing it up on the desk. Makes.
I don't even know what that means. Is it a play on name?
I don't know. I thought we were going to lead in with the play on names. Zyronic had this all planned before the break. I have to go back and fix this. Zyronic had it all planned. He had a brilliant name for this matchup that we're about to see, and he's done for the day. I think his casting is over for the day. So I'll try to do it justice, but in the name of Zyronic, this matchup is dubbed "Who Let Them Cook Cement?" There you go.
Now the question is, when you cook cement, does it actually turn into anything? Like, should there be a natural overpower, like the wolves and the ducks, you know? Yeah, but what happens if you cook it? That's the question.
I think it just gets warm. You can can you even melt it? It's basically like rock,
I have no idea.
So there are 4 stages in the manufacturing of cement, and the third one is burning it.
Come on!
Apparently.
Oh,
yeah.
You just looked that up.
The
Dragonflight cement route.
Yeah. At least this is the first kind of cement that I found in an encyclopedia. So I don't know if there's multiple different ways to cook cement. Maybe we're going to see a bunch of different takes here. Of course, it's a best of 3 series, so they might try a bunch of different ways to cook cement. But at least I guess the standard might be a 4-part process where part 3 is burning. That's cool.
There you go. Maybe. Well, I mean, hopefully no one ends up on fire by the end of this series, but we'll see if the dungeon runs will be red hot as we go into this series. We're going to start things off.
Is this going to be a thing? Just say.
Court of Scars. It is.
Can we cure these jokes before we bring them on broadcast? Maybe.
Oh my gosh. I see what you did there. Well, Megs, tell us about cement. Not the substance,
of course,
but the players. As we look at our bands. Temple banned out by Who Let Them Cook, Cement bans ball. Yes.
Oh. So I was saying as we were going into this game, hey, we're going to see a Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, but I was in a completely wrong series. I was thinking of the third one today, but we're going to see a Shadow Moon Burial Grounds this time around for sure, and we're going to see the Court of Stars because that's a dungeon they could from Cement have played in Legion times. But it seems like they didn't like their odds in at Halls of Valor, and then for Who Let Them Cook, I believe we saw their temple yesterday, didn't we?
That is...
That temple, if I remember correctly, had a little bit of wiping involved at that very first boss. So it makes sense that they would take out this one. Maybe some slight remembrance from what happened yesterday.
I think Cement had Temple as well, right? Cement had it against Donuts, so
they did.
Both teams got to look at that. Or was that even... Yeah, that was played, right? Yeah, we got to see that out of Donuts yesterday.
Yeah.
So,
I think the big difference is that Cement Gaming had 8 deaths on Temple of the Jade Serpent. Who Let Them Cook had 28 deaths. So it was a rough dungeon.
I think that's a little many deaths, maybe. So it does make sense that they would take this one out. But speaking about the teams, actually, it's very interesting because Who Let Them Cook has a lot of players from the American Guild BDGG, and then Cement Gaming has a lot of players from like the German top guilds. So we're going to see a battle of like EU, aka Germany, against NA. It's like one of the most favorite esport battles, right?
Yeah, I mean, usually EUNA, that's where it always heats up. But I would say over the years across esports, EU has generally done pretty well. We'll see if NA has something today, though.
We start off in a Court of Stars. Court of Stars 22, right. Tyrannical Explosive Sanguine. Now, we've seen Direwolves actually doing this dungeon twice, and with a really innovative path. Most other teams that have come in here have done like a fairly large pull, then they've done the first boss, then they've gone and done the docks while their healer's been doing a little skip, and then they've kind of gotten to that last part of the dungeon and tried to handle it in as few pulls as possible. I'm curious if either of these teams, though, has adapted some of that Direwolves innovation, where Direwolves saved the dock for later and pulled it into a into a mini boss or an enforcer or something at the end. If so, then that could be a way to potentially have a route faster by a minute or two. On the other hand, this is a lower bracket matchup. These teams are ones that we expect to be a little bit rougher around the edges, right? Maybe the strategy in Court of Stars is let's just minimize our chance of wiping, right? Let's not try and pull 15 of these enemies in a bridge pull and 3 constructs all at once.
Probably not a bad idea. The other thing to think about with this series is that we're going to see our first Shadow Moon Burial Grounds of the weekend.
Yeah.
Here. It's one people have been avoiding, but you can't avoid it in this one. Plus 23 Fortified Bursting Storming. That's going to be tricky. And if we get to it, our first Ruby Life Pools, actually, of the weekend, I believe. I think, no, we had one more.
Day, maybe,
a couple
yeah.
yesterday, actually. Never mind, not our first. But one's been banned a couple times, too. But, yeah, that first Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, that's going to be an interesting one.
We are also going to see a lot of interesting classes, I'm pretty sure. We know that Cement Gaming brings in the Havoc. We know that they bring in another Enhanced Shaman. We even saw a Prot Paladin yesterday from them. And then on the other side, who let them cook? They were running an Arms Warrior. So I think there's a lot of people going to be very satisfied. The kinds of people in chat, they're always like, oh, same teams. Always same teams. This is the match for you to watch. You're gonna get your entertainment's worth. I promise it. It's gonna be super, super fun. It seems like teams are getting ready to start. Let's hope the boats are all on time and everybody's gonna get picked up and nobody's gonna get left behind here at this harbor. Then I'm really curious to see what else we're gonna see out of those teams. Is Altharian gonna go back to that Prot Paladin, or are we gonna stay on the Warrior? Because the Prot Paladin would make sense, I feel like, in the Court of Stars, just speaking about the spy game towards the end, right?
Yeah, if you have that shield mogged to Truth Guard, then your shield glows when you get near the spy. It lets you narrow down which pack it's in pretty easily, so it could be a few seconds of value added to the Prot Paladin pick in this dungeon. Prot Paladin's also the interrupts are really nice in this place, right? You have these constructs that demand interrupts and that are limiting how many enemies you can pull at once. You have enemies that are maybe standing in Sanguine, being problematic and interruptible, right? And so if you have, Avenger's Shield in general, Divine Toll specifically, that can be really good for setting up some of these massive pulls in this dungeon as well.
Yeah, I am excited to see if we see comps that are going to be a little bit different from what we've seen earlier in the day. They did show us some different stuff yesterday like we saw, but it didn't work out that great. That's why they're here in the elimination bracket. So do they stick to their guns? Do they stick to what they feel comfortable with? Or do they kind of adjust and accept a little bit more of the meta? I mean, I suppose it's kind of a partially like, what can the players play? But it looks like we're almost ready to go. Indeed we are. All right, first dungeon underway for Cement versus Who Let Them Cook.
Here we go.
Let's see who gets the lead.
And they're bringing the Prot Paladin, which I'm super excited about. I feel like I spoke that one into existence, but that's not the only thing. Dratnos, we had people in chat asking about the Monk. That is something that people wanted to know about. Why are we not seeing Monk, Windwalker, and Keys Hour going down here instantly? Is going to ank this. They're not using Bloodlust for this very first pull. Obviously a little bit unfortunate with that death there right away. Mel and Punky both dropping very low, but seems like they can recover this. Aura is still so low. Critics just like, oh no, he's gonna just, the hots will happen as he disables that beacon here. And then on the other side, I would say a rather traditional team with, of course, the Arms Warrior sticking out just a little bit.
Yeah, between our 10 players here, we have 9 different specs represented, and we have a duplicate on the Enhancement Shaman of all things. What a time to be alive here. And that Windwalker, yeah, like you're talking about, it's an interesting choice, because one of the problems with Windwalker is in these really, really big AoE pulls, you kind of start to fall off relative to some of these other classes, but you have a really potent piece of utility you can see right there in Ring of Peace against the Sanguine Affix in particular. So that works out just really nicely in this dungeon. It's an extremely mobile class. It has good on-demand damage, and the damage on like 5 targets, it's phenomenal out of the Windwalkers too. So you can see keeping up here with that Havoc Demon Hunter at the start of this dungeon. Meanwhile, on the side of Who Let Them Cook, they have that Arms Warrior and Feral Druid damage powerhouse for their AoE. They've got an Enhancement Shaman there that is potentially buffing them. I don't know if playing Wind Fury or not, but also probably is if you're playing an Arms Warrior, I assume. Really enhances their damage, especially. That's one of the specs that benefits the most from it. and then also doing a lot of priority damage to the highest mob in each pull.
Yeah, and Who Let Them Cook are on their way. They have engaged Patrol Captain Gyardo. Cement Gaming is trying to catch up here, but they're a little bit behind in trash count. And it seems like some of these explosives are going off here for them as the team takes substantial damage. But both of the teams now proccing that Bloodlust. I'm so scared. Can somebody do these explosives? Doesn't seem like they want to. That was super crazy. But yeah, Bloodlust is pumping on both sides. Who Let Them Cook in the lead on boss HP and trash count, but they're also profiting off of that thundering buff just now, which is going to give them that amp on damage, and Cement Gaming now also getting it. Bloodlust is still running for them. They're right behind Who Let Them Cook, and actually Drama and Falls as Kevin and Timmy both go down for Who Let Them Cook. They have one battle res, but is that going to be enough? You will play this boss with 4 players if you pick one up here, or are you just going to try and reset? Actually, this boss doesn't reset, so it's not going to be an option here.
Yeah, you can see those Arclight Vital Correctors being used by their healer. Of course, one of their battle reses was just their Reser, or their Feral Druid, who was one of the people who died, so they didn't have a good res there. But now they have Hinder being cast by these Vigilant Duskwatch. They have 3 of them in this pull, and that's actually a really dangerous cast when you have players dead, because you can't stun it. If you do stun it, it just immediately recasts. You need to actually interrupt it, otherwise it will just keep free casting them at you, or until it gets the cast off successfully, and can be dispelled. So we've seen a little bit of success handling that Hinder, but if it doesn't, then somebody's almost certainly dead to the other mechanics of the boss while they're sitting in that Hinder.
Yeah, and you can see how that death now plays out in the comparison between the two teams. Cement Gaming is catching up on the back of that. They're now neck and neck with Who Let Them Cook. They have more trash count and have efficiently surpassed Who Let Them Cook, which is really, really tragic for them to have these deaths here, but there's just nothing you can do about it. The teams are going to push the boss into the phase where he starts drinking the poison. Then I'm really curious who we're going to see running on both sides. I assume it is going to be just the druids for both of the teams, because that would be the easiest. But we have seen shamans do it as well, so maybe that's what's going to happen for one of these sides.
Yeah, it's usually been the healer going to do it, if the healer is then going to be, and then the 4 DPS can go and do the docks. But sometimes Direwolves were kind of innovating with sending a DPS to do it, right? And then your healer is just available for the start of your next big pull that you're setting up. So Who Let Them Cook do have
I think it's the healer for both.
Going. Yeah,
yeah,
looks
Timmy
like it.
now back up with the group here is gonna join them at the docks, at the big AoE fiesta, as I like to call it when I'm in these keys. That's usually where you get to do all of your AoD damage. It's such a nice little pull, and you can see the damage coming out of these teams. Your Kef actually taking a bunch of damage, but should be surviving here, is pretty safe. And the healers, of course, are not with them, so these players need to survive on their own. Every additional damage that they're taking is not great, and you could even see like Ara running out of melee range trying to take care of the explosives, because usually that's a healer job, right? And they're not with them, so you need to make sure that everything's under control. Sanguine coming through here for Cement Gaming, really unfortunate, but they managed to finish off the pack here. Melon pretty low, but should be able to get topped off just in time.
Yeah, we've had another incidental death landing for Who Let Them Cook, with their shaman going down as they get ready to actually... It's impressive here for Who Let Them Cook that with 4 deaths, including several on that boss fight, they're actually so close in terms of dungeon positioning. They're a tiny bit behind in count, and of course there are 15 seconds of death timer and 1 battle res in favor of Cement Gaming as well. But Who Let Them Cook are actually moving really quickly through this dungeon, and it seems like their comp is putting out loads of damage, and I like how much off-healing they're going to bring. They have that Nature's Vigil in addition to the Ancestral Guidance as those sort of off-healing cooldowns that can make these dangerous AoE group damage pulls a little bit safer, although not safe enough as Kev going down. No battle res available there. Timmy's going to follow as a Searing Glare cast goes off. And now they are in tremendous difficulty here because you can't release Spirit when you're in combat with one of these 3 mini-bosses.
Yeah, exactly. So they need to reset it. Didn't even finish off that Shadow Mistress there, which was really low. Would have given them easy count, but is going to be a full team wipe and release. And on the left side of the screen, you can see that Cement Gaming already racked up 80%. They're still on that very first mini boss, and they have just a little bit, like 14% to go, to make sure they have enough to actually engage all of the bosses. And that means they can take it pretty easy with these enforcers that are still to come.
Yeah, this one is... They certainly have a bit of a lead developed here. It's not big enough that they can, like, single pull the rest of the dungeon, but it is big enough that if they do reasonable sized pulls, they should be able to hold on here, especially because they have that battle res, and now they have 40 seconds of death timer as well in their favor. But still, this is a really dangerous set of pulls that they're doing. They've got these enforcers, and like a lot of teams do with these enforcers, they're just face tanking it as well. On live, of course, we recommend people line of sight that thing, but darkness is going to help save some of the damage from those ticks. Wow.
The Enforcer was standing in the Sanguine, and even though Ring of Peace was deployed by Melon, of course that was not enough because they don't get knocked out. So while they could recover the 2 other mobs, unfortunately the Enforcer took some of the Sanguine healing here, but they managed to just get it off in time here and finish off that Enforcer. Balgar is coming for them. And then on the other side, Balgar is also coming for Who Let Them Cook, and it seems like Cement Gaming are aiming for a little bit overcount here, looking at the percent.
Yeah, this is a lot of count that they're going to end this dungeon with. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Yeah, I mean, it is necessarily a bad thing. It's not that much overcount, though, right? They're going to 99% count. No. You need to be at 94%, so they pulled 5% extra. Not a big deal. Sometimes just based on where the Enforcer spawns, you kind of have to, right? It's like, okay, if it spawned in one of the other spots, we wouldn't have had to pull this trash pack, but it did, so we did, so that's how
sometimes you just rather want to pull the Enforcer with something else than wait for a patrol to like move, because they move pretty slow, and then you feel like you're wasting more time than if you just cleave whatever is with them. But this Enforcer is all on her own, and that's exactly what is going to happen. They're going to single target DPS this one down, make sure she dies nice and quickly because they don't need any extra count. And then Who Let Them Cook also killing off their Enforcer, of course, after their very unfortunate wipe on the first one. They finished off Balgar pretty quickly, and this should be their 3rd one as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
it
there
is
we go.
Indeed.
Yas
so they're a tiny bit ahead in terms of dungeon progression, but at 87% count, and with a Shadow Mistress left, that Shadow Mistress is only going to give them like 3% count. They're going to need to find another pack, probably another one of those little 2-packs around the side here, and that's what they're posturing to pull. There's a Inquisitor and a Mistress that they could be grabbing. That will finish their count if they want it over the side there. So Shaz leaping over and grabbing it while the mini-boss is busy with one of the leaps of its own. And they kind of just need to chain pull this thing with them. These two just... They have to just cleave them down and not focus too much on AoEing them. They got to just tunnel boss, I think, at this point, and tunnel mini-bosses if they want to try and catch up. Even still, those 40 seconds of death timer are a huge disadvantage as well.
Okay, something cool coming out of Cement Gaming here. If I saw correctly, Ara just continuously tanks the Crushing Leap, but because he's with his back towards the corner of the area that we're in, he's just going to get knocked against an invisible wall and rather would take the damage and continue to be able to do damage than dodge out of that Crushing Leap. That was really cool to see. Maybe you can see it again in the analyst segment. But yeah, they're now engaging Talixay. Of course, there was some trauma with that boss earlier on, but this time around, no patrols were at it. I feel very good about this one. You can see that CDs are ready across the board. They should be used. Yeah, meta is now coming in for Punky as well. You can see a demon rushing in as well. That is going to be very good for all of the additional AoE damage that they will now get. Infernal Eruption being cast. But on the other side, of course, the same thing is happening. Both of these teams opting to not use their Bloodlust because, of course, they don't have it. So we'll see that used later on. It is a tyrannical key. In my opinion, it makes sense to use it on Melandris. And you can see how much ahead Cement Gaming are. It's roughly 30% on this boss here.
Yeah, now, they also have... So I'm looking at this Windwalker build that they're running. They're doing something a little bit different than what I usually see Windwalkers doing on live. They're actually playing Serenity here, which is, it should mean that they have reasonable amounts of single target as well. It should let them keep up with some of those single target powerhouses like the Arms Warrior with a Wind Fury totem. So I think Cement Gaming should be able to hold on here, although Who Let Them Cook may have a slight single target edge still. There's something to be said about like the battle shout landing on 3 melee DPS for Who Let Them Cook. Here is Cement Gaming though; they're making their way towards the end, and watch their tank here. Their tank isn't going to go for clues. The tank is actually just going around, waiting to see when that shield lights up, because that shield will light up whenever they are near the pack that has one of these 4. Oh my goodness, they're actually just not doing clues at all. Look at this; they're just running around as a team of 5 and. I think what they're going to do is they're just going to click on each of the 4 people in the group that the shield lights up on. Whoa, wow.
I think that seems to be the tech. And yeah,
Amazing.
There we go. They found it. 3 of the players got ported, it seems like, but they have their spy. And of course, the rest of them, actually it's not even 3 players, just 2 got ported away. They will be back with the team quick enough, I'm sure, since there is a little bit of roleplay here involved. I really like that technique, even though they have that Demon Hunter, right? They could have just rushed for clues and found the right one as well, but trusting in the power of the shield of Eltharion. Yeah, they are faster, and the spy is coming in, and you can see Critex and Ara are now also coming into this room here right as the mini-boss gets activated. I love it.
Yeah. So Era loses a couple of seconds of DPS there, but wouldn't have lost any if it had been a downstairs clue, or if it had been like the Demon Hunter that got sent back, right? The Demon Hunter or the Monk would have been able to make it back for boss pull. So this is like, that was probably close to worst case in terms of how long it would take for them to get back, and they didn't even lose more than a couple of globals. So yeah, I think the strat it's pretty brilliant if you have a prop paladin to just brute force the spy game using that Truth Guard. You got to transmog your shield to Truth Guard, I'm pretty sure, for it to work. But then it does glow just like it did back in Legion.
It's a team game after all. They're going to run it as a team. That's exactly what's happening. Oh no! Timmy going down for Who Let Them Cook. That was their last battle rest that they now used on Geraint, the mini-boss. Of course, you don't want to spend too much time here. They're already behind, but both of the teams do have Bloodlust available and are going to use it. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to catch up. They're 50 seconds on penalty behind Cement Gaming, so all eyes on them. If they can execute this boss swiftly, then all will be well. Punky taking another sip of what I assume to be tea or coffee, making sure he's well hydrated going into this as they wait for the roleplay to come through here. Looking across the board, cooldowns are ready or are getting ready in the first couple of seconds. Grief Torch popping here from Melon right at the start. And you can see how beautiful Critex is baiting the storms on the outside, making sure that they're nice and away from the rest of the team.
Yeah, and here's where that Serenity talent choice from Melon is really shining. This is where it's going to be doing the best relative to Storm, Earth, and Fire, the kind of standard pick there, allowing the Windwalker still in 3rd place on the meters right now, but to be a close 3rd rather than a close 4th, as might be the case without that talent available. Windwalker, single target is definitely the weakness of that spec, so something that they are trying to mitigate with that build. And they are going to be at half health on this boss before Who Let Them Cook can even get started here. Plus 45 seconds of death timer. I think Cement Gaming, no way they could lose from here.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to survive and make sure they get through it. You can see Eltharion consistently soaking these stun puddles here, these clouds, making sure that none of the other melees unfortunately step in and get stunned. So he's taking care of those for the rest of the team, while Critex is continuously baiting out these images here. It's a bunch of teamwork that's happening, and the team now also is getting the Thundering buff, which is going to make them just a little bit stronger and give them that damage amp here. You can see the stun coming out, 30% remaining, and I think, Ara goes down here. They do have Ankh. They're going to use that instantly, not even going to use the battle wrestles, but of course another 5 seconds on that team is hopefully not going to cost them this, as they're still so far ahead of Who Let Them Cook, and looking really, really good here in this lower bracket elimination match. Cement Gaming coming straight from Germany, trying to rock this MDI.
Yeah, they just have a few more percent to go here on Advisor Melandris, and, Who Let Them Cook are doing a lot of damage. I have to say that damage they're doing is just insane. They are catching up on this boss. If the boss just had 4 or 5 times as much health as it does, they would be able to overtake off of this, but alas, it is not a plus 43 key, and so they're not going to be able to do it this time. Cement Gaming are going to take a 1-0 lead in the series, but Who Let Them Cook were looking very strong as well.
Yeah, for sure. Congratulations to Cement Gaming in their 1-0. I'm very curious for the next key.
They take the early lead in the series, but what we were talking about backstage, so to speak, while we were watching this one is didn't expect to see a game today where the only spec shared between teams was Enhancement Shaman. That was a unique treat, but it was cool stuff. There were neat comps on both sides. I really liked the comp from Who Let Them Cook, just this melee comp. I think this is a better use of Wind Fury, where you have such a melee-focused comp in general. Some deaths there, obviously, that cost him as we start to look at some of the replays. But overall, I liked it in concept.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that
it looks like one of those was to the frontal from one of the guards. I didn't see what caused the other one, though. It was like the exact same second, but it may have been another frontal, and then that was Eye Storm, I guess, claiming a couple of lives, or maybe the Searing Glare cast. And yeah, this was... I mean, if this wipe hadn't happened, if they just had that first boss disaster, I think they would have still been competitive as well, which I think that shows that they actually had a faster plan in this dungeon by maybe a minute and a half in theory. It's just they ended up losing 2.5, 3 minutes to those 2 mistake pulls. But other than that, it looked really strong. Very big credit, though, does go to Cement Gaming for making this work, too.
Some of it comes maybe down to Cement Gaming pulling a little bit overcount as well, which they didn't really need to do. So I think they try to save time there, but maybe it cost them just a little bit more. I don't know. I'll have to rewatch it in the VOD. But, of course, I also want to correct myself because I said it's an NA team, and that's not true. Actually, I do know better. I don't know why I said that. They used to play in levels, and they switched over to BDGG, but they're mostly Swedish players. So it is EU Sweden against Germany. Yeah,
you can see if you look at Scan Quaza there, you can see there's the little circle over the A. That's that's like Scandinavia.
That gives it away right there.
That gives it away. Yeah,
you wouldn't find that on American servers. No, they never.
Well,
use
you could.
Sometimes
extra
people do
things,
that, right? Yeah.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Like if you want
That's
an
not a
alt name
giveaway.
like bank or something, but you can't use it, then you just use like the funky A to make it go through. Yeah.
Yeah.
My guild has
when
that
you're
with
like
bands.
the 20th person
Yep.
being called like edgy Death Lord XXX or something, then gotta have those extra letters.
XX 420 Sephiroth XX. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
look how identical
Damage.
these damage graphs are through most of the dungeon.
Right.
Yeah, you can see Cement Gaming. They were finding ways to do a little bit more damage. I guess around that 4-minute mark, slightly more overall dealt there. But I don't know who let them cook. A lot of the times their graph is like a little bit ahead. Yeah, the 9-minute mark. That spike is good. Yeah,
that's the big pull where they went overcount. But I think that's the spike.
Yeah, you have that wipe probably around 8 minutes there for Who Let Them Cook as well, which is probably where that's probably where it all went wrong.
Before that,
And it all
the peaks
went
were a
wrong.
little bit higher for the other team, which is interesting. Yeah.
Very high damage.
I think the
very
arms,
high damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the thing like the Arms Warrior is great, but it's one of those things too where if you do die, then you're like rebuilding your rage. There's an extra tax on specs like that, when you die during a fight where you're not going to be able to come right back in and start immediately blasting. There is a little bit of a setup time. You have to wait for the right windows with arms. So it's a little bit less forgiving sometimes than some of the other specs. So that's part of it too.
Yeah, I don't know if you caught as well, but one of the deaths was on the mini boss right at the end, and it was charge, pop all the cooldowns, get auto attacked, die. That's like
you can't
worst
come
case
for
for
Timmy on
arms.
this one. That's every melee player ever.
One
That's
taunt.
just how our brain
That
works.
is true.
I have
Every
his
Arms
back on
Warrior
that.
does
Where
that
was the
like
taunt?
once per day.
Yeah.
I mean, that is true. That is the Arms like prerogative to charge in and pop all of your cooldowns immediately and then get meleeed. So it happens to the best of us. What can I say? But we are going on to this Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, and I do wonder what we're going to see compositionally? Are we going to see a shift, or are we going to see similar things going into this one for the first time this weekend?
Yeah, you're saying it. It's one of our higher keys. It's a 23 fortified, which should pose some challenges, of course, bursting and explosive on top of that. I feel like we're going to see a lot of non-conventional comps continuously. I know that Punky's going to stay on that Havoc. I'm pretty sure Critex is going to stay on the Resto Druid. That far I can say. I also think Aura's going to stay on Enhancement. As far as everything else goes, I feel like it's open.
Yeah, I think the Prop Paladin works pretty well in this dungeon as well at this key level, but this dungeon, there's a lot of nice stuff that Prop Paladin does, you know. It's a dungeon that revolves around a few massive pulls where stuff like Bubble Taunt are extremely powerful. You also have a Disease Dispel and Blessing of Freedom for the slow diseases. Either of those will work against the diseases from the bats, and you have Divine Toll to just... You have Divine Toll and Blinding Light to just completely destroy the bat pulls as well and solo them, plus potentially War Stomp if you're interested as well. So can be a huge amount of control for some of the pulls that you get in this dungeon. Could also be a good place for like a DK. I don't know if that's something that that either team is interested in grabbing. I think DK works really
DK?
I
nicely in
mean,
this dungeon.
Melon can play DK.
Yeah, Unholy would work as well.
DK is very balanced.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily suggesting the Blood DK, although I do think this is probably the best, besides maybe not good, Blood DK dungeon we've got in our pool. But probably still want to be on the Paladin or the Warrior for a little bit more damn, because it is a timed event, of course. Yeah.
Probably. Well, here we
All right,
go.
well,
find out if
answers
Cement Gaming
to
can
our
2-0
questions.
it, or if we tie it up.
And
Yeah.
we actually
Gonna be the
are
Prep
on
Paladin.
no duplicate specs. No duplicate specs between our teams. One enhancement shaman has disappeared, and that, you know, those oppressive enhancement shamans are finally not dominating the meta of our our series
so many
here.
enhancement shamans in the MDI.
Yeah,
Always the
ooh.
same. Enhancement everywhere.
The enhancement meta is over, though. It's been broken. There's only one of them here. We've got the same comp being used by Cement Gaming as they used in their Court of Stars, but Who Let Them Cook have dropped the Arms Warrior, getting access to that DK, which I think makes a lot of sense. You can see on the damage meters an example of why I think the DK makes so much sense in this dungeon in particular. They've also brought in that Subtlety Rogue as well. That's going to give them access to Shroud of Concealment, which there are a few spots in this dungeon where that's pretty nice at MDI pacing, but also just a nice amount of damage and control as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see that both teams are advancing here. None of them have used their Bloodlust yet, which I'm a little bit curious about when that's going to happen, because we are in a fortified key, but maybe they just want to make sure and use that on the bosses, because 23 still is a lot of HP. Shaz actually taking a lot of damage here. I think Sandana might have hit him in the back. Punky also dropping really low for Cement Gaming, as both of the teams are pulling onto the boss. Bloodlust now getting popped for both sides, and that is going to be the check that they need to meet. Both of these teams will try to get through this as quickly and as cleanly as possible. We have seen other teams fail at this very pull. It's not easy to pull off.
Yeah, and often you have like a Shadow Priest here mind controlling a caster, but here they just have that caster free. That's going to tax a healer global, because that caster puts out a Curse of Frailty, and if you don't immediately dispel that, the person is going to die that is afflicted by it at this key level. So very, very important that they are managing that well. It looks like Who Let Them Cook have handled all the trash. They're just on the boss now. Cement Gaming, still a few trash mobs left alive, but they've been focusing boss damage. Look how much lower Sedana is for them than for Who Let Them Cook.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that might just be the Demon Hunter. Although I'm very curious, like, how does that happen? You bring a Windwalker, Enhancement Shaman, and a Demon Hunter, and your single target is stronger? It doesn't make sense in my brain, but it is what we're seeing right now as both of these teams advance here. Ooh, the Chains of Ice and the Grip coming out of Timmy, making sure that Defiled Spirit does not reach its destination. Not going to be an option for Cement Gaming. I think they might have Ring of Peace to get this one out of range. And, of course, the Druid utility to keep things under control. But Zadana dropping continuously, 20% remaining for Cement Gaming, and then 32 on the sides of Who Let Them Cook. There's going to be a lot more AoE going out to the teams. Trank being popped here by Critex, making sure the team is protected and hotted up, trying to get back those HP bars while also trying to do damage. And actually, I'm super surprised how much damage that Resto Druid is pumping out.
Who Let Them Cook have to stop this spirit from making it to the boss. It's going to be a kidney shot right at the end there, preventing that heal from going through. And Cement Gaming will be killing Sadana first. We'll see just how far ahead they are, but credit to both teams for getting through this without deaths. It is worth noting that Who Let Them Cook found 2 extra % at the start of this dungeon as well. That may be relevant later as Cement Gaming get their next pull underway here. It's going to be the Divine Toll being used. That is actually pretty dangerous on this pull. Now all those Dominators have been interrupted, and these Dominators are very likely to murder random people in your group. They'll turn to them, they'll start casting on them. When they start casting on somebody, often the subjugated soul that was attached to that Dominator starts meleeing that person as well. And so you get this really dangerous pull, but it looks like they've got a good job of using AoE CC effects, and there's that AoE Touch of Death to end these mobs all at the same time. They're one of the benefits of the Windwalker Monk. You get Touch of Death affecting 5 targets, castable twice, and and it just does an absurd amount of damage right at the end of the pull.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Demon Hunter going to be really nice here because you can just perch off stuff here, but that was the Blood Elf racial that came in. There's a little bit of a cooldown on the Demon Hunter perch itself, but still Ponky taking care of those shields here for his team. On the side of Who Let Them Cook, they don't have access to that Blood Elf perch. They're going to need to find another way to move through here. But, of course, DPS also works as Cement Gaming moves on to Nalish, and it seems like they have some Exhumers and Exhumed Spirits still spawning right now, because why not? Just add them on top. You can perch it, so they die fairly quickly. But Nalish now in fight for them.
So Who Let Them Cook tried to shroud past those Exhumers. It looks like they've accidentally... So I'm not sure if this was all part of the plan, but an Exhumer has come in here. But Cement Gaming, yeah, like you're saying, look at this.
Huh? They added the Dominators. This is a 23 fortified. You have to respect this. This is really, really brave to add these in here. They need to be controlled. They need to be interrupted. You want to get out of the damage, and you want to make sure that these are under control, but we're in the Soul Steal phase. So all of the DPS are now on their own. They need to kill the images and then come back as quickly as possible. Ponky just proccing his puzzle box, which means meta is going to be up next. We just saw Hunt being deployed, so all of the damage is now going to come out, and I feel like these souls should drop fairly soon. But yeah, what a pull.
Yeah, this pull is so scary initially. It's so good, though, because once that soul split phase comes out from the boss, those mobs get stunned for like 20 seconds. So you can just freely DPS them down once you come out of that phase. And that is exactly what Cement Gaming have done here. Meanwhile, Who Let Them Cook are attempting a similarly aggressive strategy. They've lost their druid, though, so it's going to be their first and only battle res. And now with their healer going down, that is going to be disaster for Who Let Them Cook. Potentially salvageable. If there is a boss fight on plus 23 that you can live without a healer, it's got to be Nalish. This boss doesn't actually do too much damage to your group. You only take damage during the downstairs phase. If you can kill off these all these mobs, that's going to be the challenging part, is making sure that none of these mobs start free casting once they come out of this stun. You can see those casts are starting to happen once again for Who Let Them Cook, although the mobs are getting very low on health, nearly dealt with. They can stabilize here and keep this alive, I think, but it's going to cost them some time.
Yeah, we can see that Kev is actually supporting his team here, trying to keep everybody alive. Radza taking so much damage, so is Kev. Timmy will be able to death strike himself back to life here. Not going to drop today as this team chews through this pull that they added on top of Nalish. The Mellies are slowly but surely gaining some of their HP, but Nalish is not really dropping. 45% remaining. They need to get through this. Another planar shift coming out, and they need to dodge away. They can't take any additional additional damage, except for Shaz, who can take it and just avoid it, of course. But Soulsteel comes in, and take a look whether or not they're getting blasted here in this phase. I actually don't know. Timmy will be able to, of course, Death Strike, I think, and then the rest of the team is coming back. Timmy, please. Okay, here we go. We're back. AMS has been popped on top of it, and Deerback trying to get through this boss fight, but this is really, really taking them a long time while Cement Gaming is moving on, and they have already killed the first spider.
Yeah, Cement Gaming now a pull or two ahead here. Something like 90 seconds to 2 minutes maybe is the advantage opening up here for Cement Gaming, and there's not much dungeon left as they start this double corpse spider pull. This, again, is one of the prop paladin specialties. You just smash that Divine Toll button if you want. You can interrupt all of those, although, of course, they have enough regular interrupts for 4 spiders as well, as long as nobody ints one of them.
Yeah, and the place that we're moving towards now has cost some teams keys in the last weekend. Of course, this is the first time we're seeing the 23 SPG fortified here for Group B, but you can see that frontal is coming in scary for Cement Gaming, but they were able to dodge it. You can see Critics soaking the storming storms, making sure that the rest of the team is not getting knocked off here as they're chewing through these spiders. You still need to interrupt those, and I'm sure they're going to add the Plague Bats in just a second. There is so much going on, and they're trying to stay on top of it, looking really good. Thundering now going to be cleared as well as they get this Worm DPS down. Wow.
Yeah, very well done. Looks like they're actually just going to save those bats as well for the second worm. And I like this because you brought 4 spiders into the first worm, right? Why not just bring 4 bats into the second worm and not try and overload yourself, right? Because otherwise you just have this awkward moment where you're fighting the second worm by itself. This way they're always in 5 target mode. And 5 target mode, that is where their Demon Hunter and their Windwalker Monk want to be, right? That's the number of targets where they're happy. So really clever strategy for this dungeon, and it's designed around their composition, right? They've figured out how they want to make these pulls look so that they can optimize the damage of their unique composition, and I think that's really really the best of MDI is when teams are able to do this and are able to say, hey, here's how we think this can work with Havoc DH,
with what we have.
Enhancement. Yeah.
I think they even said in the survey that they sent to us that they tried playing meta classes and then they decided that that's just not something they want to do. So yeah, props to them for sure. But on the side, if we let them cook, they're in a massive pull as well. They've done the same 4 spider pull and are now moving towards the worm. You make sure that stuff stays interrupted. But one of the casts went through. Lots of damage going out, but they got them dispelled. Wow.
Oh, tragedy. No. For who let them cook. Okay, comes back up. Maybe has AoE interrupt here as well. Or AoE taunt. And looks like they're okay temporarily. Timmy going down though for who let them cook. And now there are free casts happening here. And this is going to be a full team wipe for who let them cook. I think I saw something that happens to me a lot when I'm tanking. The rescue. And then the hang on, I didn't want to get rescued, charge back in from Shaz there. But yeah, ended up going a little bit wrong for who let them cook, and now there's an Exhumer patrol that is in the perfect wrong place for them as well. They're going to have to wait for that patrol, and at this point, if you're a who let them cook fan, you are hoping for a 3% wipe on Bone Maw somehow from Cement Gaming, because otherwise I don't see how Cement Gaming could lose all of the time that they have in the lead right now. Just look at how much advantage they have. They have 40 seconds of death timer. They're way ahead in the dungeon. They also have 35% more count, right? This is a huge set of advantages now.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, of course I was a little bit distracted by what was going on for Who Let Them Cook, but I think Cement Gaming also added the spider pack that's at the bottom of the stairs into Bone Maw, which again allowed them to use their cleave damage and also get a little bit of extra count as these give more count, right, Dratnos?
Yes, so it's a weird little thing about this dungeon is that pack after this boss actually has a bunch of spiderlings in it. Those spiderlings go away once the boss dies, but if you send a Demon Hunter or somebody ahead to grab that pull before boss, get a couple of bonus spiderlings and a little bit of bonus count. Now, I'm not sure they actually needed that with how their wraps shaping up, but maybe. And it's fun. It's more cleave, more pad. So good, always good to have. You can see they're doing a good job as well of baiting these puddles right next to the boss. They actually, with a Windwalker Monk and a Havoc Demon Hunter, it's extremely important for them that they are able to be right in front of the boss, like 2 feet away, because Essence Break is not going to hit if you are more than 2 feet away from that boss. Fist of Fury is not going to hit if you are more than 2 feet away from that boss. So that's why they're all immediately getting right under boss to make sure they're hitting with all of their abilities.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely something you need to keep in mind. But of course, the rest of the team is assisting here, making sure everybody's staying close. Critex, even like cat weaving in between, he also wants to stay in that melee range. As one more inhale comes out from Bone Maw, I hope they can avoid another submerge. 3% remaining, as a Bone Maw should eventually die for Cement Gaming, and they move on. Now, 23, Shadow Moon Burial. There is 2 very evil void spawns waiting at the top of these stairs, and it's going to cost him everything to survive here. I am so curious how this one's going to play out. You can see that one of them is being marked. That is going to be the one that they want to focus on. It's not bolstering. Last week we had bolstering here, so that was something teams were especially trying to walk around on. But you can see the damage of these void pulses coming out. Now the void eruptions, they need to dodge, and Ara actually healing so much here.
Yeah, Ancestral Guidance is the full answer for their first one. It's going to be followed up with defensives on this second set of pulses, and they have some of the strongest defensives against this damage profile in the game, right? You've got Diffuse Magic, you got Blur, you got Darkness if you need it. Karma is being deployed here as well. Dampen Harm. I mean, these are some of the most premium buttons that DPS players have. So the Windwalker and the Havoc Demon Hunter should be able to keep themselves going for the sets 2 and 3.
So quick.
And you can focus all of your healing into everybody else, and I mean, it's beautiful. They didn't even get to the third set of pulses as well. They only had to deal with 2. They did so much damage and healing, and just throughput monsters on the side of Cement Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. They're now on to Ner'zhul. And one of the things that's very important with this boss is that usually you have someone outside baiting these omens, and you can see Critex doing just that. But every time he's outside, he's not doing cat weaving damage. So you can see him run around and try to make the most out of baiting these omens outside and also assisting his team in damage, which is super, super much actually for a player to do. And then on top of that, also heal and do your actual damage. So very, very crazy to see that deployed here, trying to make the most of it. Usually we see healers just, staying mostly in range and just doing that, but you can see him just always jump back in. Definitely something to look out for.
Yeah, you can actually know whether you need to do this or not based on how your comp's looking, right? Sometimes we see like a Shadow Priest here, and if there's a ranged DPS, they will always be targeted, right? But if there's no ranged DPS, then your healer is going to get targeted unless they're a Holy Paladin or a Mistweaver. And that way they can actually just know exactly when it's going to happen. It's always going to be on them, and they can just already be moving or ready to use Wild Charge, as is the case for Cement Gaming, and put those nasty void zones over at the edge of the room and also get out of them immediately so you're not taking extra damage. So really clever strategy that they know they can do because they're not playing any ranged DPS.
Okay, just have a look at who let them cook. I know Cement Gaming is probably going to win this, but just for a second. Cav taking a bunch of dives here on the right side of the screen, and we saw in the player cam, they're just having so much fun. And I do want to give them a shout out. There was a lot going on in that key here, and they seem to just having a grand old time, which I love for them. So yeah, big GGs to who let them cook. And Cement Gaming, who are going to 2-0 this series here with Ner'zhul on 20%. Thundering is active once more. Is going to give them so much more damage. I think they're going to play one more Ritual of Bones. They're not going to greet it out here, but after that, Ner'zhul should die, and Cement Gaming should move on into the lower bracket. But Dratnos, there's something waiting for them. The Direwolves have been sent down here earlier, and I think that's not going to be an easy matchup for either team, for any team. So they definitely need to look out for that as they finish their series here. They're going to have a small break after to maybe recover and recollect and approach how they want to do that series. GG to Cement Gaming.
That was as clean as can be. Cement Gaming with 0 deaths in that Shadow Moon Burial Ground, and yeah, lots of smiles on both sides, which is always what you want to see. But the smiles a bit more from Cement Gaming, because that was probably one of the best Shadow Moon Burial Grounds we've seen yet. Solid.
Yeah, hats off to Who Let Them Cook as well. Really hoping that we get to see them in the Last Stand tournament because that is a fun team to watch. I love what they were doing there. And again, the team did a lot of damage, but unfortunately the dungeon did a lot of damage right back.
Well, here's some moments from that dungeon we just saw.
Yeah, so this is that pull into Nalish that Cement Gaming were able to make work pretty nicely. Again, dangerous on pull, but you have this Prop Paladin there. Prop Paladin that's just got Blinding Light, Divine Toll to keep them interrupted for their first few sets of casts, right? And then the intermission begins and they just stun themselves. Here is the death, though, for Kev, unfortunately, happening there. And then following it up is going to be a Rending Volley taking out Scan for Who Let Them Cook. That was how they lost the player there, although, honestly, that wasn't even as big of a time loss as some of the other things that went wrong for them in that dungeon. It was a lot of things, but mostly that wipe on that worm towards Bone Maw was what sealed the deal in this game.
Yep, and then we just see Nerzul dropping here at the end, and the numbers don't lie. Cement Gaming getting it done in 17 minutes and 6 seconds. So that's the time to beat at this point. This weekend in Group B with Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. We'll see if we see that a little bit later today. I guess that's actually going to be the first map between Direwolves and Cement, so that is suddenly very interesting to think about. Direwolves, of course, is going to be an extremely tough opponent, but, you know, first map-wise at least, Cement looking solid.
Yeah, for sure. I think something you have to keep in mind is that Direwolves knew that they were going here since they lost that series earlier today. Whereas Cement's gaming plan was to go through this lower bracket. So they've been preparing for, of course, all of the dungeons that they definitely couldn't avoid. So I think this SBG is really in their favor, and I'm very curious to see how the rest of the series plays out. But, of course, there is another series in between that's going to come up that we're looking forward to as well. It's not all about Cement Gaming and Direwolves. EMPYREAN and Boar's Money Crew are also waiting for us.
Yeah, that's going to be our next one. Obviously, we see now the final score for this one, Cement 2-0ing Who Let Them Cook. But like you just said, the next matchup to look forward to in our elimination bracket is going to be EMPYREAN taking on Boar's Money Crew. Boar's Money Crew, of course, all fired up from their win over Ducks Can Fly a little bit earlier, but I think they're going to need to take it to like one level higher if they want to take down EMPYREAN. That's going to be a tricky one too.
Yeah, I think both of these teams got to be happy that they're not up against Direwolves, because Direwolves have looked look like potentially the second best team in our tournament this weekend. I mean, Donut's also looking really strong, but that is going to be an extremely, extremely lethal lower bracket, and I suspect we're going to see Direwolves just taking out team after team. Although, of course, after this next series, Cement Gaming will have their chance to put a stop to that. So, I'm looking forward to both of our next two series.
Well, the thing with Direwolves, too, is that, like, they've looked so good, they've been ahead in, like, every dungeon, and then something always happens, whether it's their fault or not their fault, so they seem a little bit cursed this weekend. So we'll see if they can break that curse a little bit later today, but for now, we're going to take a short break and get ready for EMPYREAN versus Boar's Money Crew coming up on MDI right after this. Here we go, everybody. It's time to get into it. One step farther in the elimination bracket here at the Mythic Dungeon International. Doa back here along with Meg Stratnos and Mr. X, and we are about to get started with EMPYREAN versus Boar's Money Crew. Another battle for survival. Who's going to move on to the lower semis? And it's going to be an interesting one. Boar's Money Crew coming off of a win over Ducks Can Fly. And our first dungeon is Azure Vaults. And they just won their last series on that map. First time we saw it this weekend. 5 deaths, so it wasn't like the cleanest run we've ever seen, but it was still solid. So wonder what EMPYREAN's got coming into this one. What do you think, Mr. X?
Well, EMPYREAN said that they thought that Azure Vaults would be their hardest dungeon this weekend. So I think if you're on the other side of that, you feel pretty good about it. Oh, we got the bans already. So no Court of Stars, that's gone from Boar's Money Crew. And then EMPYREAN got rid of the Algathar Academy, so potentially another Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. I feel like we've seen EMPYREAN run. This would be the third Temple of the Jade Serpent we've seen them do. This weekend, and the last one we just saw that ended with a little bit of a disaster in the courtyard. So probably a little bit scary for them in this series if they're already worried about the Azure Vaults and then the Temple of the Jade Serpents right there.
Well, looking at who they lost to Donuts, right? Donuts really quick in their temple, but the one time EMPYREAN won their temple, it was 18 minutes 57 seconds. And then when Boar's Money Crew won their temple, they were just 55 seconds quicker than EMPYREAN. So these teams are actually fairly close on that dungeon, I think.
Yeah,
I mean,
it does look like, though, it does look like an advantage for Boar's Money Crew, though, potentially in this series, even though they're the lower-seeded team, right? Like, Azure Vault and Temple look like they have an edge potentially in both of those dungeons. Obviously, we're not 100% sure what EMPYREAN's Azure Vault looks like, but that is the one they're most scared of. So if you're EMPYREAN, you're probably hoping to steal one of these first two and then win it in the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, whereas Boar's Money Crew probably really hoping to close this one out with a 2-0 and avoid that decisive Game 3.
I would imagine you're probably right with that. At least for EMPYREAN, you can ban the Algathar Academy and play another dungeon that you've already played this weekend. It's probably easier to just redo that and try to do it cleaner than to, swap to a whole different dungeon. Hence the ban, but we'll see. We're definitely getting there. But first,
and I guess
we go to the
looking
Azure
at
Vaults.
If they would have gotten rid of the Temple, you would have had 2 23s to end it off, right? The 23 Shadow Moon and the 23 Algathar. So they probably were like, let's get rid of one of those ones at the end, just to not do that, because that would have put themselves in a really weird spot.
Looking through our tournament as well, Algathar is only in a couple of these Saturday series, and then it's only unbannable in the upper finals and in the finals of the weekend, I believe. So teams may also make the call to hey, let's just focus on the other series, because those series, we're not sure if we're even going to get to those ones, and even if we do, then that means we're overperforming our expectations, right? We're way happier than, so we can just not focus on Algathar at all, ban it whenever we see it, and still potentially qualify out of the group, right?
Yeah, if either of these teams end up playing Algathar Academy, that means that they've already gotten to the grand finals, so then you're already in. So it's so the pressure's off, so it's fine there. Whatever result is no problem.
The time that both teams are looking to beat here is going to be 2013, which for an Azure Vault of plus 22 Fortified Spiteful Grievous, I feel like it is a pretty good time that Boar's Money Crew logged in already. I'm very curious if either of the teams is going to be faster than that time.
We also saw Fire Mage used on this dungeon earlier to really good effect. So I wonder if we see either of these teams kind of copy that, right? You can do the spell seal for the big damage buff that stacks. So I wonder if we see really kind of whether it's EMPYREAN or Boar's Money Crew copy that.
Hopeful is gonna stay on Fire Mage for sure. He's only been playing Fire, right? He's the player that Boar's Money Crew slotted in as a backup, and he's basically saying Fire Mage or nothing. So they're stuck on the Fire Mage, which means that Cousin is most likely stuck on Disc. Or they would bring a Shadow Priest, which would be an option, but the last time we saw them, it was Disc Priest and Fire Mage, which I feel like is very good in this dungeon specifically. I'm not sure if I like it in the overall as much, but the way they pulled around it, around that combustion and really valuing the PI combustion Fire Mage was really, really nice. So I think we're definitely going to see a rerun on that, and maybe even a cleaner one.
Yeah, I would be shocked
got
to
the
see a
advantage.
comp change out of Boros from in this dungeon. But the question is, what are Empyrean looking to do? Are they looking to do kind of a standard, have they taken the Echo comp from last weekend, or are they just running that in all dungeons? Because in their time trials, we saw them using almost everything. They used, balance, they used all kinds of stuff in different runs, and particularly like Azure Vault, it's a fairly high key level, it's a fairly long dungeon. This could be an opportunity to bust out some of the specs that maybe aren't so well suited to like super speedrunny MDI, lower keys, but maybe are a little bit more of those kind of high key pushing live specs. Maybe something even like the Balance Druid could be a consideration for Empyrean here.
We saw a little bit of the Rogue in day number 1. They seem to use a lot of Unholy DK, but then in their second series against Donuts, DPS-wise, it was the Feral Unholy DK Shadow Priest every single time, along with the Restoration Shaman and the Prot Warriors. So kept it similar for the last one, but again, you've got dungeons to consider there too. Could be a
Empyrean is
decision
actually
partially as well.
Like going into this tournament, the team that had the most class variety out of all the teams in their time trials, like Hard alone played 3 different specs, and then 500 played 4 different specs. Just in their time trials. They even whipped out a Warlock, they brought a Fire Mage, they brought a Balance Druid, so we could have anything.
Well, here we go. Getting things started. Cement Gaming versus Who Let Them Cook. Oh, wait, that's the last one. It's actually Empyrean versus Boar's Money Crew. We'll see who takes the first game here.
Yeah. Oopsie.
It looks like Empyrean, they get off to a really rough start. They actually end up having losing their Evoker. The tank, it's really low there, but they actually come out with pretty much like the standard comp, I guess you would say, right? With that Unholy DK Shadow Priest Feral, as Boar's Money Crew is going to run that mage again, like we talked about.
Yeah, both teams have lost their healer on this first pull, and you can see just how much danger Chuckles is in here. 4 stacks of that dot from those moss, and just dying out, bleeding out after the pull is over. No way to sustain anymore without combat happening. And the Disc Priest, I guess they could have maybe fought the Spiteful Shades to give the Prot Warrior and the Disc Priest the ability to do some healing, because both of those specs kind of need to be damaging something in order to be able to heal.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, that's also pretty bad for Boar's Money Crew because they end up using the Lust there too, like where Empyrean will, I guess, use the Lust here on the first boss, or maybe this room. Like, I feel like you could have just invested it there at the start with how big of a pull that is, but they end up holding on to it.
Yeah, Empyrean's got to be saving it for the first boss, and the thought process here for Empyrean, it's probably that this is a 2 less dungeon, right? It's probably, look, we're going to hit Bloodlust twice, we're going to finish the dungeon before 20 minutes, so we're not actually under much pressure to press this first Bloodlust immediately. Whereas if you're Boar's Money Crew, especially when your best time is a little bit over 20 minutes, you're thinking, hey, if we press Bloodlust on cooldown, we can get 3 lusts out of this thing, right? We can really get full value as another death lands for Empyrean. Both teams equalize now at 2 deaths. None of these deaths have been catastrophic, right? They've all just been released and run back. Although it does look like Boar's Money Crew, we don't see the battle res on our tracker. I didn't see them cast battle res though, so it may just be our tracker doesn't have it being fully detected right now, because I don't think they would have used one on that very first pull.
No, I can't imagine they would have, considering like that's probably where the comeback is, the runback's like the closest. As the boss will be engaged there for Boar's Money Crew, so they'll get to start working on the bosses. Empyrean taking a little bit to get some of this trash down. Now the boss will be active for them, so they'll start to make their way through the boss, and that's going to be that Bloodlust right as the boss comes out. So Bloodlust, Nature's Vigil, Vampiric Embrace, everything just being dumped into this boss right now from Empyrean.
Yeah, the combination of the Vampiric Embrace and the Nature's Vigil here, those cooldowns last for quite a long time, and that means that they don't have to do any healing here, right? Every single global from your Evoker can just be damaging into the boss and, sending those fire breaths out, destroying those adds. And Empyrean catching up and actually overtaking on boss damage, while Boar's Money Crew are in tremendous danger here. Those Grievous stacks really deadly on this encounter as well. And you can see everybody starting to have defensives proc. Hopefuls, Cauterize not available here as well. So very dangerous position for Boar's Money Crew. They also have a tiny bit less count than Empyrean. Empyrean found a few more mobs at the start of the dungeon, and that may work to their advantage later as well.
Yeah, Empyrean able to get the Lust and that little bit of extra damage. I mean, just the Evoker damage in general versus Disc Priest, where, like, Disc is like, you know, if you kind of think about, like, I guess, I mean, even not in Shadowlands, I was going to say, like, towards the end, Holy was doing tons of damage as, like, the healer spec from Priest, but it's supposed to be the damage one. But Evoker, like, you have the Staff, right, that you can just do, you know, big right at the start. Just Living Flame, and you're already, you know, look at above 50k in terms of damage here, where Empyrean gonna get the boss very low here, 2%. They'll finish it off, and they'll get through Laymore first, but not by much. Boar's Money Crew pulls it back a little bit. They're only 5% behind.
Yeah, Empyrean do have that trash count advantage as well. Both teams are equal on deaths. Boar's Money Crew will get their second Lust available sooner, though, so if Empyrean are wrong and this dungeon does go above 20 minutes for both teams, then they will be behind a Lust, right? They'll be missing a Lust for a while in this dungeon, may not get their third Lust, whereas Boar's Money Crew might, as both teams activating these whelps and are going into this quadruple Crystal Fury pull. Very, very dangerous set of enemies for your tank. They will just keep casting one after the other the piercing shards there. You can see Stormbolt, Deep Breath Stun being used here by Empyrean just to keep those from going off. But on Boar's Money Crew, 2 of those casts have gone off, and you can see Last Stand, Spell Block, and Shield Wall all overlapping here for Chuckle. When those cooldowns expire, he is going to be in tremendous danger.
And how are you going to keep him alive? I don't think you have you're what, 18 seconds away from like a pain suppression or anything here?
Barriers being used single target here.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, you're at this point, I guess you're kind of just desperate, right? Anything to kind of keep the tank up, as that is where most of the damage is coming from, where looks like Boar's Money Crew, they're actually able to get on through that. That is a situation which could have gone really poorly, that they adjusted nicely and pulled out.
That was a perfect Fire Mage pull as well. You had that one really big mob in the middle that was just a perfect combustion target, and a bunch of other important mobs nearby that caught fire from the Ignite, and Hopeful just doing twice as much damage as everybody else from either team on that pull. It's helping Boar's Money Crew claw their way back into this one. Empyrean still a tiny bit ahead, I'd say. Have a little bit more count as well, so that may mean they have to do one less pull later, but something like this happening is going to be very bad for them. That's going to be their battle res, needing to land on their Feral Druid.
And now you're definitely scared of your Empyrean, because you're already taking some big damage in terms of the tank. Now you don't have the battle res, where you have to kind of play this perfectly, especially with how close this is between these two teams at this moment, as Boar's Money Crew getting a ton of value out of this Fire Mage yet again here in this dungeon. Just when these packs get to start, you know, clump together, you start to spread the ignites. Fire, we've seen like some stuff, I know, whether like Algathar Academy, right, where you just kind of group all those mobs together and able to do tons with the spreading the ignite. So Empyrean, they'll actually have these Spitefuls here, and they'll just glide down below. So going to skip some of the trash up top here, start working on the second ring. But what is that? They ended up just losing a player jumping down.
Oh no. And normally you'd be able to mass res here, but because they've already begun combat, they're not actually able to do that. Heartstone die as well for Empyrean, but for Boar's Money Crew, we're also seeing deaths. But Boar's Money Crew had a battle res available, so Boar's Money Crew are going to be able to die here, and then have that battle res land on their healer, use the battle res, but then mass res. So they'll be able to all get back together here. But in terms of death timer, this is really nasty for both teams. Oh no.
That is scary. When we were watching it, on the Empyrean side, the Shadow Priest jumped down and die, and then like it seemed right behind the Evoker. It's just the DK just landed on the ground, just exploded there. Is really rough stuff, even for both teams, right? Boar's Money Crew not able to get through that with ease either. So both of these teams trying to use some of the skips here in Azure Vaults. Definitely the fastest way to do the dungeon. It got a little dicey here in the middle.
Yeah, and a huge pull is getting created for Boar's Money Crew. This is going to be another combination of power infusion and combustion, just letting Hopeful melt all of these mobs in theory. That damage is coming out not just from Hopeful, but also from their Death Knight too. All of these mobs are just dying so quickly for Boar's Money Crew, but Empyrean, despite having the deaths without the battle res, they didn't full wipe there, so they were able to get this pull done a little bit more quickly. And they're on towards the Azure Blade room now at 57% count, so they're definitely planning to do almost all of the frog area.
Yeah, because Boar's Money Crew, they still have to finish off, these two mobs, and then also you can't activate that book until you get rid of the Spitefulls. As they have like a patrol, it looks like, coming out. They got the patrol, yeah. So now
that was not supposed to happen, almost certainly.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of time here just wasted because this is just a 3-pack, right?
Yeah, they were planning to not pull this, but on the other side, things have gone even worse for Empyrean. As their tank has gone down and the rest of the group is soon going to follow there. It looks like an Icy Bindings cast may be the cause of death there, or maybe that happened after the tank death. This is a very dangerous pull for tanks there. We see tanks often forced to backpedal so that they don't get hit by all of the ice cutters, by the crystalline breath from the mobs in that area. But unfortunately, there did not work out for Empyrean. And they are now on a very long run back, a very painful run back to get back to Azure Blade, whereas Boar's Money Crew, Chuckles just griefing Hopeful there, runs on top of a trap, forcing Hopeful to move during his cast. That is messed up. That is, Mage is not happy when you do that to them.
And it looked like Empyrean, as long as they didn't have a situation that just kind of happened, they were in a great spot. Boar's Money Crew just pulled a 3-pack on a patrol there. They did not even want to pull, and now they have an opportunity to really jump out ahead as everybody from Empyrean makes the jump down. Let's see how they deal with this again. Oh, they're going to have to...
huge pull coming together for Boar's Money Crew. Again, you have this massive lieutenant in the middle of this group that is just a perfect target for combustion out of Hopeful. And because that pull was delayed, we actually got back to Power Infusion and Combustion for this. Normally, we see Power Infusion and Combustion combined on pull on Azure Blade, but it looks like Boar's Money Crew are actually calling an audible here, and they're saying, look, these cooldowns are available, we're just going to press them, it's going to speed up the dungeon, we might get an extra use if we do that, and so we're going to use them to just melt this pull instead, and we will have them coming out of the boss phase. We'll have Power Infusion for the second non-intermission phase of the boss. Looks like they're done with this trash pull. They'll be taking probably 1 guard and maybe a 3-pack into boss for the pull here. Meanwhile, Empyrean trying the same thing now. We'll see if they're able to get this one a little bit more cleanly.
Yeah, the Fire Mage damage really big there with the Combustion plus Power Infusion. They also have their Bloodlust active, Boar's Money Crew. It actually comes back up. So they used it at the start of the dungeon for that first pack. Now, because of just kind of how things have gone, they have it back again here for Azure Blade. So it's either going to be able to just get down some of these other packs that they pulled in, right? They pulled in a guard, I believe, and maybe 2 of the other mobs there with it, where they're going to get the boss right at the start down to 60%. So some big damage going down on an Azure Blade right at the start using that Bloodlust.
Yeah, now watch these illusions. Even those ones in the back there are ticking for so much damage from that Ignite. Hopeful was pumping into the boss, even as it was in the middle of the room, to just build a huge Ignite, which then spread to all 4 of these Draconic illusions. And you can see just how much work that's done. That's done about 40% of those back illusions' health just for free. Very valuable on this fight, but Empyrean are also on the same encounter. Empyrean have a slight bit less count, but I actually don't think that count matters. I think that count was a mistake for Boar's Money Crew. I think it was from that patrol. I don't think that's going to affect what they're able to pull in the frog area. Empyrean are also behind by 20 seconds of death timer, so that's another thing to look at. But their Lust is coming back. If this dungeon ends before 20 minutes, Empyrean are the team that have a Lust in their future, whereas for Boar's Money Crew, it's in their past.
And I think Empyrean, you probably hold on to this Lust, right? Do you end up using it here, you think, as soon as it comes up? You do still have all of these guards right in the way, or do you kind of save anything?
I don't think I don't think you can press it until the boss is attackable again. Maybe you can do it then, but I think you probably just save it for last boss at this point. I think that's going to be the most value you can get out of that, unless it lets you skip one of the intermissions on the 3rd boss, in which case that's probably a little bit better. We'll see how they decide to attack this,
they
though.
pop
They're
it.
just going to send it on Azure Blade here. And yeah, like you said, that is going to help kill off these last few Vault Guards. And as long as they're pressing it on a boss, and on some kind of boss, then they're getting pretty good value in terms of the single target aspect of it. But Boar's Money Crew have already got Azure Blade killed, and they are now starting this huge Hornswogg pull. One of the most intense pulls in the dungeon, and one of the best Fire Mage pulls as well, because you have this kind of rolling cleave thing going on, but as long as there's a mob in the middle of those Hornswoggs, which there usually is, one of the breakers usually just kind of runs around through all of them, you just dump a combustion into that thing, and you don't need the mobs to all stay in a Death and Decay or stay in your AoE or anything like that. You can keep moving as a group and still be getting full damage out of this.
Yeah, and Empyrean does end up taking out Azure Blade before that next cast went off, so they'll move their way down into this frog area of Azure Vaults. But yeah, I mean, just the AoE from the Unholy and the Fire Mage here onto these frogs, and you mentioned you just keep them there in that one spot, and they're just gonna jump up and down, and you're just kind of cleaving them down over time as pretty effective pull. You see how many spiteful shades everybody's just running away from there. Is pretty effective with the 3 DPS classes you have for Boar's Money Crew. And really, it seems like this is theirs for the taking, right? That's Algathar's puzzle box there, channeled by Sky. So should see the feral damage start to jump up with that extra mastery coming in. But barring a wipe, they should be in a good spot.
Yeah, and they've correctly identified what is the thing that slows us down on this pull. Well, the problem with this pull is that breakers, you can't have more than like one breaker in combat with you without taking too much damage from those roars and the shoulder slams. So what they did is they mind-suit the first one, they're going to mind-suit the last two, and they just focused one down, and then once it died, they move into the next one, right? And you just keep doing your single target into the breakers, and the toads will die around that breaker, but the breaker is the thing that's slowing you down. Empyrean, on the other hand, actually have 2 breakers in their pull with them, because they would lose so much damage waiting for the first one to die, so this is a lot more sketchy for them, but they need to do this with how AoE focused their group comp is. They don't have a mage that's just pumping damage into one of the breakers.
And I feel like Empyrean, they have to kind of know the position they're in, that they have to send it a little bit, right? So just try and get everything grouped up here as it is just kind of chaos on their side. As it does look like do they get the 2 breakers here at the end?
Yeah, Boar's Money Crew. I thought they were planning to skip these 2 breakers.
Yeah.
We've seen some teams do it, hit a Mind Soothe on these 2 and just walk around the side, but nope, Boar's Money Crew are just like, you know what? We're going to kill these 2 breakers at the end as well, and I don't know if that was part of the plan. If I had to guess, I would say they probably skipped some stuff after they pulled the patrol because they thought it let them then skip something, maybe some trash in Azure Blade room, and then it turns out, oh, that's actually less count than we thought. This doesn't work. We actually need to get these breakers now to get to 100%.
Yeah, that makes more sense. I was going to say, like, did they plan to maybe try and pull these breakers into that pull, like, one-on-one, if they, like, one at a time, if they skipped the patrol? Because Empyrean, right, they're going to have 100%. They're just going to mind-suit these and go to that 3rd boss. Yeah, but
wow.
just look, there's been some interesting polls, I think, in this one where I think, though, as we've talked about throughout the day, like some of those practice runs where things don't go perfectly, you still probably have to play them out because of scenarios like this.
Yeah, both teams are going to get this boss pulled at almost the exact same time. So advantages for both teams. Boar's Money Crew have the benefit of 20 seconds of death timer. That could be huge given how close these 2 teams are right now. They've pulled the boss at the same time. Boar's Money Crew also have the benefit of Lust coming up a little bit sooner for them, although at 5 minutes away, I suspect that they're going to finish this dungeon before that Lust becomes available. Given that it's fortified and not tyrannical, these bosses, I don't think are going to take much over that 2.5 minute mark each, so we'll see how that works out. It's all going to just come down to the single target damage, and these 2 comps, we're going to find out which one does more single target out of this.
Boar's Money Crew, they got so low off of that cast there. Season was trying to cast him, it looked like he had to just step out for a second, got interrupted, but everybody dropped so low, where the Evoker, obviously, just a little bit more raw HPS, just able to just kind of bring everybody back to life, or a rewind or something like that, right? Not the same on the other side with that Disc Priest, as 48% on this boss for Boar's Money Crew, but Empyrean, the boss down to 34%, as they're definitely pulling away in terms of boss damage.
Yeah, this is very impressive boss DPS from Empyrean. It actually looks like it's kind of like Feral Druid single target that's carrying the day here for them. Feral Druid single target, Shadow Priest single target. It looks like the Feral Druid damage over on the side of Boar's Money Crew is not working out quite as well. Incarn has just been popped for Boar's Money Crew, but that's a 3-minute cooldown. They won't get another Incarn in this dungeon, whereas Incarn's going to be up in 60 seconds for Empyrean, so they will get another Incarn. So this might close the gap for Boar's Money Crew. You can see it's really helping their Feral Druid catch up on the meters here, but the fact that Incarn's not going to be available for last boss, that might be the difference here. This is going to be right down to the wire. Again, remember, 20 seconds of death timer is in the favor of Boar's Money Crew. That boss is going to die first for Empyrean, but is it going to die 20 seconds first? I don't think so. I think Boar's Money Crew still have a tiny bit of time in their favor. Yeah, they have 9. Okay, so Boar's Money Crew are ahead by 11 seconds right now. 11 seconds, but Empyrean are going to get an Incarn, and Boar's Money Crew are not on this fight. And I think that probably means these two teams are just dead even. There's a feast down for Boar's Money Crew. They're waiting for one of the books, whereas Empyrean have started the boss fight. That is deadly for Boar's Money Crew. Oh no.
Yeah, and Empyrean, they're gonna have the Army of the Dead up, PI now going as well, Vampiric Embrace, and they're gonna get their Incarn back here. Where Boar's Money Crew, you stop for a second, they don't have Army, they don't have the PI here, so you're not going to have that Bloodlust. We talked about maybe you're able to squeeze another Bloodlust, but I think you nailed it perfectly, where they're not going to have another one. Boar's Money Crew, 79% on the boss as Empyrean is chunking this boss down.
Yeah, these crystals are very important, and where they spawn is very important as well, but Empyrean have done a good job of focusing those things down. One benefit of the Fire Mage, you can see with these crystals, all of those crystals are going to catch on fire, and Hopeful is just annihilating the boss and the crystals alongside it, and that frees up the rest of the group to focus on pure single target as well. Whereas look at the spawn for Empyrean. They have crystals in the middle of the room. Now, they are going to get Thundering here. Thundering is really nice on this boss because you're slowed, but Thundering actually makes you immune to being slowed. So while that debuff exists on them, they actually have a much easier time of dodging these orbs and hunting down those crystals. And now it is 38-48 between these two teams. 10% boss health in favor of Empyrean, but 20 seconds of death timer in favor of Boar's Money Crew. Wow, this is going to be close.
Yeah, as Hopeful just trying to get the Ignite spread onto the crystals, get them out for a second there. That one crystal looked like it was dangerous to not getting finished off.
So we're going to have Lust in 24 seconds here for Boar's Money Crew as well. That might be enough to send them home here. They need to press that on cooldown. They can't wait for that power infusion. Looks like Hopeful is waiting on the combustion for that Lust. Nope, he's just pressing it right now. They are going to get that Lust when they get it. 19% to 24% now, but Empyrean have dealt with these crystals, and Boar's Money Crew still have to, and Empyrean have a death. Heart goes down. Oh no.
They're gonna have a B-res, but that's just gonna buy. I mean, look at this. Just when Heart goes down, you have Boar's Money Crew actually just come in and take the lead in terms of boss damage, and that might be enough.
Oh my goodness, Boar's Money Crew just stomp on the gas, and that's going to be the win for them over against Empyrean, despite it being so close all the way through. The deaths are just going to be too costly for Empyrean. That is a 1-0 lead for our underdogs here, Boar's Money Crew.
That's right. Fighting through the adversity of some deaths early, but they get it done. Boar's Money Crew. It looked like maybe there was going to be that situation where like they don't kill the boss first, but they still do better on the timer because of the deaths. But then that last extra death, the slowdown in DPS on the Empyrean side, just kind of let Boar do everything first. They get the lead in the series.
Yeah. Bloodlust coming through so close towards the end. We saw Boar's Money Crew using their Bloodlust instantly at the beginning of the dungeon, whereas Empyrean held on to it just a little bit longer, and in the end, that came back to bite them. But of course, that wasn't the only factor. There was a lot going on in this series here. At the very beginning, we saw both teams pull a little bit differently, notably Empyrean going for a little bit more count, then both teams deciding to go for this crystal pull that usually people tend to avoid. That one was so scary for Boars. Towards the end, Chuckles was just fighting for his life here, trying to make it through, and thankfully that one worked out. Then, after that, I was very surprised to see that these death falls here actually were so costly, because with the teams already being in fight down here, like when I saw them, I thought, oh yeah, they're just gonna like death fall because they don't have a way to like leap of faith someone, and they're gonna rest them. But that was not the case. They got infight instantly, and so wasn't able to cast a mass rest. And then the same thing happened on the other side, to my surprise. Not really sure what was going on here. You could see Cousin going around, Chuckles also dying, and then Cousin getting infight here, unfortunately, as well, had to die. A lot of... Do you know when people in school used to say, like, oh, you know, can we do like a trust fall? Like, I'm going to fall back and you catch me?
Yeah.
That felt very much like that, gone wrong. So yeah, unfortunate to see that play out. Empyrean then going really big, really strong here, going for that lieutenant pull, which to me is always insanity. We saw Echo pull this one off. I think that was the first team, and now teams are replicating it, but it went terribly wrong for Empyrean, costing them so much deaths, costing them so much walk time. Fortunately, went right for Boris Money Crew. They were able to execute that one perfectly, and then move on to the next scary pull after this boss, which was going to be the frogs. And the way they handled these frogs, I really like that. They used everything that they had in their reservoir to make sure that they're under control, to make sure that everything is nice and cleaned up. So that was really cool to see. We had these frogs here being all rooted in the place, and you can see it, the Ursul's Vortex coming out of Sky Meow Uvu, making sure that all of the frogs are in place, not going anywhere, similar to the Death Grip, and that saved them so much time. And in the end here, you could see the Bloodlust coming back up and allowing them to move forward to get a win, a 1-0 in the series here, but it was definitely very close.
Yeah, apparently
That dungeon
Sky
had everything,
messaging,
I feel like.
yeah.
Apparently
Sky
some
messaged
shenanigans.
Settles, after that one, and said that the priest and hopeful forgot to slow fall the tank in him. So there you go.
Yeah, it
Well, the
reminds
thing
me
is,
Just
if you
the
have-
end of the dungeon, right?
If you have two classes that can like slow fall, right, levitate and slow fall, then it's always like that thought of, yeah, the other one's going to do it. And maybe it wasn't just clearly communicated who was going
Could
to
be,
do
could
what,
be.
and then both didn't do it. But also, like, that's
True.
partly on you, because you jumped before getting levitated, so...
Yeah, but
It reminded me of that movie
you just
with,
do it in the air, you know?
the movie with Samuel L. Jackson and The Rock, where they're on top of the building and they're like, "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" And then The Rock goes, "Aim for the bush," and he jumps off, and there's no bush
Right.
down there, and they just hit the concrete and die. That's kind of what it reminded me there,
Spoiler.
seeing Hart fall directly behind. Yeah, it's at the beginning of the movie. You don't really have to watch the rest of
I
it.
know.
I think Will Ferrell's in it. But that is quite unfortunate for them. But they're able to actually bounce back and take that map, where it looked like at the start, like Empyrean was like kind of in the lead, and then everybody started to fall. I think it was the in the room with the Azure Blade, the one wipe with the Lieutenant. I think that really ended up hurting Empyrean, because that run back is really far from there as well.
You've got like vanilla
Yeah.
runbacks for a second there with that dungeon. It gets rough.
Yeah, in Azure Vault in particular, it's like, if you had to do those fall skips as well, right, and then you wipe, and you have to do them again to get back to where you were, you do get a move speed
Yeah.
buff in that dungeon. It's nice, but you don't actually get the updated teleports at the start until you kill bosses. So wiping where Empyrean did in Azure Blade's room was so deadly. But the good news for Empyrean is a lot more went wrong for them than went wrong for Boar's Money Crew in that dungeon, right? So I actually do think they probably had a faster plan by a couple of minutes in that dungeon, and if, you know, one less thing had gone horribly wrong for them, I think it would have been their game. So the question is just, Temple of the Jade Serpent makes, like you were talking about earlier, this dungeon actually seems like maybe Boar's Money Crew have the faster time in theory, right? Which, that's got to be really worrying, because if you're Empyrean, maybe you think, hey, there's 8 dungeons in our pool, right? Maybe we win 6 of them, but maybe the other 2 are Azure Vault and Temple of the Jade Serpent. We're just gone before we get
Yeah.
the chance to play any of the others.
I think it comes back to what Mr. X was saying with the last time we saw Empyrean in Temple. It didn't go very right for them, and that was today. So that must still be like in their head, right? You can't really shake it off. So hopefully they can move forward and do a better time this time around.
Yeah, you get the loss from both teams here off the rip, where this is where I'm always worried with Temple of the Jade Serpent. Is like the first poll, Wiseberry, like, Mix was saying, where and things go wrong on this one, and they've gone wrong for Empyrean. They go very wrong. That'll be the Spirit Link that goes down there. Everybody should be able to stand in it. So the Shaman already paying off here at the start, as that's really nice to kind of keep everybody topped up.
Boar's Money Crew actually are going to be able to get that pull finished even a little bit faster than Empyrean, though, with their damage looking just a tiny bit better. Both teams into first boss now, and yeah, this is looking really close. Slight comp differences again. We do have the Discipline Priest and Mage combo. Luckily, a Mage does bring a Curse Dispel if you need it in this dungeon, although potentially these teams are just going to not bother dispelling the curse and are just going to, Nature's Vigil heal through it instead. Empyrean have the Resto Shaman, and Resto Shaman has been looking really good in this dungeon. You've got so much AoE stun, AoE knockup. You've got your kick, you've got your Curse Dispel, you've got everything you might need in this dungeon, and you do a huge amount of damage. But Boar's Money Crew really want to get access to that power infusion from their healer so that they can buff up Hopeful, because Hopeful is he's playing that Fire Mage, and the Fire Mage in these MDI pulls benefits so much from power infusion that it's difficult to consider playing it if you don't have a priest in your group.
Yeah, it's like the Fire Mage really in the last few dungeons we've seen from Boar's Money Crew, like when you compare it to the Shadow Priest we've seen in certain situations, right? I think you want the PI where they're the only ones running the Disc Priest, where they do lose Hopeful there for a second. You're going to get them right back up. If you're going to run the Disc, you don't exactly need the Shadow Priest or the PI, so you can run that Fire Mage, and the Fire Mage damage has been fantastic, as with that one death, it's going to put both teams really close in terms of boss damage, pretty close competitive to each other. A little bit extra damage, a lot of extra damage here coming out with the Resto Shaman, right? The Resto Shaman able to just kind of healing Rain, obviously, with the Acid Rain able to do some damage, but then just the Lava Burst single target able to just pump in some extra damage to the boss.
Yeah, you have to factor in the power infusion being sort of hidden damage that the priest is bringing for Boar's Money Crew. So with that factored in, maybe it's a little bit more equal, but it's tough to say for sure. And yeah, definitely getting good value is the Resto Shaman in here. Like you said, that Acid Rain just does so much damage now, especially. It's nice because it's a global that's just great for healing and for damage, Healing Rain now, so you don't have to choose on that global between a good healing and a good damage global. Just make sure you got that Healing Rain down at all times, whether you're trying to focus on damage or healing.
So where Empyrean lost a ton of time in their last Temple of the Jade Serpent, so they ended up having a wipe that happened in like the large courtyard, but they really lost a ton of time before that because they didn't do a great job of getting the book down from up above, that they ended up spending so much time standing by Peril and Strife, just waiting for like the RP to start and getting some of those ads down. Let's see if as they move over towards the second boss, if they've actually changed that up a little bit or maybe talked about it, because I think if they have that same type of strategy, I think Boar's Money Crew is going to be way more aggressive and be able to get rid of that book faster and probably start that second boss even faster.
Here goes Empyrean. That's that big pull at the top here. Lot of danger involved in this pull, but Boar's Money Crew are setting it up as well. Looks like both teams are going to be fighting it in about that same spot. Same combination of enemies here. Boar's Money Crew, though, doing a lot of damage to this pull. Looks like Thundering is going to proc for both teams as well. This is a pretty good time, but Hopeful goes down. That is very, very bad news for Boar's Money Crew. They do have the battle res, and they do expend it here, but they've lost... Actually, I don't think they've lost too much. No, they have. They lost a lot of damage out of that, and that's going to lead to their tank going down as well. This is catastrophic for Boar's Money Crew.
Oh, if you're an Empyrean fan, that's exactly what you wanted to see. They needed to catch a break in any way, as that is tough. I think, though, this is still doable for Boar's Money Crew, because we have seen Empyrean, right, be a little bit slow here down by this book, and also not have the fastest courtyard time. So they pull a bunch of stuff down. You have the Tiger, the Beetle down here, finishing off some of these mobs. Is Boar's Money Crew still with an opportunity, maybe not to pass them, but keep it close enough that if there's one wipe from Empyrean, you're right back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and if you're gonna wipe in this dungeon, it is much better to wipe here than it is to wipe in the courtyard, because the courtyard comes with a huge run back, whereas wiping here, a little bit less costly. Boar's Money Crew, though, having another tank death here. No battle res available as they're going to try and finish this pull off, but it is a extremely dangerous tank pull. Your tank is taking so much damage from a lot of these different abilities, and now there's a Fear Cast that's going to land for Boar's Money Crew as well. Chuckles rejoins the fight here, but a lot of players are feared. They're going to try and keep this one alive, but at this point, Boar's Money Crew have lost so much time, and Empyrean are already working on Peril and Strife. And they've got a couple of Spiteful Shades here, but not going to pose them too much of a threat. Those are going to harmlessly die before reaching their targets.
Yeah, and I think if you're Empyrean, do we see them do what they did the other day when they knew they had a little bit of a lead here in Temple of the Jade Serpent? They played it really safe going into the courtyard. They did it in about 2 or 3 pulls. A few players get low here on Peril and Strife, but should not be too much of a worry as you're going to have everybody getting healed right back up. As Boar's Money Crew finally seems to be making their way around towards the boss, but still they end up losing a ton of time there. It's it is a very dangerous part of the dungeon for tanks, right? That and, the third boss, right? When you get towards that Jade stage. But it's a rough go there for Boar's Money Crew.
Yeah, this one is nasty for Boar's Money Crew. I would like it for Empyrean, to slow down in the courtyard, given how far ahead they are here. I don't know if they know, but I think this is a team that maybe has a player, like a coach, a 6th player watching the stream and letting them know how it's going. And if that's true, I think it could be a good decision to slow down, do the courtyard in 1 extra pull, and just minimize the chances of wiping here. Because even as far ahead as you are, 1 courtyard wipe, and all of a sudden this thing is back to even between the 2 teams. So they're setting up now this Shambling Infestor skip. Tank is going to pull that thing over to the side and then use Shadow Meld afterwards. And that's going to let them skip past it. And they're going to be taking this Mistweaver and Guardian potentially with them into the next pull. Look at this. They've hexed the Mistweaver. It will be joining the pull later, but not right away. They're just taking the Guardian for now.
Yeah, it looks like the DK is going to just wait back there and get a grip probably onto the Mistweaver. They're going to grab
they're going
to go for it all. Okay, let's see how this goes.
The first curse lands on their Shadow Priest there, and everybody having to move to dodge these purple swirlies as well. Next curse is out now. This one is going to get dispelled. There's Vampiric Embrace. There's Nature's Vigil. There's Icebound Fortitude. Ancestral Guidance has also been used here. We've got Spell Block up, but it's not going to be enough to prevent a death here. That first death is landing on the Shadow Priest. We do have a battle res for that one, so it's okay for now. Most of these mobs are getting pretty low, but they're all pretty much still alive. The danger is still very high, and now Spell Block is down, so the warrior could be in tremendous danger. Spell Wall, or Shield Wall, used now.
Yeah, you don't have any of those other, healer kind of cooldowns from the DPS, right? No Vampiric Embrace, Nature's Vigil, everything was just dumped in at the beginning of the fight, where they need to get Shades down, is now they're going to pull the Mistweaver in, so you're going to have Mistweaver coming in from the backside. That's going to be the DK. They're bringing in that Hex Mistweaver from the ramp as it seems like they've recovered.
This was phenomenal for Empyrean here, and this worked out so well, and they're already now going to be fighting this boss. At some point, probably at 30% on this boss, we're going to see them go and grab the Mistweaver and Guardian that are patrolling over on the other side, and that's going to be all the count they need from this area of the dungeon, so now they just have to deal with this boss. Now, the problem is they've exhausted most of their cooldowns, but the good news is those cooldowns are going to be coming back up over the course of this fight. They already have Vampiric Embrace available again, and they can use those DPS healer cooldowns to help their tanks survive the Jade phase, the 70 to 30% phase of this fight, which is the most deadly by far, for especially for Prot Warriors. You get these Jade Serpent strikes that just put such a huge healing absorb and dot on you, and you have very few tools inherently to deal with it because you can't spell reflect them.
And Boar's Money Crew, they actually make it through Peril and Strife. So now they'll make their way to the courtyard. As this next part, though, like you mentioned, coming up for Empyrean, this is going to be really difficult. Tough for Prot Warrior to deal with. You do have no Nature's Vigil, Incarn. You have your Vampiric Embrace coming up here. So, all your major cooldowns coming up for everybody. But, the tank gets so low, they're able to heal him back up. But that's going to be Nature's Vigil. You imagine probably a Vampiric Embrace on the next one. And then just really kind of any defensive you have. Yeah, so there's the Vampiric Embrace.
Yeah, Last Stand and Spell Block used as well, though those cooldowns, they help, but they are not silver bullets against the fact it's like a healing absorb and a dot. It's just really nasty. You don't get too much value out of spell block against dots. You can't block dots as a warrior, so you can see actually going to leap out, charge back in, and they just have to deal with probably one more Jade Serpent Strike to Empyrean, and they have 2 charges of Shield Wall available if they need it, so looks like they're probably through the worst of it here. Meanwhile, Boar's Money Crew doing a little bit more of a slow, conservative chain pull through the courtyard rather than doing it all at once, and they are very much playing for Empyrean to wipe at this point.
Yeah, I was just going to say, they're probably more like, let's just try to not wipe again, and then maybe hope there's an issue on the other side, as they're going to go down the left-hand side here, Empyrean. They're going to pull those 2 more mobs in, as get a look at that. That'll probably be a priest grip on back towards the boss, so to get the healer back, I know with the rest of the team right away, but for Boar's Money Crew, able to kind of start making their way through the courtyard here. You know, they have just like, looks like one more pack to deal with inside of the courtyard, and then they'll be able to work on this boss as well.
Yeah, not too far behind our Boar's Money Crew, despite how badly the start of the dungeon went. They're only about 1 full boss behind. 1 full boss and 45 seconds of death timer, so, you know, it's not great, but it's not the end of the world here for Boar's Money Crew, and they could definitely catch up if Empyrean have a wipe, but at this point, that is what they're going to need. Let's see how big Empyrean decide to go towards the last boss here, because we've seen teams split this up or do all 4 of these packs at once after this boss, and that might be the way for Boar's Money Crew to get back in this, is if Empyrean makes the wrong decision here.
Yeah, and I mean, you have the bloodlust for both teams, right? Like, how do they decide to use that and pull, as this will be a Spirit Link right away. You're going to grab just about everything here in Bloodlust for Empyrean. So this is like, they have to play this perfectly. If you're Boar's Money Crew, this is the type of scenario you want, right? They dump all of their major cooldowns and Bloodlust into this really difficult pack and not able to execute it. But Empyrean thus far keeping everybody topped up alive, as just trying to, as soon as I said it, no, they end up losing like 4 players there, it looks like. So you're going to get an Ankh and get the healer back, but you're going to lose your tank.
Yeah, they lost everybody else in their group. The healer decided to Ankh to try and keep it alive, but unfortunately their tank died after the Ankh, which means they've lost another 5 seconds of death timer, and they don't have that Ankh resource available. I don't think so.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they really got... Yeah, I mean, what, you have both 3 packs on the side alive, and the 3 in the front and the back? Yeah, it doesn't look like they got anything down, as a Boar's Money Crew is right back in it.
Yeah, so Boar's Money Crew are still at 63% on boss. They have got all of the count they need to catch back up in this. So if Boar's Money Crew can do that big pull with Lust, maybe they can recover here. Although Chuckles is still healing absorbed. That Jade Serpent Strike is actually just going to expire, not get healed off on it. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that happen. Boar's Money Crew is somehow able to live that mechanic, though. And yeah, it's going to be really close here, because Empyrean, they use that Lust. They're not comfortable doing that pull again without Lust, and now they have to pull just the other 2 packs probably here. They can't even still get started on Shaw of Doubt.
Yeah, because they're going to pull both of these at the same time, but they don't have the Lust. They're just getting Vampiric Embrace Nature's Vigil back up, but they don't have PI, and they end up losing their heal. He's so low.
No, healer, one health.
What?
Wow. Somehow still alive.
He had to have 1 HP. There's no way. He looked like he was dead on the frame.
Yeah, this pull is still so dangerous. I mean, even if you just pull that 5-pack at the end by itself, it is still one of the more lethal pulls you can do in a dungeon. But somehow Empyrean are surviving it. There's that stun coming out. The last few mobs. Start of Spiteful now. Spiteful could be a problem for them. You can see Heart getting chased down, having to walk away here, and this Infestor is still alive, but they are going to be able to kill it off. So now, looking between these teams, Boar's Money Crew are almost done with Yu'lon. They are still 15 seconds of death timer behind as well. For Boar's Money Crew to win this, they would probably need to pull Shaw of Doubt with all 4 of those packs, and then hit the Lust and just combust onto the boss and have it kill all of those mobs. I don't know if that's possible at the 22 Keystone level, but maybe with the Fire Mage, with the Lust. You don't have Power Infusion, though, so yeah, they're definitely not going to go for that. So at this point, Boar's Money Crew actually still need another wipe from Empyrean to catch back up.
Yeah, the Shaw Doubt, it can be pretty difficult at times, and So we'll see. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility, but Empyrean already at 84% on the boss as a few players get quite low here. It'll be a Stormkeeper as rest of Shawns get access to that in Dragonflight. Looks like they're going to be able to deal with first set of Shades is now it's going to be a Mass Dispel that comes out for Empyrean. So dealing with that second kind of a dot right away, it's huge to have the priests involved. Priests always get brought to this dungeon.
Yeah, this is a very, very powerful class to have here, and it does look like Boar's Money Crew are going to be doing the rest of this with Lust, but they're not going into boss either, so they're just going to be doing these 3 pulls all at once. Still very, very scary, of course. And impressive that they're going to be able, if they're going to be able to make it work out. But yeah, Empyrean now 62% on Shaw of Doubt. It is a 22 tyrannical. There are still ways they could wipe here. They only have Mass Dispel for every other set of debuffs as well, so it is a lot of healing that needs to go out the other times, and also these ads that come out do a lot of damage, and if any of those ever get full healed, like if they ever finish their mana bar, then it's going to be disastrous for Empyrean.
Yeah, lots of stuns coming out though there for Empyrean, and they're able to deal with those rather quickly. You have a Mass Dispel available here for Empyrean as well when the next dots come out. But Boar's Money Crew actually dealt with that big pack rather effectively, right? If they're able to not have that wipe, going towards Peril and Strife, we'd be sitting at this one going right down to the wire, where Empyrean 40% of the boss still remaining. They do have a battle res just in case anything happens, but still the boss is going to take a while. Like you mentioned, 22 tyrannical. This boss seems to live forever.
Yeah, it is an extremely healthy boss, so Empyrean, as long as they can hold on, there's no way that Boar's Money Crew can do enough DPS to bring this one back. That being said, it's still really impressive from Boar's Money Crew that they were able to keep it this close. They have had a couple more deaths added to their timer now as well, so we are seeing 25 seconds of death timer in favor of Empyrean here, but honestly, if Empyrean were to wipe at this point, Boar's Money Crew would win and would shut them out of the series, so Empyrean still have to be focused towards the end of this boss. They're low on cooldowns here, but they have killed off that last set of ads, and I think they'll be able to kill the boss before the next one.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. I mean, no Bloodlust available, but we do see groups able to just kind of chunk this boss down 20-30% at a time, even without the Bloodlust. Teams going up to more are really low in terms of mana, in terms of the Restos Shaman, so definitely a little bit worried there. Is Nature's Vigil just about to run out? Mark's getting used there by the Feral Druid just to be safe, as that'll be the boss going down there for Empyrean. They'll end up taking this map.
It was a brawl. It was a brawl of a dungeon in the end, but Empyrean manages to cross the finish line first, and you got to give it to Boar's Money Crew too. I mean, dealing with some more deaths early on, but managing to bring it back to the point where it still looked competitive. We're a tie series, and it does look close going into that third dungeon, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, looking at these two teams, you wouldn't think that we're looking at the 23rd and the 9th seed in the tournament. These look so close to each other, and I think that's super surprising. One for Empyrean, they're looking a little bit weaker than I would have thought for what we're seeing. I was saying in our green room, their run is so clean, and then they wiped towards that last pack. Other than that, I really liked this route, particularly this really big pull that they did here, although they lost their Shadow Priest on it, unfortunately. But other than that, I thought that was a really well executed big pull that we've seen a lot of other teams also execute. Then on the side of Boar's Money Crew, you have to imagine this is a team that was coming in on like the very last seats in this tournament, and they were keeping up. They won the first map, and even though they had 2 devastating wipes in that corridor hallway, they managed, like you said, to recover and even like throw up a fight towards Empyrean at the end. Like they were on Shah when Empyrean killed, which is definitely something you have to respect of a team that is on this seed. So I'm really curious how this series ends. I feel it could go either way after this 1-1.
Right. Well, we're going to that Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, which we'll talk about in a moment. For now, let's look at the numbers here. and obviously it's going to look a little bit higher for Empyrean. But I do wonder. You know, I mean, Shadow Moon Burial Grounds has been a dungeon that's, you know, it's got some surprising damage that can catch you off guard, but it can be a quicker dungeon.
Wow.
Let's take a look at this.
Look.
Yeah.
Look at the spike for Empyrean at
watch
8
it.
minutes. That is, wow. That's even higher
Yeah,
than the
that's that
very
courtyard
first
pull.
pull. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
It's even more enemies, right? Because you've got those little exploding Sha in there. I guess you've got droplets in the first pull, but you've got more of them in that 8-minute pull. But it is impressive because it's being done without Bloodlust, right? That is their non-Bloodlust pull, so very, very scary, very impressive that Empyrean didn't wipe there. Of course, they did wipe a little bit later when they did the their actual Bloodlust pull towards the end of the dungeon, but not a problem. They were able to hold on because worse stuff happened to Boar's Money Crew. And Doa, yeah, like you were saying, Shadow Moon Burial Grounds coming up now. This one, I'm actually also curious which team. I'm not sure which of these teams I think has an edge there. I guess I'd probably have to say Empyrean, but it's really hard to say.
I mean,
Yeah, looking through
we've
it,
only-
I believe we haven't seen either team on this yet, right? This weekend?
Yeah, we've only seen one Shadow Moon
Yeah.
Burial Ground, and that was the one in the previous series in which none of these two teams played in. So really, we have no idea what to expect out of them. If we just want to look up how quickly that one was, Cement Gaming, and they played a really different comp to anything we've seen, so it could mean anything. But Cement Gaming locked in 17 minutes and 6 seconds, so that is kind of an orientation, but how far are you going to get with the classes that these other teams are getting? Are you going to be much quicker? Are you going to be slower? We have no clue. And we're definitely looking forward to see what these two teams bring. I mean, we know that the Fire Mage is going to stay around on the side of Boar's Money Crew. And that also includes that the Disc Priest stays. I'm pretty sure on that. I don't know. Maybe Empyrean is going to surprise us. They played very kind of meta-ish classes, but we know that they can do other things too.
Yeah, I mean, what you guys talked about it, I think, in the last time we saw Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, like maybe like a prop paladin, something along those lines. Like, I don't know if we'll see that here. I also do want to give Empyrean some credit on the Temple of the Jade Serpent. In the last time we saw them, they were not able to execute that big, large courtyard pull. They ended up wiping there. That time, they ended up actually able to pull it off. So clearly, between the first series, you know, that they played today and that last one, went back, did some work on it. And able to execute it there well, but this is a bit scary going to a 23 to end this series.
Yeah, a little bit, a little bit.
Yeah, I think this is a good mage dungeon, so I think that's potentially some good news for Boar's Money Crew. I think there's a lot of nice stuff you can play. We've actually seen both Fire and Frost in this dungeon between this and last weekend, so it could be an argument for... I suspect we'll probably see Fire Mage again out of Boar's Money Crew. That looks like something that Fire Mage Disc Priest combo, something they're pretty happy with in a lot of these dungeons. But yeah, the rest of the supporting cast, I'm not sure. I guess, if anything, I think there probably just won't be many changes from last dungeon, but maybe they've got another trick up their sleeve for us here.
So I have
It'll be
one
interesting to see
question that I
the-
brought in
Yeah.
from chat. I don't know who can answer it, because I definitely can't, as I'm also getting currently jumped by a cat. But why hardcast Pyroblast?
Yeah, I noticed that as well.
Sometimes you
Yeah.
have to.
I think
Sometimes
it's
you don't have
probably
the
just a
procs, you just gotta
rotational
cast it.
mistake. Yeah, it's probably just hopeful. No. It's the Sun King's Blessing talent that's in the Fire Mage tree, which it buffs your next non-instant Pyroblaster Flame Strike, and also gives you a little bit of a combustion out of it. So whenever you see that Pyroblast being cast, you're going to see them catching
you
fire.
go.
There it is. You can see it in our little MDI companion. You can probably look at it using the talent tree extension we have if you're watching on Twitch as well, where we have the Twitch extension letting you look at these talent trees as well. Sun King's Blessing, a Shadowlands legendary, making
I was
its
gonna
way
say,
here into the talent trees.
I think once you ended up running double legendaries in Shadowlands, this is one that you ran for Fire, I believe, towards the end of the X pack.
It only works though if you kind of like do the power up sound from Dragon Ball while you're like casting the Pyroblast. You have to go like, "Grrrr," and then like, then it works. But if you don't,
Okay.
nah. Trust me, I'm a Fire Mage.
All
expert.
right, I'm going to be watching Hopeful's stream and see if he does that. I'm gonna keep an eye
Click that,
out for
clip it.
that.
I thought you were gonna wait for the Doa Fire Mage stream to see if he does it.
Oh,
You'll be
even
waiting
better.
a long time for
Doa,
that.
when?
When does Doa stream? Probably never is the answer. And probably not on Fire Mage. Yeah. Let's wait for the sick
it is a nice
Beastmaster
point though that
streams.
there are players streaming. Of course, this time around we are allowing players stream. So worth going and checking them out if you are interested in, especially if there's people playing your spec in these runs, which is more likely now than ever because we got so many different specs showing up there. But hopeful, I think one of those players with the stream turned on. So I think Hopeful X is the,
I believe so,
is the
yeah.
Twitch for that one. Yeah.
Had it on earlier, so go check it out. For now, though, we'll see who ends up taking this one. Who goes on to fight for their lives in the lower bracket semis? We'll find out in a moment.
So no changes
Alrighty.
in terms of comps,
Yep.
right? It's,
Keeping it exactly the same between last dungeon and this one. Looks like it's going to be the shackle skip here for both teams. So you shackle undead, that defiled spirit, you walk past, and then you just night elf. Whoever walked past first is in combat, everybody else isn't. Whoever walked past first uses their night elf racial and drops combat. Looks like it's gone a little bit wrong though for Boar's Money Crew. Maybe combat landing on a dwarf there. Dwarfs notably do not have Shadow Meld yet, so does need to get battle rezzed instead.
what do you mean yet? Are you alluding to dwarfs also getting Shadow Melt in a later
Sorry, I
date?
didn't mean to give those 10.2 spoilers.
Yeah, two racials, more racials. As Empyrean, they do execute that quite well, and they end up pulling some more trash from the opposite side here, and now making their way down to the first boss as they've already engaged with that first boss. So, Boar's Money Crew, it's unfortunate they're they're not going to lose a ton of time, right? It's just a one death. But they actually end up losing the Feral Druid here as well, so going to be able to get him back up, and now they just need to focus on stabilizing.
Empyrean's tank is under so much pressure here. Uses that Boon trinket, but does have Spell Block rolling, and Boon is now expired. Spell Block's going to expire too, but the boss is teleporting to the middle of the room, which is going to give him a brief window of time to kite here in a second after this communion is over. Although it's still not happening just yet. We're going to need Ursul's Vortex here. Similarly, Boar's Money Crew also going to be kiting away from these bones, because these bones, once that spell block is down, those void slashes are awfully close to a one-shot on your tank. They're a two-shot for sure. Here's Barrier for Boar's Money Crew as they try and withstand this assault.
Oh yeah, especially at this level of key, right? Those void slashes do so much damage, as it looks like that's going to be most of the trash down here for Empyrean. In 36% down on the boss is Boar's Money Crew. Oh, it's so unfortunate there. You're gonna have pretty much everybody drop, and they invested the I thought they had used the Bloodlust there. Yeah, they do have it down. Yeah, so they did end up using the Bloodlust.
The thundering insult to injury there. The thundering stun into another death on release for Boar's Money Crew as well. And that is catastrophic for them. They're going to have to do this 3-pack that they skipped at the start of the dungeon now, and they are just going to be on basically a live route through the dungeon at this point. Whereas Empyrean, first boss has gone pretty well for them. They didn't have to use any battle reses. The boss almost dead. If they can hold on, if they can just avoid wiping from here, once again, we are going to see them in a position where they might be able to just take an early lead and run with it.
Yeah, and Empyrean, they've gotten better at executing some of these larger pulls. They had some matches earlier in the weekend where they really didn't need to pull that aggressively. They knew they had a little bit of a lead. But in this series, where it's been really competitive with Boar's Money Crew, they have really turned up and executed some of those larger pulls quite well. Now, saying that, I'll probably end up jinxing them in as they go into this next pull. As you're going to get those Dominators in place, right? They're going to have that cast, so you have to interrupt. First big interrupt there goes down, so you're going to catch all of them. Boar's Money Crew are trying to make their way even back to that first boss.
Yeah, you can see everybody's playing really carefully here. Everybody's playing max range, like their Feral Druid even a couple of steps back from this pack. That's because sometimes the spirits here will attack whoever their Dominator turns to cast on, so very important to watch out for. Get those kicks really quickly to stop that from happening. And yeah, they've done a good job here of getting through without anybody having that happen. They're going to walk around just with Mind Soothe here and avoid pulling those 2 Exhumers. Those Exhumers don't give too much count, and they do summon extra spirits when you pull them. And Empyrean look to be setting up a large pull onto second boss here. This is potentially a very dangerous pull, especially at the start. You have a lot of casts going off. You have a boss frontal that's happening at the same time as well. And yeah, I mean, anybody who's being targeted by this Rending Void Lash could just die.
Yeah, you're almost more worried about some of the adds that you actually bring down onto the boss on this boss rather than the boss itself. The boss doesn't actually do like a ton of damage itself, where Boards Maker, they'll make their way back to that first boss. They don't have any trash to really pull in, as they end up getting rid of that the last time. But yeah, it looks like Empyrean, they still have a few more extra adds up here as the boss goes to kind of that spot to go cast his ability. They end up just kind of completely focusing on some of these adds that they have coming on in.
Yeah, the nice thing for Empyrean here is as soon as they enter this Soul Split phase, it basically stuns all of these adds that they're in combat with for the next 30 seconds or so. So once they come out of this, they have this big damage buff, and you can see there's the Storm Eater's boon being used by the tank in a position to be AoEing some of these adds, and those Subjugated Souls, those Dominators, those that Exhumer, not doing anything here. They will start casting again in the next few seconds. You can see that Rending Void Lash going off now, and they're grouping them back together. But they got a lot of free damage on those mobs while they had that damage buff.
Yeah, just a really effective way of doing, those mobs right there in the boss. Is the boss still fairly healthy at 50%, but considering how much trash they ended up pulling down into the boss, able to just kind of mosey on out from here and start making their way towards the worms. As some bursting going off here because you're having some of those mobs die, so have to be a little bit careful. You just use your link, but now that they get rid of some of those mobs, you see the boss. We just talked about it, I feel like a few seconds ago, mentioned it was at 50%, now down almost below 20.
Yeah, they are just focusing on boss damage. They've identified that even though the boss isn't the most dangerous part of this pull, it is the thing that is gating them from progressing in the dungeon, right? It's that health bar that they need to get through before they can walk forward. And even though these Dominators and Souls are really dangerous, they can have those die at the end of the boss fight, and they won't lose any time as long as they don't die. And they've done a really good job of not dying so far. This has been extremely impressive for Empyrean. We have seen a lot of teams have deaths on this pull, so big credit to Empyrean causing that to not happen for them. They're going to have a nice split here of 6 minutes and 47 seconds on second boss timer. That is an extremely good time. Unfortunately, this Exhumer is in a bad spot in the patrol, so they're going to have to get that Mind Soothe before they can sneak around.
Yeah, they're going to Mind Soothe wrap all the way around, but just another big shout out for Empyrean, right? Because they ended up falling down 1-0 in the series, where they actually probably had a little bit of a lead on Azure Vaults, and things went sideways. And then they went to Temple of the Jade Serpent for our last map, which the last time we saw them play it, it did not go well. Like Mix was saying, they played really clean, outside of that one pull. And coming in here on Shadow Moon Burial Ground, series on the line, the highest key we can have in this set at a 23. No deaths. They have played really clean thus far, and this is going to be a big pull with some extra big spiders.
Yeah, there's still a lot of danger in this dungeon for Empyrean. We've seen a lot of teams wipe in this area as well. You're seeing those bat casts starting to go off as well. But they are just going to mostly ignore them. They have Nature's Vigil rolling now and Vampiric Embrace available afterwards. That's going to carry them through a lot of casts. As long as they can keep those spiders interrupted, the bats shouldn't be too big of a deal. As you can see, those diseases are out on their priest and shaman.
Yeah, it looks like the DK ends up picking one up as well, but Vampiric Embrace out now, delayed a little bit behind the Nature's Vigil, so you'll have that Vampiric Embrace still rolling as well. Looks like you're getting just most of these bats down. You have one spider in there. That was a Necrotic Burst that they ended up getting the interrupt on. So really nice job there as well, with a rather big and difficult pull with a lot of things you have to interrupt. Some you're going to actually let get off and just try and keep people alive through some of those dots. As Empyrean executed that as good as well. As they're going to grab some more bats to bring into this next worm.
Yeah, now they have 4 bats with this worm. Once this is dead, they're going to take the pull after boss into boss, probably. Although, I'm not 100% sure how they're going to set that up with this comp. It's probably going to be a wild charge, like a Moonkin form wild charge out of their Feral Druid. I'm going to be interested to see how this actually works out, though. Or if they're maybe just going to do it after boss instead. We will see. For now, they have to finish off these 4 bats and 1 worm. You can see they have world markers on all of these different bats. Not even going to need them, as another death coming out for Boar's Money Crew before this second boss is going to be really bad news for that team as they activate all of the spirits around the room. You can see the smile on the face there of Sky. Just knows that, sometimes when it rains, it pours, right?
Yeah, as soon as you said, I had been trying to focus on Empyrean. Okay, well, actually, see, it looks like a...
It was a Moonkin form wild charge, but it didn't work there, and now it's a seal form of shame, as the druid here is going to have to go back to that spout, and maybe they need the count from this, because you do get extra count if you can grab them before. So you can see those skitterlings that are there.
Third time's the charm, I believe.
Yeah, surely. Looks like the warrior tries to heroic leap it, doesn't work. This time for sure. Moonkin form, AD. There it is. The wild charge. All right, here we go. Now we got to wait for the warrior to get back up in position, and here comes the life grip back. First try, easy.
Yeah, we didn't catch the ones before that, but no, that could be really difficult to execute, especially when you're trying to like wild charge back and Moonkin form and then get the grip. But that'll allow them, like you mentioned, you do get the extra count from this, so you end up pulling these into the boss with just a much better way, especially with some of the stuff they skipped at the very beginning of the dungeon. You absolutely need this extra count.
Yeah, here comes that first inhale. It does look like Heart has been afflicted by it, and oh no, Storming is going to claim a victim as well, as their Shadow Priest gets collected by Bone Maw during that inhale, thanks to a Storming knockup. One of the bosses where that affix is at its most obnoxious is Bone Maw. They're doing a good job, though, of keeping this going, making sure that they're keeping the spiders interrupted, and there's actually quite a bit of healing to be done. It's not so much like HPS throughput on this fight, it's saving somebody who's randomly being targeted by 3 spits in 5 seconds from dying to that, and unfortunately here we are actually going to have a death coming out for Empyrean. It's their Feral Druid. Heart, their Battle Res, gets inhaled now, so is not going to be able to cast the Battle Res for a while. Luckily, they've killed off this spider, so they're not going to have any interrupts go wrong while all of their players are unavailable.
All right, but they do get Heart back up onto the platform. He gets the Battle Res off, so they do get their Feral Druid back. So a little bit spicy there. They're able to recover. It looks like Empyrean still, just 58% on this boss. Boar's Money Crew they may have had another white trying to just make up a ton of time, right? They probably popped the Bloodlust, went for something crazy, and not able to get it at that time. But Heart gets low. You do have a totem here rolling for Empyrean, so gotta be able to kind of keep everybody healed up. Vampiric Embrace going as well. They've done a pretty nice job throughout this dungeon, like we talked about. I know, really trying to highlight, bouncing back after some rough Temple of the Jade Serpents earlier. In the weekend, able to really execute at a high level in the last map, and then coming in here with the game on the line, right? I mean, they are such a higher seed than Boar's Money Crew, right? Boar's Money Crew comes in as one of the bottom seeds, I believe, 23rd in terms of overall seed, and Empyrean comes in at the 9th, where you wouldn't expect this to be as close as it is, but Boar's Money Crew has played quite well to get to this point, but Empyrean really turning on at the end.
Yeah, Empyrean have certainly shown some vulnerabilities throughout our weekend, and it's got to be worrying for them knowing that there's potentially Dire Wolves and then Donut or Perplexed even in their future, and they're going to need to beat 2 of those 3 teams probably to qualify out of this group. That's really scary. That's really, really hard to do, so I'm a little bit worried for Empyrean, although there's a good chance that some of these might just have been some of their very worst dungeons in the pool. I think that this particular series had some of their weakest dungeons.
Yeah.
That Azure Vault looked really rough for them. It looked like something that they're maybe not going to have to deal with in some of their future series, hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, they had mentioned that they didn't really love the Azure Vaults. They really liked the Ruby Life Pools, so you didn't have the Ruby Life Pools in the series. Azure Vault was right at the start, and they had a rough go there. And then we've seen kind of at times on Temple of the Jade Serpent, just like with a lot of other teams, right? It gets a little bit dicey at times. So maybe not the best sit in terms of dungeons for them. They actually end up using the Bloodlust here on these 2 Void spawns, because it's just so much damage with those Void pulses coming out, especially on this level of key on Fortified.
Yeah, big damage being dealt by these mobs. You can line of sight their void pulses. It's something you can do if you're, a coward or you're playing with a healer that's in danger. But of course, Empyrean has access to Vampiric Embrace, to Nature's Vigil, to all of their healer cooldowns. They're not going to save them for the boss. They're going to throw the Spirit Link here, and they're going to kill that void spawn before it gets its next void pulse. They are going to deal with this easily. That was their Bloodlust as well, so they're not going to have it for boss, but they shouldn't need it here, given that this is not tyrannical, right? This is a fortified key that we're looking at.
Yeah, it is on fortified specifically. Those two void spawns, like they do just large chunks of damage there, where it's something much scarier than the boss. If you're actually just kind of like baiting right on the outside, where you see their Shadow Priest just making sure to keep that away from the rest of the team, even the Resto Shaman playing within melee. So, barring anything crazy, Empyrean should be able to kind of close this one out here. Almost those void spawns, especially on fortified at this level, like are almost scarier than this boss.
Yeah, I think it is the scariest part of this dungeon. You do get to release and kind of corpse run it if you need to. That can be something you might have time for on live, but in an MDI, if you're ever against another team and it's close, if they haven't had 21 deaths, which Wars Money Crew are currently on 21 deaths. Oh no, Empyrean here actually going to have... So what happened there was their priest clipped the corner of that death zone behind that Ritual of Bones wall, took that dot, and actually is going to be in danger there. Beautiful Life Grip is going to clear the Thundering, and they are going to be able to stabilize there, but they don't have any battle reses left, so they might wipe to this boss. Now, if they just wipe to this boss 5 or 6 times, Boar's Money Crew might be back in this thing, so it's not over yet.
Right, it would just take like a legendary just sequence of events, but I guess could possibly happen. Where the scariest part for me for Empyrean was when they ended up rezzing the Shadow Priest, and that large kind of pulse that comes out for the sky was so close to melee because it just targets the next available player. Where I thought maybe you end up like losing somebody there, then things just start to spiral. But seems like they've kind of figured things out now. There's Zul 34% and counting, as you probably just have one more wall that comes up, and then you'd finish him off.
Yeah, almost done here. It's going to be Dispersion. Ooh, unfortunate Malevolence there. Nearly takes out their priest, but they're going to be okay. 20% left on the boss as they choose their second, probably the last Ritual of Bones that they're going to be killing here. Second from the side, far away from all those omens. Nice and controlled damage here, cleaving onto the boss nicely, and there's that Storm Eater's boon to help them send Ner'zhul home. 9% and falling, and Empyrean putting up quite a quick time in the Shadow and Burial Grounds as well. This is going to be a 1730 or so. Pretty good dungeon out of Empyrean. Of course, tragedy for Boar's Money Crew, but we are very happy to see them throughout this weekend. Great showing. It is going to be a 2-1 though for Empyrean.
That's right. Empyrean moves on to face the winner of Direwolves versus Cement Gaming, which is going to be our last series of the day. And it looked close, but then when it comes down to it, it makes like this is just a dungeon that unfortunately was not all about Boar's Money Crew. The crew had some problems.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's absolutely right. So at the very beginning, I was still hopeful, you could say, as we went into this match, both of the teams going for this big, beautiful pull into Sedana, something we've been seeing from nearly all of the MDI teams throughout last and this weekend. But then tragedy started. There was a full wipe on the side of Boar's Money Crew, and I think that might have just done them in for. I'm not really sure what happened, but they had used their Bloodlust, they had used a lot of their cooldowns, and so they needed to go back, they needed to play a bunch of trash, and it just cost them so much money, and I think it also cost them the game. They decided to, I guess we just try and continue to run it, but maybe the mental fortitude wasn't as strong anymore. There were a lot more wipes coming after that, but on the side of Empyrean, they actually showed what they're really, really good at, and I don't necessarily mean this moment.
Maybe isn't this,
because there were a few attempts at this one, but they got it eventually.
This was the only
to
one
pull over these spiders, and
you only need to get it once.
they had a They had a very well-deserved 2-1 in the end here in this series.
Yeah, they played it clean. I think the Empyrean that we saw in this series looked like the best version of Empyrean that we've seen yet in MDI. And on the Boar's Money Crew side of things, certainly a team I think that played above what their time trials seed might make you think they would play at level-wise. Definitely looked good, but just not quite enough today as Empyrean takes that third dungeon and they will move on.
A little bit of a rough showing here for Boar's Money Crew in the end, but I do think they deserve a shout out, right? They come in this weekend as lowest seed. They played really well in this series, like up until that final map, but like as a 23rd seed going against the 9th and taking them to the limit, where it seemed like judging by their interview, they said that their highlight was going to be round 1 and that was it. They definitely played much better than that. So it'll be fun to see them kind of come back, play again in one of the next events.
I hope so.
Also,
I really do.
working a sub at the last moment too. So
Yeah.
yeah, there you go. We're all excited about Boar's Money Crew, but yeah, a team that had to work in a sub at the last moment as well. So that's never easy. I think to play at this level with someone that you don't have all that experience with is impressive as well, and they showed that too.
Yeah, it does mean that Empyrean stay alive in our tournament as well. They are going to be playing tomorrow, still in the lower bracket, however, and their opponent is going to be the winner of our next series, which does include Direwolves, if I'm not mistaken. Direwolves and
You are not
the
mistaken.
Cement Crew, correct? Yeah. So
I could see some trucks rolling into chat already, so I'm pretty sure we're having a Cement Gaming game. But I also talked to 40 from Direwolves, and I checked in with them because they're from Oceania, and they started the day really, really early. So I kind of messaged them saying like, hey, are you guys still awake? Just checking, making sure everyone's ready for this game. And they are ready. They're awake. I talked to 40 a little bit about his build. I'm not sure if we're going to see a surprise in that SPG that comes up, but I'm really, really excited for the next series.
All right. Well, we won't have long to wait. Just one more short break, and then we'll see our final match of the day, Direwolves versus Cement Gaming. A hard-fought match. I'm sure it will be. Don't go anywhere. MDI. We'll return in just a few. Okay, we are back for one final match here on the day at the Mythic Dungeon International. Your host, Joey, here along with Tettles, Mr. X, and Makes for our match that involves Direwolves versus, basically the most popular up-and-coming team in World of Warcraft, it seems like, Cement Gaming. They're the darling of chat right now, and we'll see if they can go toe-to-toe with a team that's looked so good, but has had a couple little missteps here and there, unfortunate things happening to keep them from winning their matches. Can they finally stay alive now? It's gonna be a good one.
I just want to say that chat, you guys got to get in control of yourselves. We have to stop with the copy pastas. It was funny. Maybe when there was one or two going, but now it's actually inhibiting the community. They have to have the ability to be able to have good discussion about cement. So just stop. The series is about cement, and the cement come first. Okay, you guys got to stop the copy pastas.
Okay, I also saw another one saying.
No, we can't show favoritism. No production, no.
Saying cement is a natural enemy of wolves, to which I want to say, I'm pretty sure where wolves go, there is no cement. So we're going to see how this one plays out here. I definitely really like both teams, and I'm very curious to see what they're going to bring in this series for us.
I mean,
it depends on if their habitat has been encroached on by man, by humankind.
Cement wolf tree. It's like the modern day version of rock, paper, scissors, of course.
Cement wolf tree?
What?
Wait, what beats
Well,
tree?
anyway, we're starting out with Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. It's plus 23, so watch out. Then we're going to Temple of the Jade Serpent. Bans on Azure Vault, bans on Althkar Academy. Maybe we'll get to Court of Stars.
Notably, we did see Cement Gaming in this SVG earlier today, and they definitely had a really good run. I really liked how they picked their classes and how they worked it out. Dratnos was saying earlier that with the Windwalker, with the Demon Hunter, you want to stay on those 5 targets, and they built their entire route going onto that. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see that again. But of course, we're also have another team, and they're playing just our trusty DK Feral, Shadow Priest, and Preservation Evoker. Both of the teams are on the way on their very first poll, and I'm so excited about this one.
All right, both of the teams going to the left side here. You do see Direwolves dropping a Shackle Undead, as it looks like they're going to potentially be doing a more standard route where you see Cement Gaming. They're playing the Blueberry with all of these loyalists and whatnot. More of a live key style route, whereas Direwolves are looking to do something more reminiscent to what we saw from some of the top teams in the MDI last weekend. Like that first pull that we saw from Legendary, where they were pulling all of the trash in the first boss. It's very dangerous, and Jack needs to make sure that he's going to rotate his defenses perfectly. As you do see Direwolves now, Jack and Chompy meeting up, gonna high five one another as they do finally get the first boss pulled. Cement Gaming have downed their first trash pack, and they should be following pretty shortly.
Yeah, Bloodlust was popped almost instantly for the Direwolves on the left side here as the pack kept running towards them. I'm not sure if there's another ad control minded. We saw that by the Shadow Priest earlier today. Of course, that's not something Cement Gaming will have available to them as they are trying to chew through this trash here. Yeah, it seems like that's the case. You can see it in the back left corner. There's a green triangle on the control-minded mob that Chazo has under control. So they're making that pull just a little bit easier for themselves. The Chains of Ice also being deployed by 40. You're making sure that the Filed Spirit does not reach Sadana, but Cement Gaming is trying to pull even. Seems like they pulled a little bit less into Sadana herself. Of course, with their classes having an AoE cap, it does make sense that they're not going as big here, but Bloodlust also being popped, and they're on their way to chew through both bosses.
I think that the additional ads on top of this boss is really good for the, oh my gosh, the Enhancement Shaman. As the tank goes down for Cement Gaming, it looks like that Demon Hunter's flying around the map trying to not get melee by these bone rituals. It's going to be difficult for the tank to be able to regain threat, but you see that Bubble Taunt deployed immediately just to try to get threat, as Direwolves get Sadana down to 37%, Cement Gaming at 52% here, but a little bit behind on trash count, Makes.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't go as big, but I would say they're pretty even-ish. So we know that they pull, for example, the spiders into the boss. Direwolves could do that too, since they have the Druid and the Shadow Priest to pull the spiders into Bone Maw later. But they're going to need to find a way to even out this trash for sure. And I'm very curious to see how these routes are going to differ, because there needs to be a little bit of difference in order to make it make sense. The route we saw from Cement Gaming earlier was pretty clever, I thought. I thought they were doing a really good job at routing it out with their percentage and everything. And Sedana is now dropping for the Dire Wolves, 1 more percent to go, and they will be able to move on. Cement Gaming is on their way to make even, but there's still a little bit more HP they need to find, a little bit more damage they need to deal before they can go. And now you can actually feel how far these teams are apart, really.
Yeah, look at that Invis potion that we saw from Dire Wolves. It's one of those situations where MDI level teams sometimes are going to do double pack into Nylash here. And so this is something that we have to watch out for. The most difficult part of this pull is just getting these dominators grouped up. You see the Dire Wolves kind of posturing to get ready to just grab that trash pack, and right before they go down to that downstairs phase, you're going to see Jack charge into the pack, leap across. He's got that time dilate on himself as well. And so now they're going to be kicking everything up, getting it stacked up, and then once they go down to that downstairs phase, the mobs kind of break a little bit. They do some weird
they get
stuff
a stun.
where they'll just
But we saw the same thing coming out of Cement Gaming earlier, where they pulled the Dominators onto Nalish, but they only pulled one of the two sides. Direwolves actually going for both sides could be very scary. Of course, they're going to profit off of that stun that you just mentioned earlier, but at some point, these are going to come a little bit back to life, so you need to make sure that you DPS them down previously. And you can see now Chumpy also using Puddle, making sure all of the cooldowns go into this. CCs are being deployed, making sure these Dominators, these Exhumers are being kept under control. And they're doing a really good job here. That is impressive coming out of Direwolves.
So something that you actually don't see all too often, especially if you're like pugging with a Preservation Evoker, is the oppressive roar ability actually used in a good way. But you saw Hollow there, he pre-oppressive roared right before those ads came out of that stun that the boss applies to them. That way, once they did become more active again, we saw them immediately go into like a deep breath and then to a shockwave, just making sure that those mobs would again stay stunned, because they were at like 10% HP. If any of the Rending Void Lash casts were going off, we were likely to see some people die. But the Direwolves, I think they're going to kill this boss mix before the second phase. If they can get the boss killed off before the second phase, that'd be massive for them.
Yeah, they're going to stand in this Void Vortex here, as it doesn't do too much damage, but unfortunately the Soul Seal does come out here, is going to cost them just a little bit more time as they deal with these souls. Don't be confused if you're not seeing all of the souls. It's just a matter of 40 making it out there barely, but they're able to get him out and now deal with Nalish, the last percent remaining. And on the side of Cement Gaming, you're seeing a similar pull, right? Like I mentioned earlier, Atharian pulled the left side of these Dominators as they went into this pull here, and they should be going into the soul phase right now. So they pull it a little bit earlier, then do do most of their AoE, go into the phase, then come out, and now the full damage is being deployed. You can see Punky held on to Meta, held on to Hunt, making sure he has all of that available now that they're back up with that damage amp, but they're only doing one side, so falling behind in percentage even more.
They don't have a Mass Dispel either, which is unfortunate for bursting, but the Resto Druid should be more than capable of being able to heal through 3 to 4 stacks of bursting here. So, I mean, Cement Gaming, they're looking okay. They're around the same percentage as Direwolves. Oh my goodness. They're around the same percentage as Direwolves trash-wise after they get all that trash dealt with, but they're somewhere in the order of 45 seconds, maybe a minute of travel time behind where Direwolves are, which is something that is you have to be concerned about.
Look at Chompy's damage, 40 now also coming in now that the ramp has been done. This is a massive pull. We saw the spiders go into this. They killed off the spiders, and as soon, well, not all of them, but most of them, and as soon as they dropped, the bats also got added. There's a lot of interrupts that need to be deployed in this pull here. It's super high in coordination. You can see that stuff like the knockback from the Evoker is also coming out, making sure that they have everything here. Jack taking substantial amounts of damage. IBF also going out from 40, making sure he survives. The AMS also having been popped And I feel really good about this pull. The worm goes down, the bats go down. There's a lot of bursting that's now going to come their way. But like you said, they do have that master spell available to them that is going to make them survive here. And Cement Gaming, we know, have a little bit of a more conservative approach to this pull here as they try to stay on these 5 targets. They're going to add the spiders to the worm, and then add the bats to the second worm, for which the direwolves don't have any trash. They're just playing that by itself.
It looked like Hollow actually walked off to the side and grabbed. Maybe he was going to look to grab the two big spiders and pull them into him as well. Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
I mean, one of the reasons. I mean, we saw teams actually play these 2 big spiders into that previous pull that we saw from the direwolves, where they had 5 spiders. Now that's going to be very dangerous since you don't have the ability to be able to kick all those spiders. But we saw some weird stuff with, like, DK pet kick and stuff like that last weekend. On a 23 fortified, it may just be a situation where these two additional corpse spiders add a level of lethality to that pull that on this level that you wouldn't have seen last weekend, and the direwolves are going to take a little bit more conservative approach. Not to say that last pull was necessarily safe by any means, but it's a little bit, I guess, safer than what we saw last weekend. And now, like you were alluding to, Mix, Hollow here, about
Hollow
to jump
on
across
the way.
the water.
That worked. Is going to get in fight here, making sure that the pack is pulled. Jack is just finishing off over there. Grip coming in from the priest, making sure Holo is with the rest of the team. And you can see the pack is now walking towards Bone Maw. The benefit of doing that is that you're gonna get more count, but like you were saying, there's trouble on the right side of the screen. Unfortunate wipe. There's, like you said, so much travel time between here and the worms in front of Bone Maw that's gonna cost them so much time. Altharian was trying to keep the pull alive, but without anyone there, you can see the marks. The pull is resetting. That's super, super unfortunate.
It looked like a spider cast went off, and that necrotic plague, if it ever goes, or that necrotic burst, if it goes off, and say you have rewind, yeah, maybe you're able to live it, or like you have tranquility or something like that, you might be able to live it. But whenever you're doing like a pull that size, if you have bats going off in addition to the cast from the necrotic burst going off, I mean, it was just a tragedy for Cement Gaming having that cast go off on their players. For the direwolves, I mean, this is looking really good for them. Barring a catastrophe, this should be them kind of winning this map. Basically, they just need to make sure they get through Bone Maw. Don't somehow wipe to the double blueberries, which we're doing by themselves, so that should be fairly easy for players like this. And then if they don't wipe to Ner'zhul, I mean, the direwolves are in a good spot, Makes.
Yeah, they are. They're looking really, really good here. They already finished the trash that's on the stairs. There is one more very scary point that they're going to approach, which is the void spawns. We just saw that from EMPYREAN. In the very previous run, they even had like SLT down, and it was still close. Cement Gaming have a lot of abilities to actually deal with the void spawn damage. Their defensives like Blur, Darkness, super, super good to actually survive it. Even like they can Karma one. Is not gonna be too much of a thing for the direwolves, but I hope they can make it through and survive that void spawn pack, or like you call them, the blueberries. They are very scary, and they're coming up. Yeah, the blueberries.
Yeah, that's what they are. They're blueberries. I think that for the direwolves, on the blueberries, they're just kind of hoping that they're not getting like just double casts over and over again. So like you were saying, those void spawns, the void pulse cast and the void eruption sometimes can get a bit weird. And when I say that, you're supposed to get one void pulse and then a void eruption. It's supposed to go void pulse, void eruption, void pulse, void eruption. Sometimes it'll go void pulse, void eruption, and if both of them do that, you can start to see issues where players can potentially go down, especially at this 23 level, especially since it's also fortified. So I wonder what they're going to be doing with things such as, anti-magic zone, that kind of thing.
Don't have it. They don't have it. I just looked. I was like, maybe 40. Okay. He's like, he's got his teams back. He's like, yeah, guys, don't worry about it. But honestly, like, it's not something you want to skill, especially not in Mythic Plus. So no AMZ available to the dire wolves. It's all going to be holo, the vampiric embrace, and nature's virgil. That's going to come out, and that needs to come out here. One of the void spawns is being targeted by the dire wolves. You can see the damage coming out here. The void eruptions are getting cast though, so that's going to allow them to go a little bit longer, but there's so much damage, and the thundering also supporting just a little bit. Everything on holo. Vampiric embrace now also coming out, but I'm sure they're going to make it. Void eruptions go through, one goes down, and the other one will be history soon enough, unless anyone happy steps here and accidentally takes one of the AoE swirlies, but I hope that's not going to be the case. Cement Gaming is on their heels though. I mean, of course they have the 7 deaths, which direwolves don't have, so 35 seconds penalty, but they're on half of bone maw and are looking to go further. I think they also added the spiders here onto the boss, so for them it's also the void spawns that is after that, but of course that's a big difference between those two teams, and I think it's gonna go direwolves.
Yeah, I mean, dude, bone maw is what, like a 4 or 5?
Yeah, he has so much HP.
Dude,
he has so much HP.
And especially if you're like a demon hunter on this boss, you actually just don't do damage. Like, you can blade dance, and unless your puddle is directly in the boss's hitbox, your blade dance doesn't do damage to him and stuff.
I mean, your blade essence too, but that's something that Cement Gaming actually do really well. I mean, not necessarily the taking a dive there, but they've been baiting their puddles in the last key and then this key super close to bone maw, making sure that Melon and Punky and everybody else has the most of the spells actually hit the boss.
Okay, all eyes on the left
another
side
dive.
of the screen here, though, as direwolves have Ner'zhul engaged at 70% HP. Bloodlust has been popped for them right on their offensive CDs. They were just kind of waiting for everything to come back up. Yeah, the Army of the Dead. They're going to deploy like the Incarnation here in just a couple of seconds. I mean, things are looking great for the direwolves. Ner'zhul should probably die within the next minute and a half, and barring a catastrophe, they should be fine. There are ways that you can die on this boss, but I think that at this level for the direwolves, they should be more equipped to be able to, first off, kill off the Ritual of Bones, and then secondly, assuming that they don't just accidentally take a tick of that puddle, this is like pretty good for them. Ner'zhul at 25%. They're not even going to get another Ritual Bones cast.
So keep in mind, the quickest time we saw in the SPG was Cement Gaming's. The team that played SPG after was a little bit slower, and Cement Gaming logged in 17 minutes and 6 seconds. Now, if you're looking at that timer, direwolves are looking to undermine that time by so much. We're probably going to end on like 15:30, if even, maybe even just 15:20. They're super, super fast, and they're showing up one time, making sure that nothing went wrong in this key, which is something I'm very excited about after how that series against Perplex went, and that's a definitely deserved 1-0 for the direwolves.
Yeah, that was pretty perfect. 0 deaths, getting it done in 15:22. Definitely the fastest Shadow Moon Burial Grounds we've seen yet, and a great start for a team that we knew would be back with a vengeance after what happened to them in the upper bracket. So, if you're a Cement right now, you're going to have to find a way to dig deep, clean it up a little bit, and try to bounce back, I guess, on Temple of the Jade Serpent.
I think
We're gonna
overall that was
moments.
a pretty good one from the direwolves.
It was a very good one. But we already knew they were that good, right? It just seemed like, I forget who it was, but someone said barring some catastrophe, they would win this map. But catastrophe has been what's hit this team more than any other team this weekend, I feel like. So it's nice to see them get through a map where everything's clean, everything goes well.
Yeah, this is what you were talking about, Tettles, where this is for Cement Gaming, where you're letting those, like, the bats kind of get the cast off, and then the big spider ended up getting that necrotic burst off, and that is just... you can get through the spiders, you can get through the bats getting the cast off, but the spiders definitely not, which made it...
Yep.
I mean, really, they kind of just bricked this part of the dungeon for them.
Would you say it cemented their fate?
Wow.
I would say it would have cemented their fate.
Wow.
Yes, I would say that is accurate.
I don't know if someone should say that, but you can say that. Yeah.
Definitely not. Definitely not. But yeah, I mean, I'm just looking at what our next match is going to be, because of course, that was a 1-0, but everything could always go in different directions, like we just saw in the previous map where Empyrean did a reverse sweep. So we know that Temple of the Jade Serpent is something both of the teams have run before. I'm just looking for their times right now. Or wait, did they not?
Well, I don't think so.
I don't think we saw the
It doesn't look like
Direwolves.
Direwolves has done that yet.
Huh.
Yeah, Direwolves
We
has
had
not
so
done that
many
yet
temple
this weekend.
keys.
I know, right?
How
I
could
was
that
surprised
not
too.
happen?
Well,
They dodged
they
them all.
sauced,
Yeah, I had the same thought. Yeah.
They sauced the Ducks yesterday, and didn't even have to see Temple of the Jade Serpent. They just owned them so hard that
Wow.
the 2-0 didn't make it to the Jade Temple. But
Now,
okay, so
Cement
Temple of Jade
did
Serpent is one of the.
experience. Yeah.
What I was gonna say is
Oh
Temple of
boy,
Jade Serpent is
remote casting.
the most popular dungeon this weekend, and so it presents itself in the most amount of series, and so assuming that Direwolves haven't practiced it is probably a bit foolish.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have. We saw Cement Gaming lose one against Donuts earlier this weekend, and that was an 8-death one, but Donuts went through it pretty quick. That was a clean one for them, too. So I feel like, small sample size, we'll see what they can do, but it will need to be pretty perfect, I think, to take out Direwolves. Even though we haven't seen them on that dungeon yet, they're going to be good.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
this
going to
graph
leak
is-
you
oh, yeah,
something.
go.
I'm not sure if
Okay.
I'm allowed to leak, but it's easier to ask for forgiveness than to ask for allowance. So 40 told me the boys are more nervous about this game than the Perplexed one, which to me, 1, is crazy, and 2 is crazy. Like, what? What do you mean?
Well, they didn't.
Well-
I don't say. Yeah, I don't know. I think this makes sense because they practiced a lot for the Perplexed series, right? They were telling me that they planned on winning that series. So whenever, like, as an MDI team, you kind of like
That's
map
good.
out your predicted route through the. No. So a lot of the times you like map out your predicted route through the bracket, right? And sometimes you have to bite the bullet, and you're like, oh, okay, this number 1 seed is going to beat me, and you're like, all right, you just have to be like you have to have that awareness. The Direwolves were like, no. We're going to win this one because just think about it. Okay, say you're going up against Echo or Perplex or whatever, like these mainstay teams, as the what are they, the 9th seed coming into or the 11th seed coming into the weekend, something like that. You have to be like, oh yeah, I think that we could battle for the 2nd slot out of this group. But they're like, no, I think that we could be the 1st slot, and so I think that may be where those nerves come from.
Also,
Yeah,
if you lose to
probably.
Perplex, at least you get another go, right? You drop down into losers and the lower bracket, and this is
True.
it. Like, so
Yeah.
definitely have more nerves, I think, going into this one, especially as just Chad is behind Cement Gaming, just kind of giving them all the energy.
Right.
But yeah, it seems like teams are getting ready for a temple key. Do you think we're going to stick with the Windwalker titles, or do you think we're going to see Unholy Decay? Because I know Melon can play both.
I think that they're committed to the off-meta bit. Maybe Mr. X knows a little bit more?
I believe, why wouldn't you just run the Unholy DK? I feel like we've seen it play really well throughout the
there
entire
we
thing.
go.
And
There you go.
okay, so yeah,
That's
Unholy
it.
DK
X is
with
a
the Demon
knower.
Hunter.
Let's go. This is exactly what I want to see out of Cement Gaming. Both of my favorite classes in one team. That is perfect. Both of the teams are going substantially big here. Cement Gaming parking in the hallway here. It is a spiteful key, whereas Direwolves have decided to play the pack outside at the bottom of the stairs. Cement Gaming leaving one of the packs at the end here open. It is the Living Water and the 2 water speakers that they didn't pull into the pack right away.
Dude, these first couple of pulls are always so dangerous. You just watch everybody's HP bar as they tank the Living Waters cast, and just everybody drops so low. You have like that Ascendance coming out for Hollow. You have Crytek's dropping that Trank so early whenever those casts are hitting the players. I think it just proves like how important off-spec healing is in a lot of these situations. For the Direwolves, if you're looking at their healing done, Chompy's at 44k HPS, and that's not just healing to himself, that's healing to his whole group. Or if you look at Cement Gaming, Eltharian's at 20k, but he actually drops a lot of Word of Glory casts and a lot of group healing, just generally with how Paladin functions right now. And then Era on that Enhancement Shaman with AG, AG is just so powerful as well, and I think that I don't know how many of these pulls would actually be possible if we weren't playing with some of these hybrid classes with great group throughput healing.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think that's a big part in what we're seeing right now, whether it is like the Vampiric Embrace or the Nature's Vigil or like all of that. That's definitely so crucial to a lot of these pulls going right. If you're looking at the healing meters, in many of the big pulls, you can see them show up depending on when they're being used. But comparing percent, of course, is going to be exactly the same thing as they pulled exactly the same packs, which is everything. And then looking at the boss stam, it looks like Direwolves are just a little bit ahead of Cement Gaming. But Chaz actually going down here. They do have a battle rest. They can get him back up. Nothing happened. Nobody saw anything.
Well, there's a reason that his name is Chaz Help Please, as he says, help please, and needs the battle res.
I mean, sometimes it can help if your friend picks you back up, right? So
True.
Chaz getting a little bit of support out of 40 there. But of course, that was their battle rest that is now not available anymore. Whereas Cement Gaming does have another free oopsie, if you want to call it like that. Direwolves down to 24%. They're dodging around here. Quaking is going to come in a little bit, unfortunately, but they will manage. 40 needs to get out of melee range or drop it here if he's really greedy, but I don't think that's going to happen as they move closer and closer to finishing off this boss. Cement Gaming is following them suit. 10% between those two teams.
Okay, so I was just looking at Hollow's gear for a second. So something that we've actually seen that's kind of interesting across this weekend, and some teams have started to adapt to this. Something that Timber from Donuts did earlier the week on the Shaman was he was running that Codex trinket from... he was running that Razageth trinket that allowed him to do infinite, like, instant damage and proc that book to start the Strife and Peril RP. Hollow is not running that trinket. And so I'm really interested in seeing what Direwolves are going to do with their RP, similar to Cement Gaming. I wonder what they're going to do with their RP, because that seems like an easy way to, save 20 seconds here is not having to kill off that book before you're while you're having the pack tanked on top of it. If you can kill it in advance while you're walking around this area, especially with how much travel time there is here, that does save you a decent amount of time. So I'm really interested to see what Direwolves and Cement Gaming do, if they do anything with killing that book in advance.
Okay, take a look at what Direwolves are doing now. They're going pretty big here, and the last time we saw Temple, this specific pull gave a lot of problems, particularly to the tank. I believe it was Boar's Money Crew who had their tanks die several times here at this very pull. You can see the bursting damage coming out of those smallies that naturally do this. It's not an affix in this key. And now they're on to the fish and the pandas, making sure that they die. But keep your eyes open. Spitefuls are going to spawn. And same thing happening for Cement Gaming. Melon actually going down here. They do have a battle rest. They're going to pick him back up. Of course, with Critex, that is going to be an option. You don't need to use the engineering rest since it was the DK that fell down, but no problems here. They recovered this as well, but also that means they're now even in terms of penalty seconds that both teams got, which was something that was very much in favor for Cement Gaming prior to this.
Direwolves did kill that book off, but I didn't see what it was. I wonder if Chaz dotted it with like VT, or maybe they just pumped damage into it, but they didn't have to wait for that RP. The Strife and Peril boss was ready to be activated right as they got to that trash pack. Maybe Hollow was just single targeting it down. You kind of have to like jump on the ledge to be able to hit it. I would love to see, like, maybe if we had a POV of like what exactly ended up killing it. But hey, the Direwolves are in a good spot. They start that boss almost immediately. We're on the right side of your screen here. You see Cement Gaming. That Corrupted Scroll still has a little bit of HP. Now they have it proc to where Strife and Peril are going to start summoning themselves.
And they also unfortunately had another death, which just meant that a DPS had to run. They didn't have that battle res, another 5 seconds penalty, and a damage loss, because of course that DPS was not with them during this pull as they were running back to the group. So a little bit of more delay coming in the way of Cement Gaming, but hopefully that's not going to hold them up too much, as a Strife and Peril should get activated in just a few seconds. The Spiteful Shades should be finished up. There's 2 more that are going to spawn from these Tigers here, but the team should have them under control. They have all the means necessary. Ursul's Vortex coming out of Critex here in the background, but Direwolves are nearly finished with Strife and Peril already.
I think that Cement Gaming is kind of playing them close, though. And so what I mean when I say that is, so the Direwolves, they are finishing off Strife and Peril. They have like 2 very difficult pulls to finish off before this dungeon, basically. And since this next pull that we're about to see right here, so keep watching left side of your screen, and then the pull right before the final boss. The Direwolves kind of open themselves up and are a little bit vulnerable if they potentially wipe there for Cement Gaming to be able to pass them, assuming that, again, this is making an assumption that Direwolves may have an issue here. Now, Direwolves have looked great today, and I would not plan to watch them wipe here, but I'm just saying that this is a possibility with just how volatile some of these pulls are. And look at this. Direwolves are mind soothing, getting ready for this big pull that is in this courtyard area.
Yeah, you can even see the Hex come out of Holo here, making sure that Mistweaver does not get in the way of anything. And Jack is now running. I think, yeah, we're going for everything. This pull is so scary. It's so volatile. There's so many things you need to keep under control. AoE CCs, Incap Totem coming out. Then you need to interrupt the Haunting Scream. That has also been done here. SLT coming out of Holo. Everybody needs to try and stay in this while also dodging these swirlies, trying to keep the team alive, trying to keep Jack alive, particularly as they move through this pull. Vampiric Embrace coming out of Chas, but Jack goes down. They don't have a battle rest. They need to try and somehow kite this out, maybe kill off some of the packs, but Chompy also dying. Chas taking so much damage. Holo goes down, trying to get to the corner, maybe being able to Ankin Rest, but that's not going to be an option. I don't think so. Jack is back with the team, and they now have to run all the way. Tragedy for the Direwolves.
How much did they kill there? So Jack died right as his defensive started to fall. Like right as he was done with all of his cooldowns, his defensives. Like the pack is at 10% makes. Like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Direwolves almost had
they had Vampiric Embrace up too. It was really, really close. Very unfortunate for the Wolves. I'm not sure how much they were able to kill off in the end. We're going to need to take a look once they come back, as some of it, I'm sure, has reset. I don't think they finished a major part of it, which is really, really tragic.
I think that Shambler's still alive, which is the part that you really would not have preferred to be alive. All right, looking on the right side, I mean, Cement Gaming, now, again, like I was talking about earlier, this opens up Cement Gaming. If they're able to execute this pull cleanly, they're in an okay spot. Now, they have broken this up into 3 separate packs, so they're taking a little bit of a safer approach. There's one less Mistweaver, there's one less Haunting Shaw, so a little bit fewer kicks to kind of manage here, but there's still some level of wiping that you can do if you don't take these lesser Shaws seriously. But it looks like Cement Gaming, they're going to be able to get through this massive triple pull.
Yeah, absolutely. Punky going down here, but hopefully that's not going to be everything for them just yet. They have the rest of the team still standing, and Punky should be able to release and walk back if that is something they want to do. Battle Rest now coming back up. They're just going to pick him back up, make sure he's with the team as Direwolves approach this pull one more time. Now they need to try and finish this off, but Cement Gaming has pulled ahead, not only in the overall time of the dungeon, but also in that penalty second. There is 15 seconds against the clocks for the Direwolves that they will need to try and catch up somehow, and that's going to be so difficult with how far this dungeon has already approached progress. There's not much more that you could save time on. There's only the packs between this boss and the next one, and if you try to do all of that, then wow, that's going to be very hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question of, do you think Cement Gaming has practiced doing all of that trash in one singular pull? And Direwolves actually get Leave Flameheart
I don't think so.
Before Cement Gaming.
Huh. Okay. Yeah, they do. It's like right next to each other. We can see Cement Gaming adding some more pack on top of that. That was the one from the stairs on the other side. But yeah, Direwolves... How did that happen? They were so far behind. I mean, of course, there's still the 15 seconds. But if Direwolves go into the next pack and they pull everything and they pull it off, where Cement Gaming goes like 2 single pulls, then that might be game. And it could be game. And you can see that both teams are holding on to their Bloodlust, knowing that they're not going to get a second one in this dungeon here. It's just not that long. So they need to look out. One battle res on the side of the Wolves, since they had a full team white, they weren't able to use that. Cement Gaming don't have a battle res on their side, so that is the current state of affairs that we're currently in. You can see the bosses melting pretty closely to each other, but it seems like the Wolves are able to conjugate just a little bit more single target DPS here.
I think that that's coming from the fact that Cement Gaming actually had those two mobs pulled into the boss at the start, so they had some kicks that they needed to get dealt with. Whereas the Direwolves here, and this is fairly standard. We're going to see Hollow in a couple of seconds run off to the side, kind of kick that pack once Leo Flameheart comes out of this green phase, and whenever Yulon spawns, Hollow will go and pull that Mistweaver and that Monk, that other panda, and pull it into this pack.
Yeah.
So I think that what Direwolves
Cement Gaming
doing,
did that at
they
the
are
start.
a little bit that. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Is like,
Yeah.
It'll probably be about even when the boss dies.
Yeah, I think so too. Just in terms of when it goes down, you're going to see it now. Hold on, the very left side of the screen, you can see his circle. There he is,
There he goes.
very far back corner, going off, getting that extra pack as the rest of the team continues to damage down Yulon. And once that pack is with them, they're just going to cleave it off passively. But Cement Gaming now also proccing Yulon, and they don't have extra trash in there.
I think there is a chance that we see a significant pull disparity between these two teams. I think that there is a high chance that Direwolves tries to do this next trash in one singular pull, where Cement Gaming, I believe, will probably break it up. Yeah, I think that Cement is probably going to break it up into two pulls, which is still huge. Like those two massive pulls.
Oh, for sure. I'm not trying to like bash on it. I just think like from what we've seen so far, the way they pull, I don't think they go all out. Particularly with like Ponky not having like uncapped AoE on the Havoc. It wouldn't make too much sense in my brain, but we're gonna see what they do. They finished off Yulon right now, basically neck and neck with the Direwolves, as both teams are running, and you can see Altharion going for the right pack here as Jack goes in for everything. They're popping Bloodlust. This is everything or nothing. They need to survive this pull. They need to play it cleanly, and they need to get through it. All of the cooldowns now being proc. There is some debuffs on the rate frame, but they should be able to get these under control. SLT being popped at the very start. Now Vampiric Embrace, Nature's Vigil now up, trying to keep this pull going, trying to keep the group alive with the Bloodlust still pumping. It should run out in a few seconds, but most of the pull has been finished. It's only the Spitefuls that remain, and I think with that the Direwolves might have done it.
My god, the Direwolves are so smart with how they set up that CC. So it's very difficult to explain unless you've played these dungeons on this level, but what Direwolves did with that CC, a lot of times whenever you have those water speaker casts going off, specifically that Tidal Burst and that Water Lance, that Hydro Lance, is you want to kind of kick or like disrupt it immediately. That's like your instinctive ability, is like, oh, I'm going to press my CC immediately the moment that I see the cast start. What they were doing is they were waiting until there was like half a second left on those Tidal Bursts and those Hydro Lances, and then they were using things like Incapacitating Roar. I saw Chompy specifically Incap Roar at the absolute last second. I saw Jack specifically drop his Shockwave at the last second of those Water Speaker casts, and that allowed them to have perfect CC setup for those mobs, and that just helps them make that pull look so clean. That was so sick from the Direwolves, Makes. My goodness.
It was, but don't forget, there's 15 seconds against them. So Cement Gaming are not just out yet. They are pulling the shot. And if they're able to get that single target damage onto this boss just in time, they might make even here. So we're still going to need to keep our eyes peeled, see how that one goes, as the debuffs keep appearing on both sides of the frame. And there's one Spiteful just not entirely in the frame for Cement Gaming, but we got rid of that Bounds of Reality coming in on the right side. Direwolves already had their first go at it. Was a lot of damage onto the entire team. It is a 22 Tyrannical, so there is going to be some damage onto the team, particularly the Melees, who are going to try and get away while also doing damage. It's not always the easiest task. As the second one comes in for the Direwolves, you can see once more Incap Totem being deployed right at the start out of Holo, making sure everything's under control. Blinding Sleet coming up right next, and that was beautifully done out of the Wolves. I suspect they didn't have these ready for the first set of souls after that huge pull that they did, but now they had them and they did fantastically. But still, they need to finish more than 15 seconds quicker than Cement Gaming, and that might be tough.
I mean, I think Cement may actually have more single target damage with this composition as well. Just like that Prot Paladin should, in theory, do a little bit more single target damage than the Prot Warrior. I think that the Demon Hunter does a little bit more single target damage than like the Feral Druid. And so I think the Enhance is like maybe about the same as the Shadow Priest on single target, but I think that in reality it should be a little bit higher. Like with the build that they're running, they do lose a little bit of single target, but it should be... I think that they should be able to do a bit more single target, but I don't know about 50. I don't know about I think that the Direwolves will probably kill this 15 seconds in advance. Just look at how low the Shaw of Doubt is for Direwolves makes. And Cement Gaming is like one of those intermissions behind.
I just counted 15 seconds in my head, trying to make sure that that's going to... And according to my math, Direwolves are going to kill it first, unless Cement Gaming find a lot of damage. And you can see that army being ready for Melon. I'm not sure what we're waiting on, but we might want to send that one ASAP. Looking at the Direwolves and their boss DPS, 9%, remaining 8%. After that, we're going to count another 15 seconds, making sure that everything here is in order. Shaw is down, 15 seconds to go for Cement Gaming. I don't think they can do this. That would be more than 2 boss HP percent per second. I think the Direwolves have done it and logged in that 2-0, and that is exactly what they've done here. Wow.
That's right, the Direwolves coming in with a vengeance like we talked about, getting the 2-0 over Cement Gaming, but look at how close it is. I mean, Cement Gaming seconds behind where Direwolves was on this Temple of the Jade Serpent. So even though they are out of Group B now, they are certainly not forgotten, and they're certainly going to be a threat in the Last Stand tournament, which hopefully we will see them in later. But for now, it's a victory for Direwolves, and they will go on to face EMPYREAN tomorrow.
Yeah, and I thought, Direwolves had a really good just kind of dungeon overall. We did talk a little bit about it before, like Cement ended up running the DK during this. Maybe you needed it for like grips, whether it's like in the courtyard or other areas. And then the Direwolves actually did a fantastic job of finishing the book. You guys were talking about it during the cast. And looking back on it, if they don't finish that book like as fast as they did and get that extra time on Strife and Peril, like they were through Strife and Peril when Cement Gaming was at like 50% on that boss. And then they wiped in that courtyard, which, if they don't kind of get that good of a start there on that boss, who knows what would have happened. But I believe this, going in towards the end, really kind of big comeback for Cement Gaming. But then you guys mentioned that, Flameheart. I wonder if you guys know, can you grab those mobs without the Shaman interrupt and then the Priest grip back? Or did they need to have like the Paladin interrupt those and bring them back? Is that why they grabbed them first, maybe?
The Shaman grabs them because first off, he has an interrupt that he can cast at range. He has that shear. In addition to that, he can decurse himself. And so those are the two variables that makes the Shaman actually really important for that. The grip is to make sure that he's not going to then get lashed by that Mistweaver, and so it gets the pack a little bit further to him. I think it has to be the Shaman, though.
Yeah, and then I gotta get your guys' opinion on it. I thought it was interesting that like Cement Gaming, they ended up doing the 2-pack with no Lust at the end, and then they did the second pack with the Shaws in front and Lusted there. I thought they were gonna hold on to the Lust for the boss to try and push through that extra phase. That's where I was a little bit confused there at the end from Cement Gaming, but they kept it really close.
I think, looking at that, okay, first of all, this is the first German team, fully German team in 5 years. So I hope they're going to come back for, TGP or the next MDI. I've really loved having them here, and I loved how much chat loved them. And I think they've shown up pretty well for, not having this experience at all. Last Stand is an option. Yeah, thank you, production, reminding me. Maybe they're going to show up in Last Stand too. I'm really happy for the Wolves because I think they might even get second place in this tournament this weekend. I think they have played exceptionally well and they had really great routes throughout this entire day. I'm very excited to see them tomorrow too. But yeah, big shout out to Cement Gaming for sure.
I don't know why the Direwolves couldn't win this weekend. I don't know why we're giving them second. I think that they could win.
It's possible.
Yeah, they could win.
Yeah,
For sure.
I mean, you remember that match they had against Perplexed earlier in the weekend, yesterday rather. I mean, like, it was close. There were very minor things that happened each dungeon that kind of put them behind. So, as we look at the predictions here, now Dratno's the only one.
Don't come for me.
I mean, yeah, that's acceptable. Yeah, Dratno's thinking donuts.
I love the
is
Wolves
gonna
with
take the
all my
win.
heart, but I had to put them out there, of course.
We could all be wrong though. If Direwolves grabs that runner-up spot, if they manage to supplant Donuts or even supplant Perplexed, this I think we all came into this one generally thinking similar things, but here we are with Direwolves looking pretty scary.
I mean, Direwolves did something. Okay, Direwolves have done something similar in the past two MDIs, where they try in time trials, but they don't try as hard as they could, and then they are like seated in a weird spot, and then it's like, how much time have they put into these maps? And then it's clear that they show up during their group, and they're like, they've practiced a lot, and you're like, why are they the 11th seed? What are they doing? It's like,
Yeah.
like they could have been the 5th seed or something. Why are they the 11th seed? And then it's just like, all right, cool. It makes for really interesting weekends because they play they played Perplexed very close earlier today. They could have. I think if you run that match back 3 times, the Direwolves 2-0 Perplexed at least one of them.
Yeah, because Direwolves are like the 10th seed coming in. Like Empyrean is actually the higher seed going into that match. But like I think off of performance, you would definitely favor the Direwolves throughout the weekend.
Surely,
I mean, they've kind of mastered it seems like kind of mastered the ability of doing time trials good enough and then saving it for the real event, you know? Which is probably a good skill to have.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, still, like, if you're not going, like, extremely, hard in time trials and still able to be top 10 and then improve on your times from there, I think that's a great kind of thing to have. So you'll see, 2 Algathars. I don't think we've seen an Algathar throughout the entire weekend thus far this weekend, right?
We saved
have
it
not.
for day 3. So that's going to be our treat right at the start of tomorrow. So, chat. Put in your alarm clocks. Make sure you're here on time so you see that Algathar. I think that should be super interesting. And there's some more fun stuff coming our way. More Azure Vaults, more Shadow Moon Burials.
All the high keys start off, that's right.
Maybe a knockhood, just once. I don't think we've seen a single one, right?
No, not yet. Not this weekend. I've actually heard from some of the teams that 23 Sanguine Algathar Academy is a bit of a menace. It is a bit of a menace, and so I'm really interested in seeing what Sanguine management looks like, because it's not easy on live, and I really doubt it's easy whenever you're doing 40 mob pulls consistently in that dungeon.
Yeah, as Direwolves, when they got asked before the event about like which are the hardest dungeons, the first one they named was Algathar Academy.
Donuts named Academy 2, like.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there's a reason why. Just looking at those dungeons, it's a plus 23 fortified sanguine. Volcanic not going to matter too much, but plus 23 fortified sanguine is enough for teams to be like, maybe we try and avoid that one, but they can't. They can't. The first map tomorrow, they need to get through it.
Yep, that's right. There's no avoiding it anymore. Whether it's the upper bracket semifinals or the Group B finals, you're gonna have to play the Algathar Academy or Algathar Academy. I don't know why. Ever since the expansion came out, I've pronounced it wrong. But you know how it is. Sometimes you like see a name in WoW, and your brain says it one way, and then for the rest of the expansion, you're just doing that way. Yeah, or AA. I don't know.
I mean, I have that with words all the time. I just make them up.
Well, I mean, that's just part of being an esports on-camera personality. It's part of the job descriptions to make up words. Well, there you go. We're gonna wrap things up right there for day number 2 of the Mythic Dungeon International. From everyone here from the production crew, thank you so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow for the grand conclusion of Group B. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be exciting, so you don't want to miss it. Until then, be good to each other online, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Goodbye.